got you, baby, here in my heart. When I'm with you, I feel so much better, oh, yeah. Before you, I was just a shell, so stuck in the dark. You came into my life and started a fire. You made me feel like I could touch the sky, oh. There's nothing missing now that you're my desire. Now all I have to do is to make you mine. Cause I know, and you know what we could be. Like a song, like a perfect melody. Baby, don't say you don't believe in me. Cause you know, and I know, we're onto something good. You know, and I know, we got something good. Follow your heart, baby, don't be shy. Just follow yours and I'll follow mine. Cause I know, and you know what we could be. Like a song, like a perfect melody. Baby, don't say you don't believe in me. Cause you know, and I know, we're onto something good. You know, and I know, we got something good. Something good. Something good. Oh, here you are, face to face in the street. Another glass and I am going places. Makes me laugh about the irony of everything. I like the way you're thinking. I don't really care about the music on the dance floor. I don't really mind all the smokers in the bathroom. I don't care at all, baby. You got my attention. So you were saying, oh no, I don't see the logic of things. It's quite a lonely world that we're living in. Oh baby, you are something special, I'm sure. Everything makes total sense when you're next to me. Wanna go? I am all about adventure times. Another drink and I'll go anywhere. The way you smell, like a flash in the universe. You are illuminating. I don't really care about the people in the bar. Like, I don't really mind all the who goes doing stage dives. I don't care at all, baby. You got my attention. So you were saying, I don't see the logic of things. It's quite a lonely world that we're living in. Oh baby, you are something special, I'm sure. Everything makes total sense when you're next to me. Even if I told you I could never let you go, I'm not so sure you believe me. But if I mean to show you, I will never let you go. No, 'cause you don't see the logic of things. It's quite a lonely world that we're living in. Oh baby,
Hi, friends. Look at us.
Hey.
Hello. 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 Hi, Steph.
Hi, Darko.
Hi, Twitch.
Hello.
Hi, friends, and welcome to Build on Live, another Build on Live, the last Build on Live of this year, Build on Live cost optimization. So, all of you penny pinchers out there, myself included, welcome to the show. And today we're going to be talking to you all about what?
Saving some money? Maybe?
Generative AI. No, saving some money. Absolutely. So we're going to be talking to you how you can optimize for cost, build with cost in mind, identify where you spend the most, and use your resources more efficiently. Right. And we all want to do that, right? So is there anybody in the chat who just doesn't care about how much they spend money? Yeah, but put it in the chat if you don't, or if you do. I don't know. I guess it's time for introductions. Steph,
Okay.
Tell us who you are.
Hi, everybody. My name's Steph. I'm a senior optimization architect for AWS, and I work in a team called Optics. But I also do stuff like this. I also do Twitch. I write blogs. I create solutions, and love telling people how they can save money on their Amazon account. Yes, save money on your spend. That's what I'm here to do. And hopefully today we're going to be sharing a bunch of different ways in which you could do this.
So Steph, tell me how do we maintain tagging systems for cost optimization?
Now, I regret giving Darko this book. He's now been just quizzing me since.
I just keep asking Steph all this stuff. And hi, everybody. My name is Darko. I am what they call these days a developer advocate. So I yell into this camera for money. And I come from Seattle, originally from Serbia. I've been working for AWS for like 80 years, and I do a lot of things, mostly automation, DevOps, infrastructure as code as everything. And I get to learn a lot more today with Steph and with you as well. So we have a lot of great guests coming up, talking to us about all fun things. So that's going to be great. By the way, chat, if you want to go check it out, if you go if you're not following our channel, what are you doing? Click the follow button and you get these amazing little emotes. So if you go there, you get something like, let me put it up on the screen. You get something like, oh my God, that's super tiny. But you get an emote of the most amazing Jess lifting like a nerd and me lifting a computer.
So very strenuous, you know.
Exactly. So make sure to go hit the follow button, follow thing on the channel, and be part of the gang, I guess.
Yeah.
Computers can be heavy too, as B. Devingo says. And we have Hassan. Oh, Hassan is joining already. Amazing. Hey, Hassan. Hassan is our first guest. But actually, let's get into it. I think it's time for us to get. Well, you know what? Let's get into the agenda.
Yeah.
And see what's happening on today. So let's bring up the agenda. The most amazing Toby is bringing up the agenda. So we're kicking off the show today, right, with Steph and myself, trying to talk to you about all things cost optimization. Then we're bringing in Hassan coming in and to talk to us about Terraform cost estimation with Infracost. If you ever wanted to understand how much a thing you deploy is going to cost before you deploy it, that's the way to go. Then we have the most amazing Meredith coming in to talk about cost optimization for builders, which is really good. Coming in after that, we have the most amazing Ethan, and also Steph helping out with ticket management.
Yeah,
ticket management. Yeah, do you love ticket management, Steph?
Yeah.
So basically, cost optimization, ticket management with some automation stuff. I love automation. Stephen is joining us in a bit as well, talking about automating idle resource cleanup for cost savings, which is always a great thing to do. And then lastly, the wonderful, amazing, my best Rohini is joining us to talk about 5 best practices. We love lists, right?
We love a list.
5 best practices to manage cloud spend. And in between, Steph and I are going to be trying to optimize an account.
Oh yeah, now I'm really excited about doing this.
Yeah.
So I spent some time creating what we're calling the bad account. This is me spending too much money on certain things, and I'm going to show you how to optimize them. And we're going to have questions in the chat, so you can join in and say what service you want me to look into. I'll show you how to see the spend. I'll show you how you optimize it, and then the impact of what that actually looks like.
Exactly. So Steph and I are going to be doing that. We're going to be doing that. We're going to also ask you for help. We are going to be asking you, chat, to tell us what we should try to optimize. We're going to be bringing out polls, so definitely make sure to be in the chat. If you are not following the channel, hit the follow button. And if you're not logged in, just log into Twitch.
Yeah, join in.
Hey everybody, hey chat. Always great to have you here. One of the things I didn't do. So before we get into anything else, very important announcement from AWS. Bedrock is GA. Steph, what is Bedrock?
I was going to ask you this because, guys, I'm a cost expert, right? I don't know anything about generative AI. So, Darko, what is Bedrock?
Bedrock, my friends, is it's a way to get started with generative AI. It's basically a way to host and utilize foundational models on AWS. It's been a long time coming. It's been in preview. People have been asking, "Where's Bedrock? What's happening with Bedrock?" It is generally available from this morning. So it is available in 2 regions, if I understand correctly. It is only in the US regions. I don't know. Check it out. I'm gonna link the blog post in the chat as well, so you may want to go and check that thing out. Yeah, that's a big thing. It's always good. And I'm actually waiting to see, cost optimization goes all over, but I'm waiting to see how people cost optimize for costs for generative AI solutions.
Yeah, that's something that a lot of my customers want to talk about with going into it. Chat, if anybody's done it, let us know. I'd love to find out more about how to do generative AI with cost optimization, because I think a lot of the stuff we're going to talk about today is automating the processes, and so it would make sense if we could just use that logic to just do it for us. So
Absolutely.
looking forward to building some stuff with that in the future.
Absolutely. And there's a bunch of great comments here in the chat as well. I see MTF Constant says NAT gateway is nearly a black hole. I understand. We all have our experiences with NAT gateway, so use them sparingly. What can I say, right? I think you should always try to find a way to architect around stuff as well. YODL says, actually, let me put it on the screen. Why not? Centralizing VPC endpoints can save a lot too. They are expensive. So drop us your best cost saving tips in the chat. Definitely. Amazing.
And also, one thing to note on those kind of NATs and VPCs and stuff like that. A lot of the times these things become idle. Like idle resources, big ways to save money. And Meredith, who's coming on to talk about the dashboard, will actually show you resources that are idle. So you can take that as a list and go and save your company some money and save yourself some money. So they'll be kind of talking about some of those bits later.
Absolutely. So we have Pratik saying options like compression enables an open search to reduce an AZ zone. Availability zone transfers. Yes, like there's a bunch of little things you can do, and it really depends on how aware you are of to identify where you're actually spending the most.
Do you know what I think the problem is going to be today is everybody in the chat, please keep doing it. Tell us services that you've optimized, because every time I'm like, I just want to jump in and be like, oh, there's another way. You could do this. You could do this. I'd also say on OpenSearch, there's a blog coming out from AWS soon about 5 ways to optimize your OpenSearch. It's very low-hanging fruit stuff you can do. So keep an eye out on the blog channels for that.
Absolutely. And I think the most best comment in the world from Savjans is, don't use things you don't need. And let me ask you a question here with chat. Chat, how old is your AWS account? Just go check. How old is your AWS account? It is an important question, because the older the account is, the more likely it is to have things you just have laying around, right? We had this discussion yesterday on stream, and I talked to a bunch of people, and people have a 12-year-old AWS account, which is ancient, and unless you're very pedantic about what you run and how you run it, it may be just a minefield of various costs you don't want to have. So tell us, chat, how old is your AWS account? Before we get into the first session, Steph, I guess we have a couple of more minutes. You teach me.
Okay.
Cost optimization, FinOps, or whatever we want to talk about. So let's talk about cost optimization. Okay. As a first time, let's say I'm heavily not optimized. I have nothing about it. What are the first steps I should take as a developer to optimize my AWS account?
Okay, the first thing is going to be to actually look at what you're spending money on, which sounds really basic, but it's the same as if you wanted to figure out where you're wasting money with your shopping. You'd look at your receipt, you'd figure out where you're spending money, and then you would adjust for that. So know how much you're spending. I think people are often surprised at how much things actually cost. They haven't really looked at the pricing. They might have not actually calculated how much things cost. They also might be spending money on services they didn't know cost money. I have my last year reInvent talk was about the others, about how these weird services that you probably didn't know you were spending money on and that could actually cause like most of your bill. So I think the top tip is just know where you're spending money and then just start asking the question, like, do you need that?
Yeah,
Is that like whoever posted in the chat earlier about like the best way to save money is not use stuff you don't need is very true. And that's a lot of the things we focus on is figuring out how to actually remove stuff you don't need, turn stuff off, and all those kind of actions.
So how do I know where I'm spending the most? Because like I know that we're gonna probably get into the details, but like so you said like remove stuff you don't need. Like do I just look at my bill?
I would start with Cost Explorer.
Cost
It's a
Explorer,
simple tool that you can use. It's free, which we're going to drop in a couple of things that are free today most of the time. So free in every account. You can look at it at your linked account level and also at the payer account level. But most people, if you own an AWS account, you can just look at it and see how much you're spending. And then we have so many tools to tell you where to save money.
Okay.
To list my top 3, Compute Optimizer. Really good tool.
Okay.
We also have Trusted Advisor, which we'll be using in the Jira ticket bit. And then finally, you also have S3 Lens, which is a great way to start.
Okay, that's great. I mean, so many ways to do it. So perfect, excellent. Folks, we're going to be starting a couple of challenges today. So if you're new to Twitch has a thing where you have like a Twitch challenge. So the longer you watch this live stream, the more points you get. And with those points, you can actually do a couple of challenges. So we do have a few challenges today. So it's just to kind of keep you all entertained while we teach you some things. We're going to have 2 challenges today. One is going to be the money gun. Steph, bring the money gun. So because this is cost optimization, we decided just to have a gold money gun that shoots fake money. So you can redeem points to have Steph make it rain.
I feel like I'm on a commercial. Those whatchamacallit things. Those channels. Infomercial. Yeah. Please buy the money gun.
So you can do this. You can do the money gun stuff. So you can redeem points for that, like a QVC here in the United States. And there's another challenge, and I don't know how many points. I think we're waiting for that to be set up. There's another challenge happening where yours truly, myself, the big bald man, I'm going to be changing these horrible looking shirts. So I have a lot of shirts. So every time you redeem this thing, I'm going to be changing one of these shirts. And for those of you who count how many shirts I change throughout the day, we'll send you something. We'll give you a prize. So make sure to stay tuned and follow along because this is educational. Yes. Look at that. Look at that. Yes, I brought a wardrobe, just so you know. Well, okay, and the challenge just started, so go for it. There's a silly shirt shuffle started, glorious. So make sure to stay in the chat, watch, collect them points, and then use them points to do stuff. All right, so it is time for us to bring in Hassan. Hassan is going to be joining us, and before letting Hassan, so one of the things that he's going to talk more about this, but he is bringing this wonderful little open source tool that helps people identify costs when they're building. As a builder, as a person who likes to deploy stuff and do things, it is always frustrating to me when I don't know, when I click this button, how much money is that going to cost me and my employer and whoever I'm working with. So one of these things that he's going to be talking about, Infracost, is definitely going to be a big help in that. From your experience, when people are building stuff, how much time do they spend in identifying how this is much is going to cost upfront? In truth, people don't know. People don't know.
People don't know. Devs don't know. And that's not your fault because it's really hard to work out this information. You have to go into, it's not hard, but it's just an extra effort.
Yeah.
And if someone else is paying the bill, you might be like, well, someone else is dealing with it. I don't need to worry.
Yeah.
But this puts it right. This tool is amazing. It puts it right in front of your account. So when you do these things, I won't spoil Hassan's demo, but if you are a developer out there and you have been asked to look at your spend, this tool will help you jumpstart that. And it's one of the top things that you can use today to help you do that.
Yeah. Excellent comment here from you, like saying the real concern when running CloudFormation templates or any infrastructure as code for that matter is you deploy this big blob of infrastructure and you just don't know how it costs. So Hassan is joining us right now in a second as we are looking at managing costs, or what do we call it? Like basically determining costs with Terraform and Infracost. So let's bring in Hassan. Hello, Hassan.
Hello, team. How are you doing?
We're doing
We're
wonderful.
good.
How are
We're
you doing,
good.
good sir?
I'm doing wonderfully. Seeing the golden gun and also the shirt swaps. I'm looking
Hey,
forward to those.
remember, contribute those points here on Twitch. Just make sure if you want to see it rain or see me wear a Jeff Bezos shirt. Just so you know.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, I know exactly.
Wait,
So
is the gun loaded with fake
Yeah.
money?
maybe is it fake money?
maybe is it real? Is it
Is it
fake?
maybe? You never
Oh,
know.
okay.
You'll never
Oh,
know,
yeah.
guys.
It could be AWS credits for all we know, right? There you go. So amazing. Hassan, welcome to the show. It's so great to have you. Please tell us who you are, what do you do, where do you join us from, and what is the best programming language?
Oh, good questions. Okay, hey everyone, I'm Hassan. I am one of the founders of Infracost. I've been working in cloud costs for 11 years now, I think. 11 years. I am dialing in from Southern California. I wish I was in the studio with you guys because that looks way more fun. Yeah, I wish I was there.
We would have let
um,
you make it rain. We would just give you the gun and you could
Yeah,
just shoot.
just run in.
Yeah, I know. Just so you know, for next time.
Yeah, I'm going to join you next time. And I think the best programming language is assembly.
Yes.
Did you like? Yes.
Thank you. I love it. Yes, assembly. Of course, assembly is the best. Which assembly? Let's talk about I'm sorry.
I'm like, I'll leave. You guys can.
A note to all the people watching: you should never program in assembly unless you really
Yes.
need to or love to. But yes, awesome, Hassan, thank you so much. And you joining us, and talk to us about Infracost.
Yes.
Tell us what it is. How does it help me? How does it help Steph? How does it help Simwara and Rohini and Savjens and all the folks in chat?
Yeah, of course. Okay, well, let me start with a little bit of background. Okay, so as I said, we've been working in the cloud cost space for like 11 years now. And I think one thing that we've seen throughout that time is companies manage cloud costs have always been in a reactive way, right? We ship stuff to production without really knowing like how much it's going to cost. And then someone, usually in finance or an engineering manager, kind of gets the bill and is surprised, and then runs down and says, "We need to optimize this. We need to fix this right now." And so, if we look at that by definition, if we start from the bill, it's already past the engineering workflow. The things are already running, incurring costs before they even appear on that radar. So that's what I want to change, and that's what I want to show you guys today. Is like, how do we actually shift these cloud costs left to before provisioning? And one interesting thing is we can do this now and not say 5-6 years ago because of infrastructure as code.
Glorious. Yes.
So that's kind of the reason we can do this.
So let's just explain to the audience what is shifting left means, right? Because it's a term used in development, but maybe not everybody here. What is shifting left?
Yeah, great question. So shifting left means moving it earlier in the development lifecycle. That's basically the TLDR of it.
Right.
And a lot of people talk about shifting left as, hey, we alert engineers when something goes wrong. That's not really shifting left. That's just alerting. So shifting left is actually in the process itself, in the workflow.
Okay, that's good. That's good. And you see a lot of stuff shifting left, not just cost optimization like we're going to be talking about today. You see a lot of security is shifting left, like testing is shifting left. Just anything you can do on your workstation to kind of get it earlier in the life cycle, so you kind of shorten the time to deploy, which is really, really good. Amazing. So
yeah.
There's a bunch of great comments here, but a lot of it revolves around like not really understanding how much things cost when you hit that Terraform apply or CloudFormation deploy or CDK deploy. Like all of those things are just kind of, well, it seems to be like an unknown. Yeah. So how do people handle that? I asked Steph, like, hey, do people actually go and just write out
get that Excel sheet.
get out that piece of paper and just like this is going to cost me that much or that much? How do you handle that?
I actually agree with Steph. Most people don't because it's pretty hard. And the challenges, the companies that I've seen do this usually try to do it with an Excel spreadsheet or something like that. And I'll show you why that's more or less impossible now. Like to really get the granularity and the details, it's very, very hard. So actually that tees us up perfectly. So I want to show you 3 tools, and I want to share 3 learnings during this call.
Amazing.
If
Amazing.
that's okay.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to actually show you live how to do this.
Of course, we all
So
want stuff
here-
live. By the way, folks, while Hassan is doing that, you're gonna have to go and check out something. So Hassan has written a wonderful blog post. Let me just find it here. I'm gonna copy a link here, and if you want to go check out something that Hassan has written, go check it out in the chat. Putting it here, and boom, look at that. So on community.aws, go check out this link below my face if you want to read more by Hassan. Awesome. So Hassan, we're going to bring up your screen right now.
Perfect.
Beautiful. Okay, what are we looking at here? First of all, well, before, what are you going to show us?
Yes. First thing I'm going to show you is how to actually do the cost estimation in your workflow. So how do you know how much things cost as you're typing the code? So now that we've got infrastructure as code, let me start out on our laptops with VS Code. So what I've got here, I've got VS Code up and running, and I've installed a VS Code extension called Infracost. We'll include a link in the notes, but you can also search for Infracost VS Code extension. It'll come up. Now that I have this up and running, as you can see, every block of code has this little appended total monthly cost on top. Can you see that if I zoom in a little bit more?
Yes.
And so it's telling me this is the cost of this code block. And so what happens if I want to change this to an M5 8XL? As soon as I save, have a look up here, boom. And if I click on it, I have the cost impact that I'm making right here.
Wow.
So are these this is per month costs, right?
Per month cost. Yeah, exactly. And so I didn't need to go to the calculator or figure out what bits of information is going to change my cost. So, hey, usually what people do is say, I want a block device, but the IOPS, they don't calculate the cost. What if I change this to 1,200 and I save? Let's look over here. Boom, updated.
Okay.
So easy.
So this is again, and this is a relatively simple Terraform template, right? If this was a lot more complex, this is where it actually starts to shine, right? In this case, like you see, like, oh well, we have an instance, and then you can. I mean, technically, I can go online and just go to the pricing page and say, well, the M5 8X large costs this much.
Yeah, but it's not just that. It's not just the instance type. It's also going to be things like like Hassan just said, the volume is a whole additional thing.
Okay.
And also what I'm assuming what processor, right? So if you're going to use Graviton or if you're going to use Windows, or what I mean, that always taken into consideration in that block. So there's little drop downs that you have to do in pricing calculator. You no longer need to do. Is that right, Hassan?
That's exactly it, right? So because with infrastructure as code, what we have is the thing that we've written is going to go to production. So we have all the information that we need to say, oh, these are all the small functionalities, exactly as Steph said. This thing I didn't even know had a price. And the other way, this thing I didn't know was free, because there's a bunch of free services as well. So all that automated and in the calculator. So it'll save you, if you want to do the cost estimation, it'll save you at least 5 to 15 minutes. But more importantly, you just know. It gives you the visibility.
Yeah, exactly. Again, just the ability to know before going ahead. Like, listen, I've deployed infrastructure for people, and like I've written a big old CloudFormation or CDK template and whatever, and they're like, oh, how much is this going to cost? I'm like, oh.
Yeah,
I don't know. And it's usually a problem. Usually that I don't know is a problem in the modern cloud computing space. It's just like, I have no idea.
And then what you might do is you might go, well, I did another similar deployment that was like about this much, and you'll use that as a benchmark. And that's okay. That's a good way to start. If you have it, you look on previous usage. But this gives you an exact, because if someone's like, oh, that looks about right, but they haven't noticed that 4 to 8, that's definitely going to increase your costs.
By the way, folks, in the chat, Ali has just shared the issues about CloudFormation and CDK. So make sure to follow that if you want to be informed about the support for CDK and CloudFormation, because yes, we all love some CDK. We all CloudFormation, and just kidding. We all love CloudFormation, and just go and give those things a follow. Here's a question for you, Hassan, and it's actually a really valid question. Yodlike is asking, is it checking the operating system or the AMI being used for a pricing difference? Let's say if we do something that actually has license requirements.
Yes, it does actually start to check for OS and things like that as well.
Okay.
I'll show you the next tool, which will be even more important when that comes into play. But it does check most of those things as well.
Yeah, okay.
We have a page, and Ali, you can probably paste this link. We have support for many resources. I think it's 90% coverage now. So we've got most of those things covered.
Amazing. There's a comment here from Babu saying, Greg, can you explain how we do it with Terraform? Babu, this is being done with Terraform. So what you're seeing right here next to my face, that's a Terraform template. And basically the VS Code extension, I pasted the link just above, but this is the VS Code extension Hassan is using. And this thing is just generating that cost report on the other side. And I'm going to go on a limb here and say it accounts for the region pricing differences and everything else. Okay.
Exactly. And that's like one of the benefits of this, right? Exactly as Steph was saying, you need to know what to select and where. So this will do all that for you.
Because that, I mean, it can be confusing. Like, so like, it's just so many things, so many little parameters, so many different elements and moving parts to it, region differences, AMI differences, volume sizes. I see Meredith in chat is having a weird look at the GP2 volume sizes.
Well, I was just going to comment on that. Is that someone's put all my defaults are still GP2?
Yeah.
Change the defaults, please. We'll be chatting a bit later about GP2, but this is a great thing where if you could go look now, go look now. Well, or stay here and then look after the stream.
Yeah, look after the stream.
And then see if you've got GP2 on your Terraform, and then just change it with GP3 and using Infracost, check out what that price difference is. And that's
glorious, awesome.
Yeah,
so
I'm going to show you that as well. So okay,
let's move on.
That's I think that's learning number one, right? So we need to shift cloud costs to be proactive. This is what it looks like to be proactive, to before we ship the code, not after. This is realistically what shifting left means. So learning number one, tool number one. All right, let's move on. So now we know the cost of this block of code. And there might be, changes here, resource changes there, module changes here and there. We're missing two things. One, if you want to send a pull request to the team, you want the team to also know the cost impact during the review. Exactly as you said, Darko, security, we're doing the security checks. We check for quality. Well, let's check the cost as well.
Yes.
And the second one is we want to know the cost impact of the specific change as a whole, not just the overall cost of everything. So with that, I'm going to jump into GitHub. Okay. Now, this, I've installed a CI/CD plugin called Infracost CI/CD into my GitHub. It can be installed into GitLab, Bitbucket, wherever. Now, as soon as someone sends a pull request, let's say a new load balancer, what it does is actually looks at the difference of the branch that is coming in versus the main branch and says, okay, this changes, the difference of this change is going to increase costs by this much.
Oh, awesome.
So it's not only the cost anymore, it's the actual diff of what we're introducing.
Right.
Does it also break it down as well? Okay. So it has the Infracost output. So you see, so you see the actual breakdown of what costs how much.
And that's the key here, right? So which is the difference. The difference is we're adding an instance, we're changing things, we're moving things around. All those, and even removing, actually, if you're doing a cost saving, you can actually see the reductions here as well.
Amazing. Now, so can we also can you just if you do a pull request, if you respond to a pull request or make a change, it's going to update it automatically as well? So if I would go and just make a change, would that be applied as well? Would it show?
Let's do it live. Let's do it live and see what happens.
Of course. Look
okay,
at that.
So let's see. Let's change this to an 8XL and let's increase the load balancer as well. Why not?
Right.
Commit changes.
Chat claps in the chat for Hassan for the live stuff. So please just claps. So
here we go. Let's see what happens. All right. So now if we go back here and if I scroll down, all right, it's running.
Oh, it's running.
Now that it's looking, let me tell you what it's actually doing. So it's looking at every single resource and parameter that has a cost impact and is looking up a massive database of all the cloud prices from the top 3 cloud providers and estimating that cost. Now, to give a visibility of the complexity that we've been talking about kind of on and off is in our database, we hold about 4 million prices.
Jeez. Okay.
4
Wow.
million prices. So this is like complex stuff. And this is my learning number 2, which is we need tools to help us. It can't really be done manually anymore. We need tools and we need them in the workflow.
Yeah, wow. So I don't think those 4 million prices are going to fit in my notebook here. So just checking those things. And remember, folks in the chat, that changes a lot, right? Steph, what is the official number of times we reduce prices? I know 66 used to be a time.
I have no idea.
A long time ago, it used to be 66 price reductions. So we
I
keep
think it's
reducing.
more now.
It's
yeah.
more, of course. We keep reducing prices, and the prices keep changing. So like you can always try to, adapt and all that fun stuff. And I think this is really cool because again, it shows you in a pull request, developers, cloud engineers, when we build, we do it with Git. Like a lot of us, at least we attempt to build with Git, right? You're Git, it's GitOps, you're pushing stuff to the cloud, and then you get notification information how much things are going to cost, which is just chef's kiss. I love it. I love it.
Yeah. So there we go. The demo gods have been good to me. We've gone from a 4XL to an 8XL, and we see the cost has gone from this to this. Right.
Amazing.
So it's showing me the cost impact of all these changes. So,
and I think one of the things to add that this really makes it so like developers actually will review what they're spending and thinking, oh, do I need that big? It's like I'm going to repeat that question, like, do you need this for like most of today's stream? And they can ask that question, like, do I actually need this big? Let me look at my metrics. Let me look at my data. If it's gonna cost like almost double, what am I using that capacity for?
Right, exactly. And you're kind of the two benefits of what you highlighted earlier, Steph, as well, which is like, if I like the first part is the visibility, just knowing where the cost is going to go. And so with this, you're going to save not only the entire team time, everyone's got the cost element immediately, but now we have that immediate visibility to review it and make those decisions of like, oh, that's an expensive resource. Maybe we don't need that big of a resource.
Amazing. Now, there was a question here, Hassan, in the past. I'm just trying to find where it was. Somebody asked a really good question. Not sure if you're going to be covering that, but yeah. So Encarito has asked, let me try to pull it up on the screen as well. What about costs related to networks, like in and out traffic? Is there a way to estimate like some of those costs, which are just not fixed per month? Is there a way for you, like, of course, it's easy, quote unquote, to get an instance size and determine how much does it cost, but like S3 bucket usage, network transfers. Is there a way Infracost can help us with that?
That's actually a great question, right? So there's two different types of resources overall. There's the static ones where they cost you regardless of how much you use them. Okay. But then there's usage-based resources. Let's say Lambda, for example, there. In fact, I think I have a Lambda in here, maybe. Yes, I do. Okay, so the first part of what it does, and I'll show you in VS Code, and it does it in CI/CD as well, where it detects a usage-based resource. And the first thing it does is says, I'm going to teach you what parameters are going to be priced against this, right? So it says, all right, you're using a Lambda function. It's priced based on request, duration, and storage. And it shows you the cost. So it's like the calculator, because it doesn't know how much usage you're going to get, it shows you as a basis of what these cost parameters are. So that's the first kind of learning aha moment of here's how much it costs. Then Infracost also has something called a usage file. And in the usage file, you can define what it should use as the usage quantity. So, and you can pull these from AWS directly. It connects there, but you can also give it kind of a small, medium, large t-shirt sizing. So you say, hey, use medium for this project. And they'll use those as the basis of the cost estimation.
Okay, awesome. So, and how do you define those? Is there a way for you to define like estimates as well? How do you do it? Can you show it to us?
Yeah, of course. So if we go to Infracost and I go to docs, let me zoom in a little bit. And if you come down here to usage-based resources, this is the docs page of how you can actually define these. It's in a Infracost usage YAML file, and you can actually generate the usage file itself. So generate all the resources and which ones have got a usage parameter, and then you can populate the usage from there.
So easy. I keep saying that but it gives, I think, that extra layer of thought that's gone into it that allows you to do this with these kind of usage-based ones, because that's what people think is like, oh, well, it only does it for the standard like EC2. It's not exciting. But then if you have these ones, you can actually look at, and this also pushes the idea that you should know how much you're going to utilize this resource, or at least have some kind of idea, and then you can kind of use that information. So it's pushing people to actually start to take more care in what they're building and looking at saying, oh, how much is this running? Is it running every day, or is it running 50 times a day? Like, what's the metric?
Completely. That's a great point, right? So it's like giving you that whole visibility of like, okay, what am I going to do next and where it's going to go?
That's amazing. That's amazing. By the way, folks, in the chat, we'll share a bunch of links to both the VS Code plugin and also anything else related to Hassan's talk as well. So make sure to go check out those links. Now, you showed us a VS Code plugin.
Yes.
Can we do this through the command line? I don't use VS Code, for example. I know. And can I? Is there a command line tool we can use as well?
There is.
There is. Okay.
Infracost got a CLI, so you can download that, run that, and it'll do the same thing in your CLI.
Amazing. That's just great. Awesome.
It's got to be easy. If it's not easy, people won't do it. So
people won't do it. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's got to be in the workflow. It's got to be easy and save them time and give them visibility.
So we've seen it in Visual Studio, we've seen it in GitHub. What was the third thing you wanted to show us? All
right, here we go. Third one. By the way, I'll share our open source repo. It's all open source, so give us some love, give us some stars if you liked it. Everything I've shown you here up till now is in the open source. I'm going to show you next the paid version of the product, and that's where we focus on the management and the automation, right? So we've gone from the individual contributor in VS Code. We went to team review in CI/CD. Now we can add central automation. So what I'm showing you now is Infracost Cloud.
Okay.
And if I scroll down, what you're basically seeing is every single change across every single repo that you've deployed Infracost. So every merge request or a pull request appears as a dot. The zero cost line is here. So anything above is going to increase costs. Anything below is going to decrease costs.
This is actually very handy, especially it gives you a wonderful overview of how things have changed, or how is there a blame file? Like, is there somebody I can see who made that big old spike there? Just to see who played around with
list.
that. Or celebrate.
Let's go positive.
Okay, celebrate list.
Well, it's
so
actually,
you can see actually who made a commit, I guess. Right?
Exactly. And the celebrate is kind of a realistic one, which is, I like to point this out, which is like, so if you look at the bill where management teams are sitting and looking, they're always going to see the cost of the entire changes as a whole. Now, hopefully the company is growing, you're doing more stuff on AWS. So obviously the costs are going to go up over time.
Yeah.
However, during that period of time, engineering has done a bunch of stuff to reduce costs. So we break them out. We say, hey, all the cost increases are this much, and the bill would have gone up by this much. But also engineering did a bunch of work to reduce the cost in the same period of time. That is why the bill only went up by this much. And we've seen this as being super celebratory in the all hands meetings of companies and things like that, where we celebrate these wins as well.
That's great. That's great. Now, what else can we see here on the Infracost Cloud? Like that's a really great feature. But what else do we have here? So
yes. So okay, let me start with a cool one, which is tagging policies. So everyone loves tags.
I knew we were gonna get at some point.
Policies.
Everyone loves
We've
tags.
been talking about tagging policies. That's the word of the day, friends. Every time we say tagging policies or tags, take a drink.
Or change the t-shirts.
Change t-shirts. Yeah.
All right. So with this, what we're doing is two things. One, you define a central tagging policy, and what that basically says is like, what is every single service that can be tagged should have these tags. So a service tag, an environment tag, and the value available, like what it should be set to as a value is these things exactly spelled this way. If people don't know, tags are case sensitive, and so it has to be case sensitive as well. And as soon as you set these, Infracost generates this. You can actually go back and rerun the policy, and it scans all your Terraform code repos, and it says, hey, with this tagging policy, you're only covered 33%, meaning 33% of resources are currently tagged conforming to this policy.
Yeah. But okay, so Steph, why why are tags important? Like, I get it. Why, for me, I love to know what my systems are production and what are dev, but why for costs?
For cost, the main thing is allocation. So
Okay.
often, and this is really good for probably things like shared accounts. So enforcing tags at the shared account would be like, if you have 3 different applications in your account, you want to know who's spending what money, then you can do that. So obviously Infracost will allow you to see how much you're spending on the repo, but if you want to add that up for reporting or chargeback or just kind of allocating costs in your business, you want to see what services are spending what money. And what you can do is you can see that in Cost Explorer, and you can see it in the cost news report, you could see it in the Kudos dashboard. The one thing to note is that you do have to enable them in your cost allocation tags. So if you go into the Bing portal, I'll maybe show you in my demo how you can do that. But basically, you have to tick a box and say, yes, I want to see this in my cost data. So if you've got things about services and maybe apps and security stuff, you don't necessarily need that in the cost. So don't add extra tags. Just add the ones that are going to be relevant to charging your applications.
Yeah. Okay. But, so what Hassan is showing us here, like looking how much of your resources are covered in tags, it is important for us to have all of our resources.
Yes, as many as possible for this situation, because otherwise, if you're thinking about it, if you have $100 worth of spend, you know how much 30% of that is. You know how much $30 is. Yeah. Where's the other 70 going? What are you spending money on? And it can be that, and that's probably more important for things like your central FinOps team, your finance. They're the people that are going to be looking at this. So you might now think, I have Infracost, I know exactly how much I'm spending. Yeah. And someone else is like, I don't, because I can't see that information because I'm in finance. So you're trying to share this with other people so that they can deal with the money.
Yeah. Pratik is asking a question here. What if we don't use Terraform? Like, can they still use the tagging aspects of Infracost Cloud, or is it currently just limited to Terraform? I don't know how this is implemented.
It's limited to infrastructure as code. So currently it's Terraform, and there's other ones, other IACs coming as well.
Okay. Good.
If people want it to be on other ones, can they raise a ticket issue, something like that?
Please go to our GitHub and raise issues. We look at that actively. We're looking at that all the time.
Yeah, Ali shared the links in the chat as well. So definitely go and check that out. Give it a +1 or tell them Twitch sent you or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
don't spam them, please. But make sure to give it a follow and all that fun stuff.
The point you bring up, Darko, is very good, which is exactly the same. Like, there's got to be a communication with the engineers of like, why? Why should I care about this stuff? And so what you can do is also give a custom message to the engineers of here's why we do it. We track budgets, we for showback reports, and if they've got any questions, they can email someone, the FinOps team within your organization as well.
Can I ask a question as well? When it shows you the message, because it shows you at the moment like retroactively, like 70% isn't tagged. Can it show you when you're deploying?
Yes, good question. Okay, so let me show you this real quickly. So if I go into this part from a central place, it shows you all the places where the tags are being applied and exactly which line numbers are failing that policy, right? So it says, hey, one resource is missing this, or the environment tag is missing this, and it's line number 6. So if you wanted to, you use this as the basis to get to 100%. And there's a feature you can turn on which says block pull requests as long as if they don't conform to the tagging policy.
Now that is a big blocking people doing it. And normally, so without Infracost, you can do that with service control policies. But this centralizes it in a way that's probably quite clean. And also when it blocks it with service control policies, sometimes the error isn't that obvious. So it might just be like, no, you can't deploy this. And I've done that recently where I was like, why can't I deploy this resource? And it turned out that I'd accidentally made a service control policy blocking some resources. So this is a bit more of a friendly approach. Even if you can't deploy, it tells you because you haven't got a tag.
And it's slightly earlier, right? So because if the service control policy the pull request merges, goes to live and then fails, whereas here in the pull request comment, once you set that up, it gives you the message, here's why we're doing it. And look, environment has an invalid value. You've put production, which is fine, but it must be one of these, which is prod. It's line number 9. Just change that. Couple of seconds, and that's it. The tagging policy passes.
I love that. Just change that. It's super quick, and it tells you what you can do. Service control policy doesn't do that. So that is just. I love the simplicity. That's what we're going for today, isn't it?
And that's the whole thing. Like for the folks in the chat as well. Like when we build stuff, this is the flow, right? Let's say we have it's Pratik, myself, and Latina in tech. We're building infrastructure through infrastructure as code, right? You write templates, you like do a bunch of stuff, you commit them to a Git repository, to a branch, you make a pull request to merge it into production or development or whatnot, and then that's when this magic happens. That's when we say like, wait, Darko, you forgot to tag your nav gateways. And then, oh no, okay. And then I cannot proceed until I make that fix. Otherwise, it goes into production, you wait for it, an SCP has to trigger, and then again, as Steph says, sometimes it can be quite vague. So that is really, really good. Yeah. To answer a question from Pratik, is YAML coming to infrastructure as code? CloudFormation supports YAML, so if you like writing YAML, go ahead. CloudFormation is the solution for you in this case. Awesome. I'm
going to show you one other or two other things real quick. One is on the same level. It's like, how do we help the engineer make the best decisions? And we were talking about GP2, so I was like, all right, I'm going to bring this up. So let me open up the page. So instead of having an engineer learn and read through these pages, and they're super informative and full of information, but what we can do is distill that down. And if an engineer is trying to launch a GP2 volume, we say, hey, there's a new one. And this is the kind of the TLDR, too long didn't read version of that page. You can save us a lot of money if you switch this on line number 9 from IO1 to GP3. And so those are the best practices directly in the workflow again.
Can we customize those best practices? Me as a owner of an architecture, saying like, you know what, no more GP2s, it's not, or something else. I don't know. You have to use this specific AMI, whatever.
Exactly. So in fact, you could, and the other way around, right? Was like some recommendations come in, and you're like, all right, I get it. This doesn't apply to us. Ignore this recommendation. So you could do both. You can add your own custom ones, or you can ignore the list that we have as well. You can say, hey, these don't apply to me, so I don't want to monitor for these.
Amazing. Speaking of customizations, chat. Customize me, please. There's a challenge going on right here on Twitch. Make me change this Mario shirt. So spend your Twitch points on me to wear another stupid shirt. Amazing. But I'm a huge fan of customization here. I think that's a really good, powerful feature because it allows developers, engineers, architects to actually have personalized suggestion, because no account, no business, no application is the same. So it's a great way for us to kind of modify those things. Hey, Hassan, your Infracost just keeps bringing new things. I thank you so much. It keeps delivering
every time. I saw this Infracost. Me and Hassan at a FinOps meetup earlier this year. That was this year, right?
Yes.
And I remember seeing guys present about this, and I was like, hold on, is this real? And I was just I was just blown away by this tool. And I just think it's every single time we speak, you show me something new that it does, and I'm just like, so much easier. So I know it sounds like we're just like praising this, and Hassan's a friend, but I really think that from the FinOps point of view, this shifting left culture is going to make things a lot easier. And I've actually got the guys that we met doing that coming up on my Twitch show in a couple of weeks. So if you want to learn more, check out Keys. Plug for my own show.
Yeah. So that's overall, those are the 3 tools. I said I would share 3 tools with you. So the VS Code, the CI/CD, and Infracost Cloud. And then the learnings, the final learning is, if you actually step back, and you guys might cover this later on as well. If you look at the cloud costs as a formula, like cloud cost equals usage multiplied by unit price, right? And the usage component is things like which instances I'm going to use, how many I'm going to use, and things like that. And the unit price is the I like the cloud.
I'm turning on the cloud. I'm sorry.
Turn on the cloud. Like savings
glad you
plans,
remembered. Otherwise, no one can do it today.
So I think that's it. The key thing is, us as engineers, we control the usage part of that, which is the most important part of that. And that's kind of some of the tools you can use to get there.
I love it. And that's just taking a step back about talking about cost optimization. As an engineer, you can always brute force your way through to a solution, right? You can just throw money at a problem and just use the most unoptimized resources and everything, and just do whole kinds of things. You'll get there, but then the little Infracost cloud graph is just going to go all the way to the wrong side. So you definitely need to kind of look at what you can do, where you can pinch those pennies, and I think we all don't. I'm sure Steph doesn't know some things when it comes to. That's not true. She knows all things. Cost optimization. It's scary. So, but I don't know a lot of things how I can save. So getting some hints and actually rules and tips or what I should do and how should I do it is really important, especially when it comes to provisioning infrastructure on the cloud.
And one thing because this comes up a lot. So in the FinOps Foundation, probably referenced it a couple of times, but they did a survey and people had, number one was getting developers to take action was the biggest challenge that FinOps practitioners found. And it's always seemed like that. And I think there's often this battle between those two types of roles. There's developers and then there's FinOps people, and they're just kind of fighting and they're trying to get them to do stuff. And I always feel bad. I used to be an engineer and they don't know that they're supposed to do that. So now you're putting it in front of them. They're like, oh, okay, that's I'm responsible for the spend in this account. I can be measured by that. I can review that. I can do well. And I think pushing it in front of them, which is all this is about, allows that kind of communication and allows them to take responsibility for their thing. So like if you're a developer out there today and you're building and you're thinking, well, I don't really care about spend, you should care about spend. And it might not be long until somebody says, oh, you've overspent, or we want to review this. And so get ahead of that. Like, also, who doesn't love someone who saves the company money? Like, show off and be like, look, I use this tool. It's free. It's the free version. And it helped me save this amount of money. You're a hero. That's great for things like promo and kind of reviews and stuff like that. We often talk about that as being part of people's career development. So do that, and then let us know if you do that. Like email us or whatever it is for here and keep us posted. Or if you've already done that, put it in the chat.
Yeah, just put it. If you saved a bunch of money, and if you can share it, just drop it in the chat. Tell us how much did you do and how amazing was it? Did you get all that money? No, you didn't, of course. But it is still because Just Jess says coupon queen. Exactly. Live your inner coupon queen and just try to get as much as you can. But again, sometimes you don't know. You don't really know how much things are going to cost, and tools like Infracost help you out on those things.
Super hard. It's super hard. The way, if we can make it easier, let's make it easier. That's in the workflow.
Hassan, did we? Is there something we skipped? Is there something else you want to add?
No, I think that's it. So as I said, all the free products are there. We've got the one paid product as well. You have a trial of the paid product. If you want to tweet at me, I will give you an extended trial. Or if you want me to talk to your management team and tell them, hey, this is the engineering, this is hard for engineers, be nice, then more than happy to do that as well.
Exactly. Before you leave, Hassan.
Yeah, of course.
I want to do something. Can I?
Let's do it.
So I want to do something. I want to install Infracost on my laptop.
Perfect.
The command line tool. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to share my screen right now, the entire screen, and I'm going to ask. Oh, look at that, beautiful. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm gonna figure out how to install Infracost. So please enjoy Infracost. Let's do it. I'm installing Infracost locally on my Mac workstation. Getting started. Let's find the open source version of it. Do I need to log in to do it?
If you go back, I'll give you if you go to resources at the top right.
Okay.
Docs.
Okay.
There you go.
Look at that. Look at that. All right. So let's do this. Brew update, and then we're going to be installing it locally. So it is as simple as this. And I'm going to try to run because we have a couple of minutes left. So why not enjoy me trying to do things on my laptop. So brew install Infracost. I actually may have Infracost installed already. I already do. Look at that. Look at that.
It's already there.
That's not great. But let's do this. Workspaces. I have demos. I have some Terraform somewhere. So let me see. I said breaking blocks with TF. So this is a Terraform file that deploys a Minecraft server. Why not, right? So I'm gonna go and test how much this is gonna cost. So this is running what are we running here? This has a T2X large instance, like that. So I'm gonna try to do this by there's no Infracost. I want to try to do this without looking at the docs because we don't look at docs, right? So Infracost breakdown path. Awesome. So I'm going to do this. Infracost breakdown. And then is it just path? Just path dot. Will this work? It does. Amazing.
Wow.
Okay, look at that. So, so the command line tool. So for those of you who just love the command line, as you should, just Infracost breakdown path and the path to your Terraform code. So what it did here, it says that my T2X large, it costs $135 a month with a GP2 volume. I'm sorry, Steph.
Oh, you're using GP2.
GP2, yeah. So chat, tell me how. What is the instance size that I should use right now? Can I, Steph? Can you show us the chat? You cannot see the chat. Toby, can you show the chat on the screen, please, so I can see it? Thank you so much. Chat, tell me what instance size I should change on my Minecraft server, and so we can see the difference here. It is currently set to T2X large.
What should we go
And
for?
let's see if I can change the
I got a T3A large suggested.
T3A large. Okay, that's an AMD. Ooh, okay. T3A large. And then I need to change something's yelling at me. Who's yelling at me about my GP2? Oh, it's Marco. GP2. I know I'm going to change it to volume size. How do you do volume type in Terraform?
Type.
Is it type? Equal GP2, I guess. GP3?
All right.
I don't know. I'm trying my best. Is it this? Okay,
Yeah,
we're going to try.
see
if this works. Yeah,
Look
at that. Look at that. Oh, it's still GP2. Weird.
Did you say,
EBS underscore volume type, I think, is the one.
Volume.
Right? Yes,
EBS.
Wait, am I not
underscore volume.
I'm Googling.
This is all happening live, folks. By the way, I didn't tell neither Hassan nor Steph that I'm going to do this, so you're welcome.
I like it.
Still GP2.
AWS underscore EBS. What have you got? Show your Terraform.
Then main. So the volume, it's root block device is just need to what is the how do you set up the
on.
Type optional can be GP3 type. It's just called
type,
is it? I think it's just called type.
Can you say type?
Who's on the chat? Let's help Darko. Type volume underscore type equals GP3 or volume type.
Volume type GP. Okay.
Using string. Using a string. There we go.
I need to use a string. Okay. Yeah. So it is volume. I'm just typing whatever chat tells me, right? So that's a successful code is written. Thank you, chat. So that save. Oh, I broke Terraform. It's not. It shouldn't be a string. It should be a string.
Should be a string or not?
GPT is a string. Okay. I guess single quotes are not good. Look at that.
GPT3.
What was it?
It's volume underscore type, but it has to be double quotes.
Oh.
Terraform. Come on.
Terraform.
So let's have a look at the difference. It used to be $3 a month for a GP2 volume, and it's $2.4 a month for a GP3 volume. That may seem a little, but remember, you have a lot of volumes, and they can grow in size, and you lose nothing by choosing GP3. So,
in fact, you gain.
Not? You actually gain, and you can see the different instance sizes. $54 now. So glorious. Well, there you go. Brew install Infracost for the open source version locally, and you can just run it using this here command. Oh, this here command. That's it. There's a lot of other things you can, again, create usage files and whatnot. I'm not getting into that, but here is a simple way to do that. Toby, hide my screen. So our producer Toby,
take it away.
Our producer Toby, take away my screen. Amazing. So a couple of things. Hassan, thank you so much, first of all, for joining us.
Of course.
It's been great. It's been amazing. Everybody else in chat, make sure to go to dashboard.infracost.io. You can sign up. Let me actually give you a link. You can all sign up there. Get the free version of Infracost. If you are looking to check out Infracost Cloud, there's a 2-week trial, as you said. And you can also tweet at Hassan Hosseini on Twitter, or just find him on whatever, I don't know.
Whatever social media.
Send him a postcard or something.
If you say you found us on Build on Live, I will give you an extended trial. I'll give you free.
Oh, there you go.
All the best things coming for Bill on Live. Thank you so much. Hassan, once again, thank you so much for being part of this. Make sure to give Hassan a follow on the social medias. Check out Infracost. It doesn't cost you anything, and it can help you save money, definitely, which is always a really good. Claps in the chat for Hassan. That's been great.
So much for having me. This is awesome. I'm going to keep watching. I'm going to be in the chat. Please,
both you and Ali, stay in the chat and say hello, and please spend your Twitch points. I need to change my shirt.
Whoa! Is it still? How many more points are we away from it?
I don't know. We are just almost there. So people, we are 78% there. So come on, I can't contribute anymore. I spend all my money on me changing a shirt. So so please, Twitch, go for it. Hassan, thank you so much. We'll be back in a second as Steph and I try to do some other things with you, chat.
Thanks, Hassan.
See you in a bit. Thanks.
Cheers.
Okay, chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You've been amazing. This has been really great. And Hassan, once again, thank you so much. Steph.
Yes.
You and I need to do something.
Okay.
We have some time left.
Okay.
We have a lot of time actually. Let's go ahead and ask the chat something. Are we going to look at your account?
We are. I'm ready, guys, to share my screen.
Okay. We need our producers, Toby and Jess, to let Steph in to the studio so Steph can share her screen.
Yep.
So we can have a look at the AWS account. So.
Okay.
Good. Okay, so Steph is in the studio. Steph, share the account. And Toby, let's bring up the account here. Bring up the screen share from Steph. And Steph, tell us what are we seeing here. So, Toby, that's the one. Almost. Nope, not that one. Nope, that one. Take a right. There we go. That's the one. Look at that.
There we go.
Glorious. That's a lot of money you're spending, Steph.
Yes. So what I did was I thought, what better way to talk about cost optimization than kind of show you what is going on in an account. So I went through and I built a bunch of different modules looking at like EC2s, RDS, there's some CloudWatch stuff, there's S3, there's some EFS. Someone was asking in the chat earlier about how to optimize EFS, and I'll try and show that in as well. So I've created this kind of dummy account that's spending a bunch of money, and I wanted to show you how you could optimize this. This is all going to be available on GitHub, and so I'll share that. So if anybody wants to look at like the changes, and we're going to be able to kind of show you there's two different branches. There's like the main branch, which is the bad account, and then there's an optimized account. So I'll kind of be showing some of that. So I've got my account here, and what I wanted to showcase is how you can see that spend initially. So we're going to firstly focus on EC2 spend, but let's kind of have a little look around here. So this is your billing console.
Okay. That's your billing console.
This is my billing, not your billing console. So don't worry, I'm not logged in your account. So what I've got here is my spend. You can kind of see a summary of this. This is in every linked account and also the payer account, as long as you have access rights to it on your IAM permissions. What there is a bunch of different services down here. If we maybe have some time later and we want to kill some time, we can have a look at some of this, but we're going to look at Cost Explorer. This is how you can see your spend. This is what I mentioned at the top of the hour. So you can actually see I built a lot of stuff and then I optimized it. And there's this massive drop off. And we're going to go through some of the ways in which I optimized those resources today. Before we go into this, what I might quickly do is, we did mention tagging earlier.
Okay.
I just want to show this just so people know that it exists. So cost allocation tags are how you add tags. Oh, I have access denied. Oh, no. It's because I'm in my linked account. I'll show you guys later. When we come up with another break, I'll log into my other account.
That's the best tag. Access denied tag is just...
It's because this is the linked account and you only have access to the payer account. So secretly, maybe that was what I was trying to show. But let's go into my Cost Explorer. So in here, I can see what I'm spending my money on, the look back over the last month. This is a really good tool just to kind of see your spend. So in here, I can see I'm looking for the last 2 months. Maybe I want to just focus on my month to date, just so I can focus in on that spend. So here I can see all of my different spend based on a dimension. At the moment, I have nothing. So let's just do service. So here, broken down by different colors, you can see what I'm spending my money on. And so you can see where I've optimized some stuff. So we're going to go through how to optimize some of these. To save time, I've created some reports. So when you're using Cost Explorer, you don't want to have to maybe manually go through and filter all the time. Maybe you have some tags you're looking at. Maybe there's certain services. So what you can do is you can make up a report by saying, oh, maybe I want to filter on CloudTrail, and then I can save this to my report library so that the next time when I log in, I don't have to do that every single time. So on my reports, let's go on to my...
Just a quick question for you, Steph. From Pratik. Pratik is asking, can you download this into CSV?
You can. So down here at the bottom, you can always download. Everyone loves loading into CSV, don't they? Yes. So all you need to do is click on this download CSV button, and you'll export that into the same file, and there it is.
CSV stands for cost separate notes.
I was like, I don't actually know what CSV stands.
Comma separated.
Oh yeah, of course. Come on.
Comma separated values. Come on.
Revoke
There's a
my-
TSV file as well, which only psychopaths use. Tab separated values. You should never
Oh
use.
God, yeah. Why is it doing that? And also just to add, you can access this through the API. I know my audience is today, they're developers, they do love an API. You can, but it costs you money.
Oh.
So just so you know,
Really?
because it's a lot of data. So it's coming from a place where there's a lot of information here. So it costs to go and query that. But this visual on the screen here, that is free. And also, if you do want those very specific granular data points, the cost and usage report will be your friend. That is where you want to focus. So I always recommend people do that. Use the cost and use report, which is basically a super massive set of data. Don't download it in a CSV because it will break your laptop.
That is true.
You should use Athena, which is a serverless database, instead to query it using SQL. So that is a much more efficient way to query your data. But today we're going quick. We're going stuff that you have access to now. So yeah, going to go into
amazing. Question here from a comment from Nikki MC says, "I like free. What else can I get free? You get the show for free, Nikki. This is free, right? Isn't it? You're welcome. By the way." Any questions you have, please feel free to drop in the chat. We hope to make it obvious that we're answering those things as we're going along, because we are doing this for you. Yes, you Twitch chat. So make sure to drop questions, ideas, and even feedback. If you feel like Cost Explorer is too complicated, or you would like to have tab separated value files for some reason, you psychopath, tell us. Yeah, we will get that feedback to the right people.
Yeah, definitely.
Amazing.
Yeah, keep your comments, questions coming in. If there's a service you want to optimize, maybe as we're streaming, I can also comment on that.
So let's actually talk about that, right?
Oh,
so
the optimizing.
we're gonna be optimizing this account, right? So we're gonna be doing some stuff here. We're gonna be talking about stuff how we can optimize this account here. Yeah. So I want to ask you, chat, right now. In the chat, drop a. I want Toby. Can you share my screen right now? Answer this question. Just click on my screen, Toby. Look at that. Beautiful. What service shall we focus on in the next 10-minute gap after the next session? What service, idle resources, storage, or CloudWatch? Drop 1, 2, or 3 in the chat to vote. That way we know what we should be doing. So make sure to just drop in those things in the chat. Yeah, I see a lot of CloudWatch people. So
people love the CloudWatch. It's my favorite.
And this is also a thing. So like chat, in the world of serverless, you spend pennies on your applications, just a couple of dollars. But then when you go ham with logging and observability, all of a sudden your CloudWatch log is it's not log. CloudWatch costs are double your compute costs. And that's where you need to find to optimize.
Chat, if you've looked at your cost and you can see CloudWatch is one of your top 5, let us know.
Yeah, exactly. So make sure to put those things in the chat. We will be looking at this after next session, which we have Meredith coming on in next couple of minutes.
Yeah, how much time have we got?
We have, what is it? We have 5 minutes.
Okay,
so
perfect.
let's look at your account again.
Switch us back to mine and I'll quickly show you this.
Okay.
So what I've done here is I have used instance type EC2 as my place where I'm going to filter to service. So this is just my EC2 spend. I've also filtered by usage type. So when you filter by usage type and you just have the usage types that correlate to the service, you get this bonus dashboard that looks at usage hours. So you can kind of see how much I'm spending. So I'm going to list off a couple of things that I did to start off with to save money. So number one, I changed instance type. So I looked at Compute Optimizer and I resized my instances to create smaller instances. So very simple, as was shown in Hassan's one, you can say that going from an 8 to a 4, I can halve the cost of your instance.
Right.
So I resized my instances, number one. Number two, I switched some to Graviton that I could do. So I looked at the application running, which could work with Graviton, and I changed it. And you can get a 40% price performance saving on doing that. The other one, the big one that's made the big drop off. So you guys can see there's this nice gap and it looks like I deleted my account. I did not. I use something called Instance Scheduler.
What is that?
This is a solution created by AWS, which users can do the same. So for your non-production accounts, if you are not using those services at night or on the weekend, turn them off. hopefully your applications are steady enough that you can, well, not steady, but you know what I mean, yeah, strong enough that you can turn them off at night and they'll come back up in the morning running. You should automate a lot of your account and resource creation. This allows you to kind of zero your spend on those EC2s when you're not using them. And people can save up to, I think, 70%. And at the end of this whole show, so stick around to the very end, I'll show you how much I saved across this account in total and a breakdown of each of those services. So Instance Scheduler, all you need to do is tag your instance with a certain tag and it will do it for you. So if I jump over to I've got to come into the right account setting. Forgive me while I log in. So this is my bad account resources. So I've got a bunch of different resources in here. Let me change branch.
So this is also what Steph is doing. That a couple of great comments here. Nikki is asking like, what happens if we what is it? What was the question? What's the downside of reducing the instance size? Again, it really depends what your application is running, but you should always try to right size your instance. That means use the smallest possible instance that provides your application the right resources for it to run at your scale. So, and it's easy to experiment, right? In the past, before the cloud, I had to buy a server and just hope that's good. And if it's not good, I just spent a lot of money for nothing. So you kind of have to play around, test it out, use things like Infracost, test how much it's going to cost, and just change, modify, see your application performance running. So that's also a great question. How do you test performance? Yeah, that's the thing that you should definitely look into and when evaluating your instance sizes. Chat, do not forget to claim. We're almost there. 17,000 out of 20,000 for me to change my shirt. I'll wear a Jurassic Park. No, I'll wear a Twitch shirt next. So make sure to do that. Okay, Steph, what is this?
All right, sorry guys. So just jumping in here, this is a jump box. So this is a really good example of things I've also saved, which is where you have a jump box or a bastion. You don't need that resource on 24/7. I don't know why people leave them on. You don't need to be logging into your instance at all, really, but people still have them. So I've tagged this resource with the schedule tag, and that actually should be UK time, which is in. Let me open up my notes again. Read me. Where's my tags? It should like this. So it should be, I'm in the UK. Well, normally I'm in the UK, as if you probably can tell from my accent. And I'm going to tag it with that. And then that, when I push that, will turn that instance off at night. And I'll see that kind of up and down. So it turns off on weekends, turns off on night. One other thing I did, because I know we're coming up on time, was my default instance type. So previously, this is a really small one.
Okay.
When I deployed this, if you deploy, this is CloudFormation, if I take out this line, I'm not going to do this live because I'm not logged in. If I take out this line and I don't say what kind of instance type I actually need for my deployment, Amazon gives you an M1 small, which...
Okay, M1 small?
Yeah, I wait, there was no reaction for a second from you. And I
M1
was
small?
I was thinking, I was like, Darko, you should know what these are.
That doesn't exist anymore.
No!
You should never use M1 small instances, please. Okay.
Someone had to run and set the check.
Yes, exactly.
No more checker today. Yeah, so if you don't put an instance type, it puts M1 small. And I didn't know that until I made this test account. So I was like, oh, why hasn't it asked me for an instance type? So please change your anything M1, anything M3, like change it to
not M1.
M6i or M7i, whatever the newest ones are.
Graviton instances, if you can. Go to Graviton.
If you can. So yeah, that was a fun one that I found out. So I mean, I've jumped through a couple of these. Like I said, I'll put this all in the repo so it's a bit easier to follow. But just to summarize, turn stuff off that you don't need. Like schedule the resources to go on and off. Schedule your auto-scaling groups. That was another one I did. I scheduled my auto-scaling groups to at night, close them down, open them back up in the morning, because again, I was doing this in a non-production account. And also make sure you're using the newest instance types and you can immediately start saving.
Amazing.
Perfect.
Well, speaking of saving, we're having an amazing person joining us, talking to us all about cost optimization and saving. We have Meredith joining us in a second to talk to us about cost optimization for builders, strategies from tracking to implementation. So yeah, after this wonderful fancy transition, we're going to have Meredith on. Meredith, hello.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning. Good afternoon to
Morning.
you.
Oh yeah,
Thank you.
afternoon. Fellow UK.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we brought a lot of folks from the UK apparently. So I don't know what's going on. It's some UK bias here. I don't know what's
Where's that coming from?
Where's that coming from? Hi, Meredith. How are you doing?
Hello. I'm well, thanks. It's been a great rainy day in Manchester because it's Manchester. So on schedule, started raining about 10 minutes ago.
Yes.
But yeah, it's
Yes.
been a great day. How about you guys?
Amazing.
Having fun so far?
having amazing fun, and I see both of you are definitely, both Steph and Meredith are FinOps celebrities in the show. So there's a comment here coming in from the tall one saying Meredith and Steph in one show. Like, I mean, I am in the presence of celebrities here. So are you Finlebrities? Is
Please, that's not a word.
no?
No, it's not
I
gonna.
don't
Make it
know. I don't know if
happen.
we're gonna make that happen. No.
No,
No.
I know. I heard the phrase tech celebrities, but are you Finlebrities?
Tech liberty.
Tech
No,
celebrities?
I feel like we should just stop.
We should stop. I'll stop right now. But Meredith, you should not stop. Tell us who you are. What do you do? You join us from Manchester, and what is the most expensive piece of IT equipment you ever bought?
Oh
Oh,
gosh. Interesting. Okay, I'll have to think about that one a little bit. So my name is Meredith Holborn. I am a senior technical account manager here at AWS. I've worked here for about 3 years, and I've been UK based that whole time. Most of my customers are UK public sector, so government folks. I have a real passion for cost optimization. I feel like this stuff is so known within AWS, but when you start talking to customers and even just engineers who are playing around with it, trying to learn it, maybe on a job search, they're not aware of this kind of stuff. And so I just love to shout about it and give people those big aha moments. Most
Okay.
expensive piece of equipment.
If you're shy, I spent $25,000 on an HP Dome system a long time ago. Well, I didn't pay out of my pocket, but I requested it, and I feel bad to this day about it.
Sure. I think probably, so when I first moved to the UK, I'm Canadian, and I've been here about 10 years. I needed a UPS, this
Okay.
big, huge battery thing. And I don't actually know how much I spent on it. I probably blanked that out on purpose. It's a coping mechanism to not remember those kinds of things. But that's probably the biggest, clunkiest, most expensive piece of equipment. And I hardly ever used it. So there you
See?
go.
But that's always good. I think spending money on a UPS uninterrupted power supply can help save your resources, your actual laptops in case of a power outage or a power spike or whatever. So it's a good
It's like
investment.
insurance.
It's
Yeah.
insurance. You
Yeah.
potentially saves money, which is great.
Yeah.
This show is all about insurance, right? Awesome. Meredith, can I quickly ask you to take your microphone and just raise it slightly above your lips, just because when you talk, you
Oh, we'll
puff
get
into
the
it.
pops. Okay, is that a
Yeah,
little better?
it's a bit better. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank
And so we have fellow Canadians. Rohini is here in Curious Orbit. Yeah, hey, these are Canadians from Canada. You're Canadian from Manchester. But yeah, excellent. Thank you so much for joining us, Meredith. Tell us, what are these strategies from tracking to implementation for cost optimization for builders?
Yes. So there was a lot of really good conversation already in that first segment with Hassan. A lot of similar themes about what I wanted to kind of highlight today. Those culture shifts of getting engineers and developers to feel that responsibility when they're building. And we don't live in a perfect world, and so there are resources out there that are legacy that maybe set it and forget it type of things, which in tech, no such
M1
thing,
small
in my
instances.
opinion.
M1 small instances. Yeah.
Exactly. All those GP2s, which we'll get to. So, you build these things, they sit there, they run, they're doing what they need to do. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it, as they say. So what I want to kind of focus on is, what can we do when we've already deployed a bunch of stuff and we know our costs are maybe running away from us a little bit, and we want to start to drill in and optimize. So I want to talk about the Cloud Intelligence Dashboard suites, which have been mentioned a little bit so far in the stream. These are some dashboards powered by QuickSight, which is AWS's business intelligence service. And we've built these, a group of TAMs actually based in Europe have created these based on your cost and usage report to be able to slice and dice and really dig into the details on the resources that you're running, find out how much they're costing you, sort things out by account, by tag, by cost center, all that kind of good stuff. So I'll just show you a quick public demo that we have to give you an idea of what is available. So let me just open up my screen share here.
We're gonna have Toby show it up on screen as well. So Toby, make sure to get Meredith's screen share, and let's have a look at this the dashboards. As you can see, Savgens loves the dashboards. Look at
Yes.
that. We all love
These
a
are
good
quite
dashboard.
popular. So we've
That's
got a
lot of
public.
money. let's just not glance over $732,000.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. And how much of that could maybe be cleaned up? Probably
Exactly.
a lot. So of course, this is dummy data that we're working with here. This is a public demo. Maybe if someone could pop the link in the chat for this,
Yes.
that'd be great. There is a list of dashboards. So we're up to what, 8 now? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 dashboards in this
Wow.
suite. I'm going to focus on the KPI dashboard for what I want to talk about today. But I just want to show you the Kudos dashboard because this is kind of our most granular, one of the more popular dashboards that we have. It starts off with a really high level overview of all of your spend. We break it down, your invoice spend by payer account, also your amortized spend. So for those of you who don't know what the difference between those are, your invoice spend is actually what your invoice comes in as, like it says on the tin. Amortized is going to take into consideration any upfront commitments that you might have made. So if you've purchased a 3-year all upfront savings plan for your compute spend, the amortized spend would show that commitment spread over the term rather than this big spike of cost.
Meredith, can I put my stupid hat on right now? What is Kudos?
Kudos. I knew you were
What does
going
it
to ask me
stand
this, and I didn't write it down. What does it? Steph, do you know what it stands for?
No, and I feel like a bad person.
Well,
'cause
you
my
don't
team
have to tell me. I don't care what it stands for, but I see like Yodlike and Savgens love. So Yodlike says we happily use Kudos since we have no budget for a FinOps platform, and Savgens says Kudos dashboard cured my depression. So it must be really
Guys,
important.
in the chat, please, somebody, I know people in the chat, please write in what Kudos is. And
Cost usage
Or
dashboard.
what do you
something,
think
something.
it stands for? Exactly. I think I've come up with a few different acronyms over the years. I
Cost
feel like
and
it's
usage
changed.
dashboard operations solutions. There you go. Thank you, Rohini.
Thank
and
you,
thank you to
Rohini.
Tall One.
Amazing. I did
So,
know
okay.
that somewhere in there.
Somewhere buried in here, the logic. Apologies, team, for
Yeah,
forgetting
sorry,
that.
guys. Also, well, I might say CID a few times, which is the cloud intelligence dashboards as a whole. So then we see it by product. So, break it down by service. We can do things like focus on a particular service and see how much that is costing us. When we do these filters, some of our other visuals on this screen are going to update to reflect a focus on just that specific service. So really dynamic, cool dashboards. You can see along the top, there's lots and lots of sheets. It digs into, so we've got kind of high level stuff at the beginning, digs into the different areas. Amazon S3, even though it is storage, is its own beast. So we've separated that out. Same with DynamoDB from databases. But we go along, we've got every potential service you can think of. And then if there is something that doesn't actually have a pre-built visual, I want to talk about the Optics Explorer.
Okay.
This is something probably close to Steph's heart, if it'll load for me.
Team Optics, love you guys.
FinOptics. What is Optics? I see Optics is also an acronym.
Oh Lord, Alex, I'm so sorry. Savannah, in the chat, find out what Optics is. Calling you out. I forget. I'm dyslexic.
Okay.
That's what I'm playing that card. I don't remember.
Okay. Well,
But
that's fine. So many acronyms. It is wonderful.
Meredith, tell us why it's so good.
Oh, did we lose Meredith?
The optics jokes are too much.
No, I think her.
Oh, the dashboard's loading.
I think her dashboard is loading. Meredith, can you hear us? Yeah, okay, she's back. Meredith, are you back?
While she's coming up, it's optimization intelligence for cloud systems. That's what Optics stands for.
Ah, thank you, Savgens. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. There you go. Meredith, are you still with us?
Perfect. I am back, I
Oh,
think. Yeah,
there you
sorry
are.
about that.
Yeah.
Plugging in
back,
apparently didn't solve all my problems, but it's better.
Okay,
Right. So
okay.
Optics Explorer is going to give you this option to essentially filter, so there's some pre-built visuals here, which you can always customize this stuff, guys. This is just what is out of the box. We can select some random services that do not have pre-built items. So one that comes to mind is Amazon Macy. See if our dummy data has any spend there. So now, if none of those other over 200 graphs and visuals and data points tell you what you want to know about Macy, you can do some filtering here. You could take a look and see which accounts are using those services. Some really cool stuff in here that helps us get that granular view.
Now, so let me ask you something. You showed these great dashboards, and these are like all just example dummy data dashboards, right? Can we implement this? I'm assuming the answer is yes, but can we implement these things in our account, and how complicated it is to create an Optics Explorer or a Cloud Intelligence dashboard inside of your own AWS account or set of accounts?
Yeah, great question. So these are publicly available templates that you can deploy.
okay.
So a quick site template. We offer some CloudFormation templates. We also have a command line tool that you can use to deploy the dashboards. And it just does everything for you. Super easy. We've got a public workshop. If we can pop that link in the chat at some point as well, would be really great. It has just been migrated to a new platform. So I want to shout out
Okay.
about that because we've moved to this new workshop studio platform. I think that it is a lot easier to follow. We've kind of updated a bunch of the documentation and the steps. There's things around customizations that you can do. There's FAQs in there. There's how to contact the team if you have some questions. Yeah, it's out there available for you to do. So let's talk about the next question that I can assume most people have is how much does it cost?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, like,
Because
if
we are
we don't
talking
want this
about
to be
cost.
cost more than the actual stuff we
Yeah.
want, right? So
That's it, right? So there are a lot of solutions out there that will do similar things to what Cloud Intelligence dashboards do. Third parties that will ingest your cost and usage report and spit out some dashboards like this for you. Typically, those pricing models are kind of a percentage of your AWS spend. So the nice thing here, so not only are all of these resources hosted in your own AWS account, you own them, you control them, they all use serverless on-demand services. So
okay.
you're only paying for what you're using. I talk to a lot of customers and a lot of fellow TAMs and solution architects at AWS about how do we break down this cost, because there's a bunch of little services that get used, and how does this all break down? And I just want to say that the main cost that you're going to look at here is your quick site licenses. Those
Okay.
can get a little expensive depending on how many authors that you have. But there are ways around that as well. Of course, you can optimize your quick site licenses. There's commitments and subscriptions you can make. And then the other main factor is the size of your cost and usage report or your CUR. So that's getting stored in an S3 bucket, that's getting ingested into a glue table, and it's also being queried by Athena. So the size of that is really the key thing that we can use to try and calculate some costs. But please don't ask me to tell you exactly how much it's going to cost you because it's pretty much impossible.
Yeah.
See, one of the things we missed out, we should have printed out a sign, like one of these glowing signs that says it depends.
Oh, yeah.
Everything today, when it comes to cost, it depends.
Can I add to for the licenses thing? So when this is just like more of a warning. So with QuickSight, there's two different types of paying for it. There's authors and there's readers. So authors will be people like us who are like deploying, central teams who are deploying this dashboard, and they manage the dashboard. And they have a slightly more expensive. It's $24 a month or $18 if you have a subscription that Meredith mentioned. And so if you have that, that's like the more expensive one. A reader is 30 cents per 30 minutes of accessing the dashboard. So if I open up the dashboard like Meredith is now, it's 30 cents per 30 minutes up until $5. Okay, so there's a cap on that. So what you want to make sure is that your authors pay for the author license and your readers have the reader ability. The way you do this is making sure that the IAM roles have that restriction in it. So it's just checking your IAM policy. This is in documentation as well, but it's just like, if you are going to deploy this, let us know. But make sure that you restrict the author access. Otherwise, everybody who's going to log into this dashboard will be able to make their own dashboard, and that can cost you money. So just from experience, limit that access using IAM.
That is good. And there's a comment here from I think it was, where is it? It's the tall one. They stated the whole stack costs us around $50 a month. Now, I don't know if that's the actual cost, but let's say it is $50, and I think $50 is a really good investment in such a thing. I was building out physical servers that would do like all of these kinds of dashboards for costs, and it would cost thousands of dollars to purchase and set up and all that fun stuff. So $50 a month to have a really nice overview of your costs is just great. And Meredith, how do we just use this? Like, okay, so you showed us a bunch of stuff here. I see forecast spend, and for example, for Macy here, what do I do with this?
Yes, great question. So I'm going to pop over to the KPI dashboard. So the Kudos dashboard is just sort of telling us what we're spending. We can drill into it by accounts, and we can, maybe we'll see a spike. Actually, I just want to highlight this month over month sheet, because this one, I love it for that really easy, it's in my face. Oh, what's that? Let's go investigate that a little bit. So again, we're putting this lens of, we don't know what we're spending yet. We're starting to build our FinOps journey here. So we just need to assess first. Cost visibility is step number one there. We can see really easily which services are moving up and down. And then, like I said, we can then use that data to drill in, maybe have a chat with a team. If all of a sudden, these accounts have decreased by 100%, there's no more resources, but that was a production account. What happened? There's so much that we can gain insight-wise from the data that's presented here, but it is a lot. So when I'm talking to my customers, go ahead.
What is movers? When you say movers, are you talking about like just cost movers?
Yeah. So there's movers by how much spend month over month. We can look at that both on the service side and the account side. So if you only care about, are my developers in their sandboxes behaving, we can look at this month over month trend by account and see which are the top movers by account. So which accounts are spending more. So forgive the dummy data. These are obviously not what your AWS accounts will look like. But this would normally be a 12.
You don't know me. Maybe it is. I
And this visual itself, this month over month tab, is my favorite tab. I think Aaron, who I think is the tall one in the chat, it pointed this out to me. It's so powerful if you are starting out and you're not sure how that you should start optimizing. It is a way that you can drill into stuff. You can order by, which is Meredith showing, and you can say, okay, what's changing? Things are going up. Oh, I didn't know. Why is my CloudWatch going up? Let me go look at who's causing that, what account it is, and giving you a path to kind of go down. So it just simplifies the process. So if you are going to deploy it, check this out and see which is your biggest movers. It will really help you channel your optimization.
I love that. And there's a comment here from Partha stating that, and it's always a very positive comment. For almost a year now, we've been using the Kudos dashboard, that we know what stands for right now, and Cost Explorer to manage our expenses. Results are simply amazing. We're happy that you love it. And also, folks in the chat, tell us, is there a cost optimization tool that helped you a lot, and what it is, and maybe share it with the rest of us. Maybe it's some secret that nobody knows, and then you want to share it with the rest of the chat. Please put it in the chat.
That's it. Amazing. I just want to shout about these dashboards any chance I get, because not everybody knows about them, and they can really, really come in useful.
Yeah.
So I've just shown here how I can zoom in on that one service and see who's responsible for that. So this account is the one that's spending all this money, so I can go have a word with them.
Oh, that's really cool. You see it per account. That's really great, because especially when you isolate like environments and applications on accounts, you can actually get that. That's pretty cool. Can you see? I'm gonna go back to Steph. Can we see here based on tags?
Cool.
Yes.
Okay. Good.
You have to add it in. Sorry, I was just like, yeah. And then I realized I forgot for a second. So when you do that, you have to add in your tags by. It's like a separate process to pull it in. And do you remember, guys, I showed you earlier the cost allocation tags? Yeah. You have to have done that to make the tags go into the cost and usage report, and then you can add that as a filter. So it's like a manual extra step, somewhat manual. There's automation behind it, but you choose it because what Darko is tagging will be different to how I tag, to how Meredith tags, because everyone has their own tagging structure. So the Kudos team can't, and CID team can't assume they know what you're going to tag.
Yeah.
So we have to kind of you fix that yourself.
But you should tag. That's very important. Okay, awesome.
You should, and you should bring them into your dashboards. We have some videos on YouTube for that as well. I don't know if I popped the link for the Cloud Intelligence Dashboards YouTube channel, but you can easily find that searching.
I'll find it.
Thanks. So I just want to switch over to the KPI dashboard. So I've got, here's one I prepared earlier for before my cost optimization actions. And the KPI dashboard, so key performance indicator, comes with 18 KPIs that we believe are things that you should, at the very minimum, be looking at and thinking about as far as your AWS spend goes. These are focused on cost optimization, but also performance. So it's not always going to be suggesting things that are cheaper for you, but it's going to improve your performance at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
I want to zoom in on this GP2 to GP3 topic.
Okay.
It's still so prevalent. I talk to customers all the time. It's a set it and forget it. It's the default for so many AMIs that are available.
Mm-hmm.
So when we're looking at our data, we can define what we think a good goal is for how much of our EBS spend do we want to be GP3
Okay.
of our GPs. So this is not taking into account your IO volumes at all. This is just GPs.
Mm-hmm.
So the suggested value is about 50%. You should have 50%. But if for you want to bring that down to something that you feel you can meet, there's a lot of psychology around having an achievable goal. So if you're just trying to encourage your teams, you could lower it to something like 40% if you wanted. And then that's going to reflect on our KPI tracker. So all of the suggested KPIs we have in here, these cover things around using Spot more often, upgrading to Graviton, committing to savings plans. So looking at not having on-demand spend for your compute.
Now, Meredith, would there be any reason, or anybody in the chat, would there be any reason for us to not use GP3 volume sizes, or because you said a metric here, like 40%, right? The goal. Is it just because we don't want to spend time migrating off of GP2 to GP3? Is that the only issue, or is there some other performance cost issue to moving from GP2 to GP3?
Yeah. So when I talk to my customers, making changes and spending time on this stuff is not what a lot of people want to do. We want to focus on the new, cool, exciting stuff and move things forward. So we're just making this 40% goal something that's achievable, and we can look at the volumes we have. So if we pop into the EBS tab, it breaks down all of the volumes and snapshots that we have. We could decide on the top 10 spending GP2 volumes and just migrate those over, modify those volumes to GP3. There's things to consider in this. You don't want to just switch everything straight over. The IOPS and the throughput.
Mm-hmm.
So the big thing between GP2 and GP3 is your baseline with GP3 is higher, and it's not based on the size of the volume like it was with GP2. So if you needed higher IOPS and higher throughput on a GP2 volume, you have to increase the size of your volume, which maybe means you have way more space than you actually need. Therefore, you're spending more than you need, but you need that performance. So with GP3s, we can keep the volume size what we actually need to spend, and then we can up those IOPS and throughput if we need to. But like I said, that baseline is going to be higher anyway. So we could do a like for like. You're always going to save money, and your performance should be better.
The one thing I always look for is if it's under a terabyte. That's the thing, because the baseline IOPS for GP3 is 3000, and that's the same as 1 terabyte in GP2. So you get the same IOP performance. So if anything, so I try and filter my data by that. Anything less than a terabyte, boom, good to go, make the change. And when you make that migration from 2 to 3, you'll have no downtime either. It's an instant change that happens in the background. Amazon takes care of it. You don't have to worry. Or IO1 to GP2, it will do it all for you, to GP3, sorry. But yeah, for GP2 to GP3, 1 terabyte or less, good starting point. And then the rest is that imaginary it depends sign that we want to pull up, depending on how much you actually need to utilize.
So anything under a terabyte is the good candidate
go.
for this. So check it out. Definitely, I think one of the things you pointed out, Meredith, here is like just the priorities of doing things. Implementing new shiny stuff is kind of always more seen in the company's eyes, more important than optimizing cost. And again, especially because there is a difference between costs, and they may not see it immediately. But I think with something like actual dashboards like this, where you can showcase how things would change, or with tools like Infracost, how much it would change if our main production stack would switch all of the volume sizes from GP2 to GP3. You can actually see that, and if they see a couple of $1,000s or tens of thousands of dollars, they may actually change their mind. Like, okay, let's spend some cycles on improving that. So for folks in the chat who are saying that, patching, migrating backend stuff is never the priority, show them the financial gain from it, and you'll see how the priority bumps up immediately. So really good. By the way, folks, thank you for committing points. I'm going to change my shirt, and I said I'm gonna be wearing my Twitch
What have
shirt.
we got?
I have a Twitch shirt. So for fans of Twitch,
I vote for layering the shirts on top of each other as
my
it goes on,
goodness.
and then you can end up
Like Joey
like
from
this.
Friends.
Joey from Friends. Oh God, that would be amazing. Oh yeah. I may do that at the end, so stick until the end if you want to see this guy wear all the shirts in the world.
I mean, that's an incentive.
Oh my God, the zoom in on the shirt.
Zoom in on the shirt. Yeah. So folks,
That's a good shirt.
This is the Twitch shirt. It has all of your favorite Twitch emotes. It does not, however, have the best emote in the world, and that is Steph right now on chat. But yes, pineapple on pizza as well, and with all of the fun best Twitch emotes as well. So
fun tip, did you know pineapple on pizza or Hawaiian pizza is a Canadian thing?
It's a Canadian thing. It's weirdly Canadian. Yeah, it's weirdly Canadian.
I didn't know that. There you go. Weirdly Canadian.
Weirdly Canadian. So Jenna says, where did you get
there,
the shirts? The shirts I buy. This one I actually got at TwitchCon, but most of my shirts are coming from like thrift shops. So there you go. Yeah, being frugal with my my shirts.
Yeah, you shouldn't spend too much money on those.
No. Amazing. Okay, Meredith. What else do we have to look in here? So we're gonna bring your screen back on, and what are we looking at?
Right. So just quick. Steph alluded to how easy it is to do this volume change. So again, in this magic of television, one I prepared earlier, I have the command here that I'm going to send through to my account. Hopefully I'm still authenticated. We'll see how the timing goes. Basically, we're using the AWS CLI, modifying a volume type GP3, the volume ID that I've pulled out from my KPI dashboard. And I just hit enter.
Wait, is this all you need to do?
Of course not, because it's live.
Yeah, of course.
Volume ID.
Yes,
volume. I missed a hyphen. That's all.
Exactly.
Okay.
But is this all you need to do? That's so so when it comes to migrating disks and volumes, that's usually a very scary proposition to do, right? But if this is a single command, just AWS EC2 modify volume, that is crazy.
Yeah,
I love it.
It's very simple when it makes such a big change. And it's not, guys, we know if you have one volume and you make the change, it's only 20%. And that feels like it's not that big of an impact. But if every one of your accounts and every one of your EC2s has it, just scale that number up and it just expands hugely. So every single one you change will make an impact to your organization.
Yeah. That is fair.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. So you made the change?
I made the change. Live demos. And now I load my dashboard up the next month, and I can see that I've now hit my goal of 40% of my EBS volumes are now GP3. Well, 47. So I've even increased, past the goal I had. So now we can keep iterating on this. But yeah, the great thing is you can export this list of resources that's already here. So you don't need to do any commands to get your volume IDs. You can just download a list of them from this dashboard. Everything is just here for you. Again, so much data. I really encourage you guys to have a look at the public demos and just poke around a little bit and see what you can find out, because there is just so many insights that you can uncover. Accounts that you might not know about, services that should never have been running that have been sat there for over a year because the person left the business, things like that. all sorts of things can happen.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And there's a comment here from saying that we auto switched 40,000 EBS volumes to GP3 when it came out with Echelon 1. It was a buckle up moment. So I
Amazing.
cannot state how brave you are. Modifying storage volumes just like that is a very big feat.
But it's a low impact change. It's fine.
It is.
It's a low impact change if it works.
We did that first.
What if it doesn't work? So I'll give you a story of a younger Darko. Younger Darko decided to change a file system on one of the servers I ran. I decided, you know what, all the cool kids are using ZFS. I'm going to use ZFS. And I decided I want to do it like on a live system. It's going to be a couple of hours of downtime. It was all hours of downtime. It never came up. so that was in the time of manually doing things. But yeah, it wasn't really good. So, but I am a fan of. I actually posted posted it in the chat. So here's the command Meredith used. That's it. Like this is going to modify your volume. What?
But if you're doing it through infrastructure as code, do it in the infrastructure as code.
Yes.
Okay.
So
because
my next point was going to be, okay, now we've cleaned up some of our legacy stuff. How do we not have to go through this exercise again? We build it in.
We build it in. How do we build it in?
So we do things like we create our own AMIs that use GP3. So I had mentioned in the chat, and I think I might have even mentioned earlier when we've been chatting, that so many of the AMIs that are out there, you just go launch an instance and you pick one, it's going to be GP2. And so being conscious of selecting that dropdown and changing it to GP3. If everybody in the chat right now wants to submit a PFR to AWS to change the default to GP3, I'd be happy to put that through to our service teams.
Yeah.
How do we do that? How do we do that
myself?
And say you saw it on Build on Live.
How do we make the product feature request?
Well, I can do that because I'm a TAM. So
okay.
Yeah,
so,
I've got good connections to service teams.
So chat, here's an ask for you right now. Type in the chat right now. Please change to GP3.
Do it.
Just put it in the chat. We're gonna screenshot it and send it to the service teams. They're gonna know what's happening because they're gonna watch this video, because of course they're watching this live stream.
Who's not?
Put it in the chat. Just do like I'm gonna do it here. Please change to GP3. And you can drop an emote you like. Let me drop an emote as well. Yeah, I think that's very important. And like, building your own AMIs is also a thing. Like a lot of companies do that, right? Not relying on existing AMIs, but they're pre-baking AMIs with AWS image. Is it Image Builder or AMI Builder?
I think it's.
There's a service called Image Builder or AMI Builder.
I think it's Image Builder.
Image Builder,
yeah.
Yes. A service called Image Builder or open source tool like Packer. You can use all of those things to build images, to pack them, set them up, and then use GP3 as the default volume type. Solves all your problems, all of those things.
Your launch instances for auto-scaling groups, all of that kind of stuff, right?
Correct.
Change your defaults, please.
Correct.
If you don't do it for yourself, do it for me.
Exactly. And then if you use infrastructure as code, just do the following thing. I'm gonna type a command in the chat. Take all of your Terraform, CloudFormation, CDK, Pulumi, whatever, OpenTofu. Just change all GP2 to GP3. Don't do it. I'm sorry, but that's how you should do it in the correct way. Modify infrastructure as code. When you launch an instance, make sure you're launching it as a GP3. It doesn't have any impact. Like it shouldn't have any impact on your general purpose applications or anything like that. Stop using GP2. Stop using M1 small.
Stop using GP2 where it's the wrong. It's like not the right one.
Exactly. It's not the right one. Yeah.
There is edge cases where it is,
right.
But the default
very
is
small edge cases.
Yeah, very small.
So what's the edge case?
It's the reverse of like if you need to.
No, what do you know of an edge case where you have to use GP2?
I have had them, but I can't remember what they are.
There you go. They're so edge.
I was doing one example. So there is a GP2 to GP3 calculator on our website somewhere. I'll try and find it, pop it in the chat later.
Okay.
But if you just you pop in the volume size and your IOPS and throughput, and it calculates how much you could save if you move to GP3. So there's a few cases where the volume size was small, but I needed really high IOPS, let's say. You pay more for that in GP3 because you're paying for those additional IOPS. Again, what are the chances you need a 10 gigabyte volume with 4,000 IOPS? I mean, it can happen.
It can happen, yeah.
So there are a few cases where you might not save money. It might actually be more expensive, but your performance should be better because GP3 is the modern edition anyway.
Okay, Meredith, I'm going to listen to you right now, and I am going to go. I have a server. Toby, can you share my screen right now? It should be there. That's the one. Yes, thank you. So I have a couple of instances here. I have a WordPress website running somewhere. I think this one is. Let's see. So I think this runs WordPress. Does it run WordPress? It doesn't. I was hoping that it would do something. Actually do something. I'm looking for an instance that does a thing. Let's see. Do I have something in North Virginia? I want to find an instance that does something. I want to change the volume size. Oh, look at it. This is an actual Minecraft server. But I can't show how it works. Let's see. I want to see the storage. It's an ABS volume. Is I can't see GP2 now. Let's see. This is the volume size. This is the volume. Is it GP2? I would imagine it is GP2. It's a GP2. All right. So I'm going to take this volume and I'm going to modify it right now live on stream. First of all, let me actually check this. Can I log into the server? Can I connect to it? Connect. Session manager. Connect.
You can do this through the console too, obviously, Darko, but we're in the CLI world.
We are all about command line. Look at that. So who am I? Who am I? I am SSM user and cat. Etsy. Release. This is an Ubuntu 22.04 server. Awesome. df-h. We have a 100 gig volume with 18% use. Glorious. So let's go back. Find a volume here. This. Where's my volume? Storage. And again, you can do this through the command console. You said as well. I can.
Actions menu, modify volume, very first option.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
That's how much we want you to do it, that it's the first option.
First thing you do. Okay, awesome. So let's do it like this. Okay, AWS EC2 modify volume ID. I'm trying to remember the command. Is it just
volume type?
Volume type, okay.
Yeah.
Volume type GP3.
Yep.
Does this look good, chat? Is this fine? Should I hit the enter button? Will I break my Minecraft server? Remember, I use this Minecraft server. Do it. Do it.
Do it. Do it. Oh.
Okay.
So that's the same error.
I know. Region.
I was thinking that place.
US East 1.
Way.
It's modifying. Okay, awesome. So target size, okay, it's going to be going to GP3, target throughput 125. Awesome. There's a start time. Now, it does take a moment, right? So you will see that it is GP3, and it is optimizing. It is currently optimizing the sim, so it's basically doing all the changes. So I wonder. Wow, this thing is still running. What? Is it really?
What is still running?
The server. I was kind of hoping it's going to be some sort of at least a reboot or something.
No, it's nothing.
No, nothing.
It's changed. Has it changed?
No. It is optimizing. So you can see its volume is GP3. It is state is in optimizing. As you can see, glorious. It is compute optimized. That's fine, but this is optimizing 0%. But the volume is GP3. Which is amazing. I love it. Is that it?
And you thought it was going to crash.
I was kind of hoping it's going to crash and burn so we can laugh at me.
You wanted the drama.
I'm the ultimate storage drama queen. Okay, well, there we go. That was simple. Thank you, Meredith. I appreciate this.
Thank you.
I am now going to go and change all of my volumes to GP3 somehow. But you see it in the chat. Toby, can you bring back? Well, you can remove my chat screen, so you can see it in the chat that there's a bunch of people already commenting on. Remove my screen. Thank you so much. There's a bunch of people already commenting about make GP3 the default. So yes, please make GP3 the default. Service team, product team, listen to us. Listen to chat. We have 500 people here, all saying move to GP3. So there we go.
Do it.
There we go. Meredith, is there something we missed? Is there something that we have not asked you? Is there something we skipped?
I wouldn't mind adding one other thing about CID.
Please.
The intelligence dashboard.
Yeah. In general, so one thing that we get asked a lot is that people log into the dashboard, you deploy it across your entire cost and use report, and then people say, I don't want to look at everyone's data, I just want to look at my data. And if you have 1,000 accounts, that can be quite annoying to go through and find your account and filter. And so what we've done is we created something using row level security in QuickSight, which basically uses the tags on your AWS account in the organization to figure out who can have access to your data. So you tag the AWS account with emails, and then when your user logs in, remember that reader user we spoke about before, when they log in, they just see their data. So that simplifies the process no longer, because we've already talked about how much we don't want to click about in stuff when we were talking about the pricing calculator. People want simplicity. So by deploying that part of the solution, just an extra CloudFormation template you need to deploy, that means that you can restrict the view. And so people can only see their data. I mean, they have less work to do finding their accounts, and also they can see the impact of their changes straight away, rather than being like, oh, what's that other account doing? And they're wasting loads of money. Why are you asking me to save money? All that stuff. So that really to simplify it.
Helps with the overwhelm of how much data is in there too, right? If we can just, I only want to see what I care about.
Yeah.
Really helps.
Amazing. Meredith, one last question from Nikki. If you get one tip to share for cost optimization or whatever in life, what would it be?
Well, I have this saying, everything is wrestling, but we won't get into that right now.
Whoa.
That's my life tip. That's my
Everything
life
is
tip.
wrestling.
Everything is wrestling. Everything is a production trying to get a reaction out of you.
Okay, I love that.
I'll tell you guys more about it later. Yeah. But as far as cost optimization on AWS goes, I have kind of my quick wins that I talk to my customers about at the very beginning. It helps whet their appetite for wanting to do this kind of stuff if they can see some results really fast. So GP2 to GP3 is an obvious one. The other one is savings plans commitments.
Yeah.
You can do no upfront. You can spend absolutely zero money and just commit to say, I'm going to keep using AWS Compute for the next year, and you'll save money. The third one is S3 intelligent tiering. Please use that as your default storage class when you are uploading items into S3. It costs, well, it doesn't cost a lot, but it's a process, and there is cost related if you need to move from standard to intelligent tiering. So if you just start now, put in everything into intelligent tiering, you're going to save loads of money on your standard storage.
Amazing, amazing. Meredith, thank you so much. I'm learning a lot. This may be simple to both you and Steph, but for me, this is all kinds of things that, again, I don't really think about. So
Yes.
If any of you in the chat are like, if any of you in the chat are like me and don't really think about this, we should. So yeah. I love that. S3 intelligent tiering, absolutely a game changer. So make sure to do that. I actually once saved my customer 80,000 euros a month by turning that on.
By turning on?
S3 intelligent tiering.
Oh, but sorry.
80,000 euros a month intelligent tiering, just because all of their stuff was just in normal S3, and it was like a lot of data. So yeah,
it's such a simple. It's just so simple, and like it does it all for you. We're looking at obviously a lot of automation today, and that is one that's inbuilt for you to take advantage of.
Yeah.
And I mean, you can obviously use your own life cycles. If you know your storage is not being used, set up a life cycle. It's cheaper. But if you're not sure what's going on and you're like, I can't bother to look at all this data, let Amazon do it for you.
Amazing.
Yeah, random access patterns, just use intelligent tiering.
Yes, exactly. That's a great tip. Awesome. Meredith, thank you so much. Folks in the chat, go check out the dashboard demos. It's free to check out. You can see all of the stuff that Meredith played around with. If that is a thing that can help serve some purpose for you, you're welcome. If not, you're welcome. Amazing. Meredith, thank you so much. We're going to be back right after
Thanks,
this
Darko.
little transition thing, and we're going to be discussing and optimizing some CloudWatch, I think. Okay, so before we get into the thing on CloudWatch optimization, let's have a look at the agenda, and then we're going to be running off some ads. So if Toby can bring up the agenda so I can talk over it a bit, I guess. There is a midday agenda. Okay, so far we've seen Terraform cost optimization estimation with Infracost with Hassan. Wonderful session. Open source tooling, yes. We talked to Meredith right now with cost optimization for builders, dashboards. I learned what kudos is and all that fun stuff, and optics as well. Pretty cool. Thank you, chat, for telling us all about what are these acronyms stand for, because acronyms are fun. But in a couple of moments, we are going to be having Ethan Sumner joining us, both Steph and me, as we talk about cost optimization, ticket management, and automation. So that's coming up in a couple of minutes. After that, we have Stephen joining us to automate some idle resources. So Stephen from CloudFix is joining us too as well. So he's going to be here in the studio, which is glorious, amazing. And then lastly, Rohini is coming here to talk to us about the top 5 tips when it comes to cost optimization. Yes, cost
All
optimization.
optimization.
All optimization.
All
Yes,
optimization.
Rohini is going to optimize everything for us. Amazing, cool. So we're going to be right back. We're going to play you some wonderful little videos on shows and stuff we do right here on Twitch. Do not go anywhere. We're going to be back in 3 minutes. See you in a bit.
If you're looking for a one-of-a-kind cloud learning experience, tune in to the official AWS channel. Join the community of thousands of AWS enthusiasts who watch and interact live with their favorite hosts.
Twitch, what's your favorite AWS service? Let us know in the chat.
Just some of the reasons twitch.tv/AWS is so awesome. Over 60 shows covering generative AI, open source, cost optimization, and more. Chat directly with our technical experts in real time, no registration required. Get answers to your burning questions and connect with other like-minded cloud builders. Share your own projects, get feedback from others, and even earn platform rewards just for participating in the chat. What are you waiting for? Join the global AWS community and follow us at twitch.tv/AWS.
Hey, do you want to save money on your AWS bill? Learn about the new trends in optimization, or hear about how other customers are improving their workloads? Or check out the Keys to AWS Optimization, the show where we share stories, concepts, and solutions to help you unlock your spend at AWS. We're on Twitch every Thursday at 10:30 Eastern Time. See you there.
Hey developer legends, are you ready to immerse yourself in the world of live coding? Want to learn from top developers at AWS partners including Scicode, Datadog, Snowflake and Vercel? Then join me on the Big Dev Theory. We understand the challenges posed by the constantly evolving technology landscape, and we're here to help equip you with the knowledge and skills to stay well ahead. In our Twitch live stream series, we tackle challenging coding projects and explore state-of-the-art technologies. Perhaps you're keen to learn how to secure source code and intellectual property in software development environments, or maybe how to create a seamless experience through automated deployments, processes, instant scaling, performance optimization. We've got you covered. So tune in, connect with fellow cloud builders, and even get your questions answered live by experts on the show. Join us every Tuesday at twitch.tv/AWS.
Well, that was fun. Absolutely fun. We even showed your ad.
I know.
Steph has a weekly show, by the way, folks. If you have not noticed, Steph does a weekly show on Twitch where it's called Keys to Cost Optimization. It's all about data. I don't know. It's all
It's all about this show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you have not checked out Steph's show, it's happening every week.
Thursday.
I've
got to do that 10:30 Eastern time.
10:30.
I had to work it out. Obviously, I do it in the UK. But yeah, every week we have guests on. We talk all about this subject's optimization. We'll have customers coming on and sharing their stories. We'll have experts from AWS coming on and sharing it. We do a lot of demos of those dashboards that you just saw and give you ways in which you can save. And if you want to come on, then message. And if you have any questions, then feel free to message me. Oh, it's not on the screen, but AWS Steph is my Twitter, LinkedIn, all that stuff. So come find me.
Yeah, you can find Steph on all the socials. Make sure to reach out. Now, Steph, before we get in, we have Ethan coming here in a couple of minutes. Actually, how much time? Oh, we have 10 minutes. Do we have 10 minutes? We have 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Let's optimize CloudWatch in 5 minutes. We asked you, you told us what should we focus on optimizing in Steph's account, and you said CloudWatch. Let's look at some of the steps we can do to optimize your CloudWatch spend. Now, for folks who don't know, CloudWatch is the logging and monitoring and observability platform coming from AWS. Anything from metrics, alarms, logs, traces, and all of those fun things are in CloudWatch. It is a critical tool, critical feature for any application running on AWS. And it can be expensive, especially at scale. So let's bring in Steph's screen and see what's going on and what can we talk about. I see B. DeVingo is so excited about CloudWatch. Yes, I also get very excited about. So okay, awesome.
Okay, so if I go into my spend, we're going in. I'm going to rush through clicking here.
You don't have to rush. Ethan can wait, right? Ethan, you can wait. That's fine.
Okay, so in my account, I'm not spending a ton of money on CloudWatch because I'm not using a massive amount of applications, but you are going to be doing it a bit bigger than me. So up here, you can see I'm not spending a lot, but you can see my current usage. I am using it. And so CloudWatch, people sometimes think I'm going to optimize CloudWatch, and you think, oh, it's really simple. It's just one service. No.
Okay.
There's so many parts of CloudWatch. CloudWatch, if we look at my CloudWatch screen, all these things on the side of my screen, they all have different pricing models. They all have different ways in which you utilize them. They all connect to different services. And so it can be a bit overwhelming when you try and optimize CloudWatch. So I'll share a link in a second in the chat for a way you can dive into your specific usage, and you can use your cost and use report to figure out where you are spending the most money. Okay. And that is one of the first things. Actually, I'll just show you because I've got my screen share. Exactly. So I go on to this well-architected labs. This has a query library, which has a bunch of queries pre-made and tested for you. And if I go on my management and click on CloudWatch.
Can I ask you what CUR stands for?
Sorry, I jumped in. Cost and usage report. So the cost and usage report is the massive data set that I mentioned earlier. And so that's what you run through Athena, and you can access all this information. Okay. And this query that we've got up on the screen will allow you to figure out what usage types you're actually using and then narrow down your optimization field. But let's get into some actual optimization. So what can we be doing? So one of the main things that is costing people money is logs. So logs, there's two prices, there's two charges. Number one, storage. Okay, same as we've been talking about, just like S3. You store data in the cloud, you pay for it. The other thing is processing. So all the logs that are ingested through CloudWatch.
I'm looking for storage. Don't worry about it.
There's processing fee. The storage fee is a lot smaller than the processing one, but you can improve it. So on my screen at the moment, I've got a bunch of different log groups. Do you want to show something?
Just cheap storage. I'm just keep talking. I'm sorry. I'm just annoying. I'm just bringing in
keeping
storage.
People from saving
expensive storage, floppy disks,
all the floppy disks.
Okay, storage.
So if you look at my log group in here, so I've just chosen a random one. So this is from my EKS cluster. What happens is that a log group has been created to capture all my logging. However, when it gets set up, if it's set up by Amazon, we set it to never. How do I zoom in really quickly?
Command plus.
Command plus. There we go. So I zoom in. There you go. Retention is never expire. Okay. So this data will last forever.
Okay.
Which means you pay for it forever. So what you can do is you can change this to be a shorter retention period based on your usage. So if I go up to actions, I can change, retention settings, and I can change it to a bunch of different ones. So if my application is running every single and maybe you only need a week or a month's worth of data.
Exactly.
If it's running once a month, maybe I need a couple of months worth of data. So I can make that change, and it will get rid of any older logs. So it will delete them for you, and your storage costs will go down. Processing. Now, the bigger thing is with processing is a classic, it depends. So if you need the logs, you need the logs, and therefore you'll pay for the ingestion of the logs. However, you do not need all the logs all the time. So if I go back to my log groups and find my Lambda.
Yeah, because remember, sometimes you actually may need to keep your logs forever.
Yeah.
There are regulatory reasons, legal reasons why you have to do those things.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't have to do it most of the time.
Yeah.
So,
so in this example, this is the Lambda function that I'm going to talk about a little bit later. And what I've been doing is I'm spitting out numbers 1 to 1,000. So all of this is logs. This is an example of when someone's running a process and they're just like print the output, print the output, print the output, or like log the output. You'll pay for all those lines of code in that information. And is this relevant to what you're doing? Probably not. Are you looking through it? Probably not. So the cue for you guys out there is when you enable logging, especially things like Lambda functions and applications you have full control over, think about what you're going to tell, what is the log for?
Yeah.
And what is it going to help you fix a problem? If you're logging and you use logging to debug and to fix your applications, what information do you actually need? Bringing back that point again, do you need it? And keep it in. If it's just other information that is not relevant, don't pay for the processing fee.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's a good point, because like a lot of us, myself included, when we troubleshoot, we put a console.log and whatever right in your Lambda functions, and you're trying to kind of output a lot of things. You're like, oh, it doesn't matter. It's just debug. Nobody's going to see it, but your logs see it. And any extra line you add, and if you have a million invocations, a billion invocations of a Lambda function, you're going to feel that single console.log file. So just make sure to optimize your applications not to be too chatty when they don't need to.
And there is a way to figure out which log group using the graph. I thought I had it saved. I think it's in my other account, but I can share a link in the chat about how you can figure it out. Okay. The last thing I'll quickly add is monitoring. So detailed monitoring, which is where you change your CloudWatch monitoring from 5 minutes to 1 minute. Okay, so if you need an application and you need to know per minute, and you really have to know that information, it's production and it's really important, you pay for that.
You pay for it, yeah.
If you don't need that information, then turn it off. This will save you a ton of money because you're paying for the detailed monitoring and you're paying for the metrics. So if I look in my cloud formation on my stressed EC2, this bit here, you can see the monitoring. I've turned that to false, and that will mean that it does not enable detailed monitoring. We've seen this massively help with EKS. I'm just wondering if I have my EKS solution on this account, and that'll be my last bit. Because in EKS, there's 5 different monitorings you can enable, and you pay for each individual one. However, people don't need all of them all the time, and so by keeping the audit module, which is the audit logging, which is probably the most important one for what you were talking about, tracking over time and for security and kind of whatever reasons like your organization requires you to have it, that's really important. But if you don't need the other ones, turn them off. And it's, I don't have it in this account. So that's not a very good demo. Apologies. Okay. But just turn off the detailed monitoring and or just enable monitoring that you require. And that will be a big way to spend CloudWatch. A couple of other things like dashboards, checking if you actually need all the dashboards and if you could reuse them is really good by variabilizing things. But the main thing is go and figure out what usage type is actually being used. So you can see this in the curve. If I do a group by usage type, I'm only using time storage apparently. So that's all I'm spending my money on is that time storage. So please go and check out what usage type. So what I've done is service, and then oh no, here we go. If I change that, there we go. These are my usage types.
$1. Look at that.
Whoa.
A whole $1.
So you can see all these different usage types. Time storage is the storage one we spoke about. Data processing is the ingestion, alarms, and also some metrics monitoring usage. That's metrics monitored usage is my detailed monitoring.
Right.
So not the handiest one, but if you just Google CloudWatch pricing information, you can figure out the different types. I've jumped through that a little bit quick because I know we're on time.
That's
but
okay.
Please just go and look at the usage type, and that will be the way that you identify which to optimize. And check out my Twitch show because I've done an episode on CloudWatch on, just Google keys to AWS optimization and YouTube, and you'll see the CloudWatch one.
On this channel right here, Thursdays at 10:30 a.m. Eastern time, or whatever it is your local equivalent. I just have one more hot take regarding CloudWatch. Steve, put me in first. Listen, folks, optimizing CloudWatch is not just about logs. It's also alerts, right? You're alerting your audiences, your engineers, your developers with CloudWatch. Let me ask you all again. Do you have an alert that has no action tied to it? Like something's wrong, nothing else. I'll give you a second to think about it. And if you do, put it in the chat. If you do, why do you have that alert? The hot take here is, if you have an alert without an action item, without a playbook, without a run book, without a thing an engineer should do if that alert happens, you should not have that alert, right? You're going to cut down on the number of alerts if you just create the appropriate alerts that have an action item. Otherwise, you're just alerting folks for no reason, spending money on CloudWatch, and also spending the most valuable resource of all time, and that is attention of your developers. So yeah, optimize for that. Okay, awesome. Folks, remember, we have Make It Rain happening. We have 10,000 halfway there. If you want to see Steph take this glorious golden gun. Is it golden? Can you see it's golden? Yes, it's nice and glistening, full of fake money or AWS credits or whatever your local currency is. If you want to make it rain, go spend your Twitch points so we can press this button and make, well, Steph can press this button and make it rain. So go ahead and spend that. Okay, let's bring in the most amazing Ethan. Ethan Sumner is joining us right now, and he's going to be talking to us together with Steph about how you can streamline cost optimization ticket management with automation. We all have tickets, and we need to optimize them. Yes, both.
Automate the tickets with optimization information.
Okay, good, awesome. So quick transition, and let's bring in Ethan. Hello, Ethan.
Hey, how you both doing?
Good. How's it going?
We're doing very good. How are you doing, Ethan?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Thank you for letting me come on the show.
Look at that. We have more UK bias here. You're the second person, third person from the UK coming here. I don't know. I don't know what to say. But hey, thank you so much. Tell us who you are. What do you do? Where do you join us from? And what is the first AWS service you used? I'm interested.
Yeah, sure. Hey, everybody. I'm Ethan Sumner, Principal Consultant and FinOps Leader at Contino. I also run a few user groups up and down the country in the UK, however, predominantly in Yorkshire. I'm from Yorkshire, born and bred in Barnsley, as they like to say. I'm currently joining you live from not so sunny sides, Barnsley. Yeah, my first AWS service, I believe, was an EC2 instance, but I could be wrong. It might have been an S3 bucket. So who knows?
Do you know what the first AWS service was?
Oh, it was S3? Was it back in 2005?
No, it's not S3.
No, not S3.
Everyone always thinks that. It's SQS.
I wanted to ask chat.
Oh, sorry. Oh my God, I got two names.
Does chat know what was the first instance size? What was the first EC2 instance type ever released on AWS? We may have given you a hint already. So drop the instance size that you think was the first one out there. Awesome.
Just retired as well, haven't you?
So let's talk about tickets. Are we talking Jira? Are we talking whatever here?
So I think, in this scenario, we have used Jira, but what we sort of want to do is sort of let it open to interpretation, whatever service kind of management using, whether it's an in-house built tool, whether it's Jira, Confluence, different types, ServiceNow, for example, whatever sort of floats your boat, really, you can sort of integrate and link it to that depending on your flavor of what's needed.
And maybe it's worth covering why we decided to do this, because we met up in London and started chatting about this. So it was your idea. So where did we come from with this idea of creating this automation?
So I think a lot of people, let's say that they're on the FinOps journey and they're looking for something very quick and easy to sort of implement, but they want it linked into how they operate. As a team, whether they have a weekly Scrum meeting or whether they just take tickets off a board, etc. I think that's why we sort of came up with it. It's a very quick and simple thing that you can implement, get starting on your FinOps journey. You could just deploy a ticket, and we've got some amazing recommendations, which we'll come on to a bit later. And then you can take that information, rectify it, and then you improve the problem. But it's in sort of an all-in-one sort of built solution for that scenario.
Amazing. Now, I want to take a step back about you a bit. How did you get into FinOps, Mr. Ethan?
Yeah,
FinOps
so
is. I have a book. Is that how you get into FinOps? I don't know. But maybe you can tell me your story.
yeah, I think everybody has their own unique FinOps sort of experience, how they got into it. For me, I've always been interested in more in the economic side. I used to work for quite a large credit card processing organization. I was a DevOps engineer, and we had a permission set up where essentially we weren't allowed to view what we were spending. And then one day they were changing permissions over in AWS of much. Well, it's a very big common problem inside organizations. Developers don't see how much they're spending. And one day they split it over, and I accidentally got permissions. I could see what the bill was. And I'd always worked for small businesses previously, so I don't know whether it was just sticker shock of seeing probably normal enterprise AWS
How
bill.
shocked were you? How shocked were you?
Well, put it this way, I was in the office and I was like looking next to my boss who sat next to me going, why are we spending this money? Maybe a bit more slightly inappropriate than that. Anyway, yeah, so we saw this bill, it was a lot of money, and I'm just like, we're spending way too much for what we need. And then I sort of went on the journey and then met up with the FinOps Foundation, did stuff with them, and then I used to work for a CSP. I was doing FinOps work for them as well. So I've sort of been in the journey around for around about 2.5, 3 years now. It's been interesting.
Amazing. That's great. Well, so let's talk about one thing first, and I want to ask the chat first before we continue. Chat, I will bring up a wonderful little where is it? Where is my thing here? Look at that. I want to bring up my a poll. I'm gonna ask Toby to share my screen right now. Chat, put it in the chat. Do you look at trusted advisor recommendation? Do you know what trusted advisor is? Put 1 for yes, 2 for no in the chat. So we want to see how people are.
So 1 and 2, not yes and no, right?
Yes, just 1 and 2. Yeah,
1 and 2, guys. 1 and 2.
1 and 2. That's how our little poll thing here picks it up. So 1 or 2. Put it in the chat. We want to see how many of you look at those recommendations coming from trusted advisors. And if you don't know what a trusted advisor is, I guess that's a no. But we just want to see what those things are. And in a second here, I'm going to be asking Ethan, what is trusted advisor and why should I care about it? But yeah, look at that. A lot of you do. Look at that. I'm actually quite surprised.
Me too.
I don't.
But Darko, log in. But
I don't spend my own money. But yeah, you should look at trusted advisor recommendations. And I see a vast majority of people here do. Like more than 50% of people actually look at trusted advisor recommendations, which is really cool. Excellent. Okay, so Toby, you can move away the thing. Awesome. So Ethan, what is trusted advisor? Tell us.
So Trust Advisor is an incredible AWS tool that essentially makes recommendations on what you're doing. So I think before Trust Advisor came out, if you let's say deployed an EC2 instance, but you let's say it was completely underutilized, you may have had a different way of doing it, or it might have been a manual way of checking it. Now you've got incredible recommendations, which essentially say you have for example, an underutilized instance, across cost optimization, and a few other methods as well. So it's a very interesting tool, and it's highly worth recommending to take a look at.
And is it enabled by default?
So you have to be an enterprise customer.
Oh, okay, because that was
well, for the cost element, there is free elements too as well.
Okay. So I see a comment. Meredith is in chat. By the way, folks, Meredith is in chat. Make sure to say hi. Says that for the full set of checks, yes, but you get a lot of them with just basic. And is it free? Is Trusted Advisor free?
Oh,
yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Glorious. Excellent. Awesome.
Buzzword. Free. Yes.
Oh, we get.
Can we like
free? Yeah, it's cost efficient. Okay. So and we talk here about trusted advisor. It's important to get all the recommendations. But I want to also take one step back and talk about ticketing systems. How does this actually work? Like you said, you didn't have visibility into the cost system in your previous company. Does the ticketing system here help? Like I don't really see this connection.
Yeah, I think for a lot of organizations, a lot of developers just purely focus on the ticket system. Like,
okay.
Well, I mean, say for example, you've got a self-management platform, and the developers aren't seeing truly what goes on behind the scenes, and whether that's just an ops team sort of working on it. Or it's a good example of how I'm trying to phrase this correctly. But essentially, if it's on the ticket management, it's more likely to get done. Is the upshot of it for a lot of enterprise organizations, and that's why we sort of came up with it. So I think it's just, you've got a ticket, you can very easily put it in. I think a lot of other scenarios, it's like, say, for example, you've got a recommendation to, you've got an underutilized EC2 instance, and I keep using this example, but you've got a recommendation for it. But let's say you end up doing it 6 months down the line. But if you get a ticket management, it goes into, let's say, next week's sprints. So it's faster, more likely to act on it, and much quicker. And that's why we decided to go with it.
And it also speeds up the process, not for like just the action, but them actually seeing that information, because it's going from having to log into your Amazon account and go see this to boom, it's in your ticket. You know that, and you can also justify like the priority of it. Say, oh, okay, this is a very for like idle EBS volumes, not GPT, GP3 in there, but there's idle EBS volumes in there. And so if you're like, oh, this is not really important, it's not going to make a big change, you can maybe leave it for a little bit. Where if it's more, if you're like, oh, actually, I've got a bit of capacity in this sprint, why don't I just add this in and do it now? That kind of gets that cleaned off the desk faster.
Yeah, good, awesome. And so when it comes to getting these tickets, like, how do you action them? How does a developer action these tickets? Like, is it a ticket about, hey, you're spending too much, or you can optimize more? Is this an automated system, or?
Yes, it's essentially an automated system. Steph's the one who's built it. I can't take any credibility for it. She'll be able to explain it much better. But yeah, essentially that's what it is. It's an automated solution where it takes just advisor recommendations, goes through Lambda in this instance, and then goes to your flavor of service management. So in this instance, Jira. So it can be anything of what we've defaulted in. So there's a few different check options that we've listed. So for example, Route 53 latency, resource record sets, or idle DB instances, for example. But whatever sort of instances you've deployed, you can then customize this to meet your own demands and then take it from there.
So the process from recommendation to ticket, that's the one that's automated. But you developers out there, you still have to make the change. So because we don't want to, because it's a recommendation, right? You have to review it. So we're not, like we talked about GPT to GP3, maybe there is that edge case that is not relevant, or maybe you do need to keep that unattached DBS volume because of some reason. We don't want to automate that for you. And so we want to give you the ticket to make an assessment, and then you can deal with it afterwards.
Good. Amazing. I love it. Awesome. So are we going to look at that?
All right. Let's if the people behind the scenes can share the.
Yeah, so Toby, can you share Steph's screen? So we're going to look at this automation. So Steph, tell us a bit about how will this automation work?
Okay, so the plan is, what we're going to do is we have 3 goals. I'm just going to zoom in here a little bit. So number 1 is get trusted advisor data. Number 2, we're going to connect to Jira. And number 3, we're going to create the tickets. So to do this, I'm going to be using the Python. We're using Bodo 3 to connect to Trusted Advisor, and then some Jira plugins to connect to Jira.
Okay.
So before we start, I'm just going to go to Trusted Advisor itself.
Yes, let's have a look at Trusted Advisor, because that would be really, really good.
There we go. So in my account, I've got Trusted Advisor here. And so you can see on the left-hand side, there's a couple of different options. So we have cost, performance, security. This is the cost show today, so we're going to focus on the cost. And immediately I can see, oh, I could save $864. Now, I did show you at the start of my at the start of today's session when we were looking at my cost explorer, I'm only spending like $1,000. So if I can save $864, what am I doing? So I do have a bunch of idle resources that I created for this scenario. So we have things like over provisioned EBS, which is too big. We have idle RDS volumes, which are instances which aren't connected to anything. Idle load balancers, loads of these things. My favorite, my absolute favorite, unattached elastic IP addresses.
Unattached elastic IP addresses.
They're the best. And that was our config chat, wasn't it?
Let me actually share this with people. Yeah.
Put that in the chat.
So I'll put last week, yes. Last week we had a live stream on the Build on Weekly show where Steph, Rohini, and myself did a thing. I need to find the link for that. Basically, what we did is we used config to tag unattached elastic IPs. I'll share the link in the chat.
Yeah,
please continue.
So I mean, Ethan, you've been looking through these trusted advisor bits when we were doing this. Is there any that you look at and think, oh, that's one that you would push to the top of the queue to get things done?
I would say idle databases. I'd probably say obviously low utilization EC2 instances as well. I'd probably say the Lambda high error rate ones as well. I think those are quite common. You know, you may have a few too many databases, a few too many underutilized instances, and then you may have a few sort of high error rate Lambda instances as well. Lambda functions.
Nice. See, there's a whole different ones and it depends on what your accounts are like and how much you're using them. So I have already made the script. I tested it. I'm not brave as Darko is to just jump in and start building stuff. Just start typing code.
You can use Code Whisperer. You can use Code Whisperer to help you do it for you.
But so what we're going to do is, number one, we said we're going to find out about the trusted advisor recommendations. So as you saw, I already have a bunch of recommendations in my account, and I'm going to be using Boto3. So this is the Python library that allows you to connect to your services in AWS. So always handy at the start of these things is import Boto3 and decide what client you're going to be using. This is the equivalent, I like to think of it as literally you clicking into that service. That's how I align it. So we're going to take that, put that in here. And then what we're going to be using is we're actually going to be looking into the trusted advisor, get that checks information. As I am going to turn this into a Lambda function, I'm going to use Lambda handler. I'm just going to copy this from another one because I can't spell. So I'm going to make my function up. So this is all set above. And so what we're going to do is we're going to do describe checks. So
you're using basically the support client here, which is basically which provides the trusted advisor stuff.
Yeah, Okay. So can get very small kind of information description, just describe the checks that are available. And while I'm typing away, feel free to chat amongst yourselves if you guys want to chat.
I mean, I'm just going to comment what you're doing here. So like what Steph is just now doing right now is she's creating a Lambda function in essence, right? So if you see a function named called a Lambda handler, it's basically a Lambda function, which means this function, this Python code is going to be executed through a Lambda function. So she is getting those checks by calling the client, which is the client of the support API, calling the describe trusted advisor checks. Basically, it's a single API call being called on a given account, and it's going to output those things. It's going to basically print the stuff out there, right? And that's it. So I think you have two. Oh, you're good. You're good. Yeah.
Two-handed.
What did you do?
I have to log into my account.
You have to log into your account. Oh, you have to because okay. So Toby, can we hide Steph's screen
really quick
while we do all of these things?
I did this and then it obviously timed out.
Of course. So basically, what Steph just needs to do right now, she needs to basically log into her AWS account so she can perform all of those actions. Steph, give us a yell when you're ready for us to put it back. And
yep.
And are we good?
Wait. There you go.
We're good. Put it back. Beautiful. Awesome.
Sorry about that, guys. Classic. The demigods when it's card. We used it all up on Hassan. His all worked. Python 3, and I've called this build.
Python 2.
Python 2.
Oh,
what is going on?
Version.
The stress.
Yeah, I'm like just.
Okay, so all I've done at the moment is I've got my checks, and I'm just going to print the checks. And unsurprisingly, it's a load of chaos. So there's loads of information here that's too hard for us to decipher. You can see some stuff that's relevant to what we normally look at, things like region, and there is information. But let's narrow this down to actually the what is relevant. So now I've got my list of checks. I can go through these and decide what checks I actually want to utilize. So I'm going to filter to the cost checks. So I'm going to grab these.
For any checks in the audience, hi.
That was
check people. Or in Slovak, if you want. Yeah. Ahojte, Jesse. So, yeah.
So I'm just filtering to cost optimization, and then we're going to describe the checks based on the ID. And the links, like I said, will be all on GitHub to do this.
Yeah. So Jenna has already shared the links. So here's the code that Steph is using. So if you want to follow along and build your own wonderful Jira ticket system, go for it. Okay. So we are having, if a check has a get category cost optimizing, what are you doing?
So sorry. So if it's cost optimization, then I'm filtering by that, and then I'm gonna get the check names. So now we can see all the different names. So we've got the ones kind of like the Lambda ones that we mentioned, that Ethan mentioned. I've got my favorite unattached elastic IP addresses. So these are all the checks in my account that are red.
Oh, okay. Okay. So these are red.
I think these are red. Let me double check.
I wonder, is there?
Oh no, haven't done the next
yeah,
step.
exactly. Okay, so I'm like, you're just getting all the checks coming from cost optimization.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now I want to filter them to be the ones that are just red.
Okay.
So we're looking for resources that are flagged, and we're gonna just grab that information and print it out. So it's not readable.
tar data. I love that. So tar. So what basically Steph is doing here is she's just like looping through all of the results coming in from the API, and if the metadata contains basically, well, so if it has a flagged resources, it will print that thing. So anything that has a flag or anything that has a red check mark.
Exactly. And now we get the information out. So now we're putting the tar data.
Tar data. star data. It's just remember, kids, give your variable nice names.
I'm terrible at doing it. So now you can see from the output, we have things like for the last one, it's going to be for the instance ID, the kind of that jump box that we saw earlier. I'm not using it very much, and I could probably resize it for something smaller. So number one, we've got our trusted advisor recommendations. All this information is now in here, and I can do with it what I will, which will be tickets. But Ethan, when it comes to tickets, when you've been working in your different companies, did you use Jira? What kind of ones did you use, and do you have a favorite?
I would say, yeah, Jira is my favorite. I think it's a really great tool, especially for small teams as well, because it's quite low price for smaller businesses. But yeah, well, most of my customers from an enterprise standpoint use it as well. But I think you could use ServiceNow. There's loads of different benefits and options depending on what you sort of need.
Glorious. By the way, for all the folks just joining us, welcome to Build on Live Cost Optimization. This is your favorite cost optimization event on Twitch. I strongly believe we're the only cost optimization on Twitch right now. But today I'm joined by Steph, Ethan, Hassan, Steven, Meredith, Rohini, and a lot of other folks in the chat as we cover all things cost optimization on AWS, in the cloud, and in the world of open source. So if you're just joining us, say hello in the chat. Give this channel a follow if you would like to get more AWS content. If you want to have fun, learn stuff. If you want to get these most amazing emotes, like you see Hassan here posting, there you go, the best emotes, but I still love the Steph emote is the best by far. Also, we are having a contest for the money gun. Steph has a wonderful golden money gun. So if you want to see it rain, if you want to have Steph make it rain, spend your Twitch points. There's a Twitch points thing. You can go in the challenges. Go for it. Amazing. Excellent. So good. Awesome. Continue.
Awesome. Okay. So to bring us back, what we are doing is grabbing our trusted advisor data and putting it into our ticket service of choice, which is
Jira.
Okay. So now we've got the trusted advisor data. Great. Now we're going to put it into Jira. So to do that, we have to connect to Jira. So I'm going to just import my Jira library, which I've done here, and I'm going to create another function to connect. So again, like this isn't very exciting to watch me type out this section.
It's amazing. I love it. So this is like so Ethan, you and I should just comment on this right now, like a sportcaster, right? So, and we can see here, Steph, going in the function, starting with the function, Def Jira connection, amazing. Email, OSN. I'm sorry.
It's moving with stress. But no, the Jira connection. So really simple. All you need is your email, your API, and your server. I have already exported my API key, so I won't be showing that on my screen because I remember to do that, and my email and my server. But if you want to figure out that information, you just go on to your Jira board. I have a demo one here. It's empty, and I can see my information by going on the server in the title and then my email there. Also, cost optimization, Amazon.com. I haven't plugged that today. That's our email address too. So if anybody has any optimization questions and follow-ups after today, then feel free email cost optimization at Amazon.com, and it will come directly to me and my team to help you optimize.
Exactly. It goes straight into our Jira dashboard.
Yes, it goes. Fix that stuff up.
Amazing.
Okay, so now I want to check that connection. And so what I'll do is grab my function.
I think it's also worth pointing out that obviously this could be whether using ServiceNow or a different kind of ticket management system. This would be the point where you sort of change it slightly to meet the connections of that request.
Yeah, good point. Yeah. Because it's relevant, and you might need to speak to like your senior kind of team to figure out how to get access to this. So that is a relevant kind of thing. Ethan, when you're doing stuff with kind of central COE FinOps teams, how do you normally like to work with them? Like, who do you normally speak to in those teams to kind of get a good connection and kind of build these kind of processes and automation, or that you've seen working with your customers and stuff like that?
It's a tough one. I think personally, not many people would say this, but I would say I often go to the person in charge of finance and truly get what they're, because I think from my standpoint is that I like to see what people from finance think, like what is their aim. I think the cloud, everybody wants to be in it. It provides so many incredible benefits, but I think sometimes a lot of procurement and finance individuals don't truly understand its capabilities or what it can offer. So I like to go speak to them and see what they're facing, and then I also like to chat maybe to the head of engineering or head of CCOE, someone more technical. I also like to have a chat to people who are sort of in charge of the ways of working, DevX, etc. So you get truly sort of a try sort of try and understand from a business finance standpoint, purely technical, but also how does a team operate? And that's when you can sort of find the right solution to what would actually get things done. That's how I sort of see it.
Amazing. Awesome. So, Steph, let's look at your code. Does this thing run right now? I see that you
My Jira connection is established, so I've now logged into the equivalent of, like we said earlier, logging into your AWS account. I'm logging into my Jira account. So now I have this connection. Goal 1 and 2 are complete. Now I just need to put them all together.
Okay.
So when I create my tickets, if I just do a test one here, open up. I've created this like custom field information description. I'm not going to go into that today. I just wanted to add the note here that what you can do is customize the output from this stuff.
Okay.
And it's a lot easier to do that when you know your own account provisioning and your just information around it. So like I said, this is a kind of simple example. So what I'm going to do is go back to my thing. I've now logged in. I'm going to uncomment out my code. Set this. And then the last thing I'm going to do is combine the trusted advisor information into the ticket.
Okay.
So I'm going to create a ticket. The create a ticket is very simple. You use the connection and then create JSON to have your ticket information. And it's just create issue. I didn't realize how simple the Jira ticket. I'd spent a lot of time when I was younger doing a lot of Jira ticket creation and Jira work. If I knew how easy the API was, I would have done it before.
Shout outs to Jira, right?
Yeah.
By the way, chat, is it JSON or JSON?
Oh, how are they going to change? How are they going to decide? Because it's
Exactly.
spelled
Is it data or data? Right? But yeah, is it JSON or JSON?
You're saying the same word.
JSON or Jason?
Oh, Jason. Jason.
I say
Ethan?
JSON.
I'll probably say Jason.
There you go.
Jason. Oh my God. JSON. It's JSON. Oh
Comment in the chat. I don't know how to maybe an arc if you're a JSON.
JSON.
I don't
I don't know
say
what
it.
means JSON, but okay.
That's
Okay.
so funny.
So Jason Voorhees.
Brilliant.
Brilliant. Okay, we create a ticket. Beautiful. We add the stuff into the ticket. Okay.
Yeah. So to run through, we have where have I put my connection? I have to establish this. Oh, I called it the wrong name. Sorry, man.
JSON.
Connection. So logged into Trusted Advisor. I've got my results.
Okay.
Filtered to say just cost optimizing. I filtered to say only my red flags. I've now gotten the information, the metadata that's relevant, and I'm now going to pipe that into my Jira ticket using my little Jira ticket function just to create it. So hopefully,
Okay.
if I run this now,
Should work.
Let's see.
I'm printing out my TAT data.
Okay, stuff is happening.
Because I left that in. And this is a good example where like, this is the Lambda function. Then if I was printing out all this information, now I'm testing, if I left that in my Lambda function, I would be paying for those CloudWatch login information, which is not relevant.
Yes.
If this breaks, me seeing this piped out information is not going to help me fix it. So this is just for testing before anybody comes to me in the chat saying, why are you printing out all the logs? It's a waste of time. Okay, so let's refresh.
Pro tip: if you're writing an applicant function that has a lot of logging, give it a debug flag. If you enable the debug flag instead of just putting all the logs, create a debug flag and do like an if or else something. If there's debug flag is active, print the logs. If it's not, don't print the logs.
But turn it off when you don't need it.
Yeah, of course.
Because we've had that recently. We had a customer who was doing logging and they were like, why are we doing so much? And they'd left debug on and they'd left it on in test. And then that pushed through to like pre-prod and that pushed through to prod. And then they tripled their spend on CloudWatch because they'd left it on there. So,
yeah. Okay. Awesome. So let's have a look here. What do we have here right now?
So here are my tickets. That's it. It's done.
Do you want me to go through a ticket?
Yeah, let's go through a ticket.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as you can see, you've got the description here. This is essentially what the log has sort of inputted out. We would often show if it'd been customized, you could see the account ID. So you can immediately go, let's say you got multiple AWS accounts and you've got this set up in different areas, and then the how-to guides as well. So me and Steph had the idea of, let's say we could create an estimated fix of 8 hours for something or 16 hours. It's a good way for you to story point and estimate it. And then we could also link it to AWS documentation automatically as well. So if you're wanting a good way to get started, then you can do that as well.
But so Ethan, how would you add the suggestions here? How would you looking at Steph's script that just picks up the data from Trusted Advisor, Oh, there's a recommended volume. Oh, I see recommendations here. Okay. Would you also add something, maybe like a custom recommendations or something else that rather than trusted advisor stuff gives you?
Yeah, I mean, let's say, for example, we've got 16 of the options ticked. We could then link it to documentation, or we could create a custom one. So if it's quite a common problem in your organization, you've got sort of a workaround, a fix, you could put that in there. There's multiple different options to see what you need.
Have you seen people use AI or artificial intelligence to do a bit more on this, like take the recommendations and do an actual step or something?
I haven't, but that'd be a pretty good idea, actually. We should have done that stuff.
Okay, look, there you go. That's a pro tip. And one last question about ticket, Ethan, is that have you seen this in production, maybe in some other companies or customers maybe use stuff as well, where you get a ticket and says, oh, your volume is over provision. Have you seen automatically generated like run books, or like here's a thing you should run, or here's a playbook that you need to follow to sort this out?
I haven't personally seen it. I don't know about yourself, Steph.
Yeah, we've done that. We've done that in our team, actually. We've created some run books of which people can, like, if we see customers have done that, they can optimize their spend. And I think, like you said, Ethan, we were chatting about it. We created like a little data set that would be like, if it's this check, you'd filter in these times, and that's what I'm going to finish off building and popping into GitHub. Is like, we'll pass in the estimated time, the suggestion, maybe a video on how to do it. Because when you create these, we don't just want to say to someone, you're spending too much, you've done this thing badly. You want to tell them how to fix it. And that's like a really important part of it. But yeah, the kind of next phase of this will be looking at the automation, the second half of it. And that's where it gets a little bit more complicated, because it depends on your CloudFormation or Terraform or whatever you're building with it.
Yeah, awesome. So there's a question here coming from Peter Eskander, and I think this came to my mind as well. What happens if you change the ticket status to in progress to whatever, from to do to in progress?
That's a good point. So, like I said, this is a POC. So I did think I was showing this to someone, and I was like, oh, I realized that, oh, wait, well, if I run this again, because we'll do this now. So let's look at my tickets. So how many have I got? X amount of tickets. If I zoom out and I go, okay, let's run this again. I might take the print out, so you'd have to see all that information again.
I think another way to easily sort of say it is that if you do the recommendation, it wouldn't come out again.
True.
It wouldn't be able to advise. So that's sort of one way. Yeah.
Oh, my security key is cancelled. If I was to do it again, they would recreate all the tickets, and then you'd be bombarded with tickets, and that's not what we want to do. Yeah. So the next piece of logic in it is to say, oh, I already have that check with that ID, and there should be a custom ID to the ticket. I don't need to do that again, and then we'll stop it. Yeah. So that is a great point there, Peter. I'm going to build that next.
Okay, but here's the challenge to you, chat. Instead of having Steph build it in, there's a link somewhere. I think Jenna shared it in a second ago. I'll find it and I'll put it on. So there was a link there as well where okay, I'll find it. Basically, a link to this code, and if you go there, make a pull request. If you're savvy with Python, or if you use Amazon Code Whisperer and you don't need to be savvy with Python, make a change so it will actually check for tickets. Create a unique, well, I would go like this. Create a unique ID for each ticket, for each issue or something. Mm-hmm. Put it in a ticket. Check all your tickets if it exists, if it's already there, if it's been notified. Don't create a ticket, but bump the severity.
Oh.
Every time it runs.
Everything it runs.
Goes up.
Some kind of count how many times done it. Like, it's still a problem, because if you run it once a week and the ticket's still there after like 3 months, then that's what the problems start to do. But yeah, the next thing is figure out the if you want to try and do it, please do. I'll have a look at any pull requests that come in. And the main thing will be that you want to, I think, check the recommendation, or like it's not the check ID. Don't get confused by that, because that's things like unattached DBS volume. It's more that identification of a resource that's going to need to be checked. But there was a couple of other, what was the next things? Guys, organization. That's the next thing we're looking at as well. Okay. So, you don't need to share my screen, Toby. It's just notes. Yeah. So the other thing is organization. So Ethan, do you often speak to customers about how to set up a good account structure?
Not so much an account structure, I'm afraid.
Any organization stuff that about like setting up AWS organizations and things?
Yeah, I think, well, the best practice, I've seen some customers with everything in one account, which is not the best practice, particularly if you're an enterprise. But I think you could, for example, split it out into individual sort of developer functions. You could have, say, a development one, a test one, production. You could split up in multiple different regions or departments, etc. But please don't have it all in one, particularly for a massive enterprise.
Yes. Good recommendation there.
Yeah.
Do not do that, please. And when you have this organization, this is only looking at one linked account, right? If you have 1,000 linked accounts, that's going to take a little bit of time. You have to do each one of them. So what the other feature we want to add is that you run it from the organization account. So the organization account will allow you to look at the entire organization's trusted advisor recommendations and then create tickets for all of those. And then you could filter it to projects and things like that. But this is going to be a little fun side project that we're going to work on.
That's
yeah, if anyone contributions.
And you can also make pull requests, folks. If you're looking to do some light coding on the side, that project you want to do, go help out Steph build this little thing. And again, you can modify it. You can make it go beyond Jira. It can be any ticketing system you like, so go for it. It can even be, I don't know, like CloudWatch alerts if you want.
Yeah, we want to know what you're like, because this is built on some examples of stuff that I did when I was a developer and what me and Ethan talked about. So there's so many ways in which this could go. And so let us know. Keep us posted.
You can integrate it into Slack. There's also
exactly Slack. There you go. Slack is always an option. Well, that would be horrible. So just getting every trusted advisor note out there. So Ethan, how often would you run these checks? Like, how often would you go ahead in a typical company? Like, would you do it like a very like hourly or daily or weekly? What would be the appropriate optimal way to update these tickets through an automated method?
I would probably say daily. But I think depending on your use case, probably hourly.
Oh, okay. Wow. There we go. Yeah. That's interesting. Awesome. Well, speaking of interesting, folks, you did it. We did it, Joe. We can actually shoot the money gun. Well, actually, Steph is going to shoot the money gun because you helped us raise 20,000, whatever these points are, and we're going to have Steph make it rain. So, Steph, I don't know how you're going to do this. Do you want to do it at the camera or at me or?
I don't know. Chat. What should we do?
What should we do? Where do you want it? Where should we aim the money at an AWS account? Just spray your laptop with money.
Do you want it up? Do you want? There's a camera there. There's a camera.
So at the camera.
The camera up.
I see people saying at the camera, or just like just spray
around.
At the camera. So
I so hope it works.
We'll see.
Do you want to count me down?
I'll count you down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Somebody clip that. Clip it on Twitch immediately. Go and make a clip of that.
Again as well.
We can't do it again.
Of money.
We can.
Metaphorically, how much you'll save by watching today's stream is all that dollar.
You will save 6,000 supreme monies.
Just get it out.
Just get
I'm standing on so much money.
I love it.
Thank you, chat.
Thank you, chat.
I really appreciate chat for letting me do that and letting me buy this thing.
Yes, exactly. It's all for you, chat. Otherwise, we would be not doing these things. So amazing. Ethan, we're almost out of time. Is there something we've missed? Is there something we want to point out right now?
No, but I think the one thing I would say is that whatever kind of solution you're going for or whatever you're trying to achieve, whether that's start your FinOps journey or further mature it, please get started, get looking at it. Whether you've never focused or looked at costs before, please go check Trusted Advisor, go check your budgets, your billing alerts, go read up on best practices, look at the well-architected framework. There's so many different options that AWS provides you to look and understand your cloud bill, and please take use of it. Don't just think of it as a secondary. I know a lot of developers aren't metrified on sort of keeping the bills low. You're all about getting things out fast, but in my opinion, cost does matter, and please go check it out. Even if you just have a look at a few web pages, that would be my advice.
Cost definitely does matter. Speaking of things that matter, Ethan wrote the most amazing blog post. So if you are interested in reading what Ethan wrote about how to basically look beyond technology in FinOps, you can go check it out here on community.aws. Amazing. Ethan, thank you so much. Go give Ethan a big old follow over on LinkedIn. So I'm going to paste his LinkedIn account here somehow. So if you want to connect with Ethan and ask him more stuff about when is the right time to get a ticket or how to actually do FinOps in companies, make sure to go and check him out.
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah,
last tip for people: is there anything you would love to give? One more tip. If you can leave here with one piece of knowledge that people need to remember, what would it be?
I would say to truly mature and go throughout your FinOps journey, make sure you get executive buy-in. Is please let your managers, your bosses, your senior
Ooh,
managers,
good
your VPs, your rest of finance, or for example, as a developer, if you really, really, really get interested in this, I know this is too, please go speak to your finance people. Truly understand what their worries are, what their focus is. If you've got an organizational priority to reduce the bill, please go see and speak to them and truly give them a demo of AWS, see how it works. It might change their view on things. So,
great close.
I love it.
Great.
I love it. Ethan, thank you so much.
Thank you
We're
very
going to
much.
be back in a moment as Steph and I do a bit more optimization of our AWS accounts.
Cool.
I so much money, Steph. You brought
Back.
all the money.
I forgot that it was short.
Put the money in the FinOps book. Come on. It has to go into the FinOps book. There we go. That's how we do it. Okay, friends, it is time for us to look into more cost optimization. First of all, thank you, Ethan, for being part of this. Thank you, Steph, for writing this wonderful application. So go check out the Git repo. It is somewhere in the chat. If you have missed today or coming just right now, the live stream is going to be available immediately after the show. So you're going to be able to check it out here on Twitch. So make sure to give this channel a follow. But also see the actual breakdown of all stuff happening or of each sessions. Make sure to go and bookmark community.aws. So community.aws is the place where we're going to keep the show notes, links, videos, and everything that happened today. So if you are not there yet, I'm going to ask Rohini to put the link to the community.aws /live streams in the chat. Okay, we need to optimize some more accounts, but shall we ask the chat?
What ones have we done? EC2, CloudWatch.
I've
got two left, haven't we? That's the two.
Yeah,
we have storage and idle resources left.
Yes. So let's do this. I want to get chat again. I love talking to chat. So I'm going to go and ask chat, what is the thing you want us to talk about? So I'm going to go here and disable this. Disable this.
So if you are joining us and haven't seen this bit before, in between our guests, what we were doing is having a look at my bad account to figure out ways in which we can optimize it. And so we want to figure out, we've got two options left. We've already done CloudWatch. We've already done EC2. So Darko has a poll for if you want to do, what is it? Idle resources or storage optimization.
Toby, bring it up to the screen. And I want chat to say 1 for idle resources and 2 for storage. So Toby, if we can, am I sharing? I'm not sharing my screen. Am I not sharing my screen? Wait a second. That could be the case. I'm not sharing my screen. Sorry, never mind. It's I asked our producer Toby to share my screen, and then I'm just lying. So there we go. Look at that. So tell us, 1 for idle storage, idle resource, and 2 for storage. So let's.
One or two, guys. 1 or 2.
1 or 2. So 1 for compute, 2 for storage. Look at that. Choose compute or storage. I see people are looking all about compute here. Look at that. Well, I mean, hey, let's do it. Let's talk about. But I don't know. Like storage is coming up as well. Maybe
we'll
storage.
Give it a second.
Maybe is there team storage in the audience? Team storage, S3, EBS. We already talked about EBS, but EFS.
S3. There's a bit of I can do EFS, but S3 will be the main one. And the idle resources is covering a bunch of different services.
Okay. So. I do see idle resources is winning. Team compute, team idle resources 1. Okay, awesome. Let's have a look at Steph's screen.
All right, let's take over my screen share, please.
Yeah. So Toby, show us, Steph. Glorious. Awesome. So what are we seeing here, Steph?
General. So we're going to go back onto my month to date and changing it to daily and looking at different services. So I showed you this a bit earlier, but we are having a look at my bunch of different services. And so the first one I wanted to show you was a bit random, was CloudTrail.
Okay.
I mean, what were you thinking? Like your face is saying, what? CloudTrail, why is this an idle resource, Steph? Well, CloudTrail, you pay for the first one. The first one is free. You don't pay for the first one. We love free. Free is a buzzword for today.
Of course.
However, any additional CloudTrails you deploy, you pay for. And you pay for all the tracking for the different events. Now, that is something that people can control a lot of the time. So often there is an organizational trail that you can enable that looks across your organization.
Okay.
And then people think, I think I need a CloudTrail. I'll just deploy one and then I can look at stuff. Or this CloudFormation module has a CloudTrail in it. I'll just deploy it. It doesn't really matter. No one really cares. They do care. The bill cares. And so what happens is when you deploy that, you start to spend money. So this is, you can see in my example, the big chunk of change I was spending on CloudTrail. So tip number 1, check your CloudTrails and see how many you have.
What is CloudTrail?
Oh, CloudTrail is where'd it go? Is the audit logging for your application. So look at any change or any activity in your account and log those.
Yeah, and remember, not all accounts need CloudTrail. So if you're spinning up development accounts and just sandbox accounts, you potentially do not need CloudTrails. So be picky where you need CloudTrails, where you need a full audit log. CloudTrails basically tracks any API call made to your AWS account. So be selective on that because it can quite ramp up the costs as well.
So in here, I have just one trail that's has been deployed by our lovely overlords, and it's logging. But if I had multiple ones in here, so I could just create another trail.
Our AWS overlords, yeah. So because we have built in, we have certain our company AWS accounts, our company overlords. Oh my God, they put those things in our accounts just to make sure we're not doing funny stuff.
So I have an additional trail that I've popped in that will start costing me money now. So the thing to do is, if you have this additional cloud trail, is make sure nothing works off it. So I know some people build mechanisms off of CloudTrail to like alert for things.
Yeah.
So first of all, check there's nothing that you're using it for. But if you're not really sure and you want to just like stop paying money, you can just stop logging. Just this little button.
Stop paying money, you say?
Yeah, just stop logging. But chat, don't do it unless you've checked that this is okay. Don't have no trails. Just try and only have one trail. That's it.
Yeah, it is important.
Don't blame me if you get in trouble with turning off a trail.
Can you filter trails? Can you like reduce the scope of a trail? Would that be more cost efficient, or is it?
No, I think it runs off of everything.
It runs off of it. Okay.
There's different things you can enable, like different types of the trail of like S3 event. Like there's additional bits, and they cost you more. So the basic one, but you can stop logging. So that's like a nice thing you can do. Stop and then start doing that.
And there's a comment here from Latina in Tech. So she says, "Can you set up a retention policy?" That's a really good point. Like does the storage of these logs?
Oh, so, yes, yeah. Sorry, that is a good point. Thank you. Good question. Which stops me. So when I go to stop logging, it tells me that you still have access to your S3 bucket. So CloudTrail, you also pay for the storage of those logs. So you definitely should create a lifecycle policy to remove old trails you don't need. Again, the caveat is if it's a very important audit logging trail that you have to have, then you should check what your policy, your company policy is for retention of these logs. So yeah, the main thing is to double check that. But don't forget, the key is if you are going to stop this logging, you're going to delete the trail, delete the bucket as well, or at least set up a lifecycle policy to do that. So to mention lifecycle policies is how you control the movement of objects in S3 to different tiers of storage. So you can say after 90 days, I want my standard to go to Glacier, something like that, or Glacier Instant Retrieval. I do recommend that for logging buckets. People rarely access them. And audit buckets, have a look in we're not doing S3 Lens today, but have a look in your S3 Lens, which is a default dashboard in S3. Any buckets that have got the name audit or logging, anything like that, have a look at their kind of coverage of tier, and then maybe set up a lifecycle policy to remove it.
You can set up that lifecycle policy even while logging is active, right?
Yeah.
So it makes perfect sense for like old logs that you don't really access often. And like also like think about these buckets. They can be sim lazy, like for all you care, to be honest. Like it's depending on what your requirements are, but yes. There's a comment here from Wal Batu. Retention is not customizable if you use Control Tower. 365 days by default. Oh, interesting. So hey, that's a good feature, Chris.
There you go.
Thank you so much. Please do let us know if you have any issues, requests, a wish list of what things you would love to be implemented in some of these cost optimization tools. Let us know. Put it in the chat. Scream at us. Throw it at their LinkedIn pages, whatnot, and we would love to get those things over to the teams making these things. Yeah, awesome, cool. So perfect. Anything else you want to share?
I'll just do one more. Have a look at your EBS volumes. See if anything in here is available. That means it's unattached. You'd be surprised how many become unattached. The main thing will be, why did it become unattached? That's a problem. I think it was mentioned earlier, Meredith was like, oh, people manually change to GP3, then they figure out later that it goes back to GP2. The same can happen with unattached resources. Figure out the root cause. We had a customer who I think they were deleting they were spinning up instances, but they didn't have delete on termination, and then they had like thousands of these unattached EBS volumes, and they'd never noticed them, and they didn't even realize they were spending a bunch of money. And once they figured out there was a bug in the process, they could turn it off. So have a look at your unattached resources. Trusted Advisor will help you do that, and start to delete stuff you don't need.
Yeah. What about snapshots? Do snapshots cost money as well?
Yes, they do.
Yeah. So,
so snapshots, they cost per incremental change of data. So you pay the first one, and then any changes when you snapshot, you'll pay for that little tiny change, and it builds and builds and builds. So a really quick way of having a look at seeing if you could save some money is think about your retention period for the snapshot. So you can set up a data lifecycle management and delete them over a certain amount of time, similar to those logs we were talking about. The second thing, if you have an Amazon account that you are creating images in, such as Packer or Image Manager we mentioned earlier, if you delete, so when you create an image, you create a snapshot for the image. Okay. So there's like you have an image and you have a snapshot. If you take away the image and you just have the snapshot, you're paying for the snapshot, but it's no longer being used. So it's just wasting money every single month. So you can go and compare between the two. Check out on the well-architected labs that I was looking at earlier, we have something called the optimization data lake. And in here, it will enable you to grab all that information from your snapshots and your AMIs and combine it to figure out if that's happening to you. So just to have a look in your account that you're creating any images in, and you can save some money on that.
And this is owned by Steph, as you can see here. She's the owner of this, so yeah, it must be good. By the way, Steph, can you paste the link in the chat of this lab as well so people can access it? Awesome, awesome, excellent. So perfect. We're going to move on to a couple of little wonderful videos you can watch in between while we're getting our guests. We're having Steven come in. Going to be right here between the two of us, showing us a bunch of cost optimization strategies. So he's going to be joining us here in a moment. I'm going to also ask the most wonderful Belle, who's behind the scenes here. I want her to create another Twitch challenge, because we're out of Twitch challenges. Instead of me changing shirts, let's set up a 20,000 points. So I'll wear all of the shirts by the end of this.
Okay, I like that.
So let's do that.
I thought you were going to say Steph was going to wear the shirts.
Or Steph can wear the shirts. I'm happy, right?
Which one do you want, chat? Do you want me to wear a shirt, or do you want Darko to put all the shirts on?
Exactly. Give us your opinions in the chat.
Maybe all bar one, and then I'll wear one.
Exactly. I'll give you the most important one.
Yeah. Let's do that. All the shirts on Darko, one shirt on Steph.
Exactly.
That's fair.
Exactly. Okay, cool. We're going to be back in a second. Enjoy some of these wonderful promo videos recorded by yours truly and a lot of other folks. See you in a bit.
Renaming a file. Files, edit, header, and view. Cutting and pasting files. Hello, I did not see you there. Let me tell you about Build On Weekly. Build On Weekly is a live show happening right here on twitch.tv/AWS, hosted by the wonderful Jackie and myself. It is a show where we talk about the cloud, open source, the community, and everything in between. It is a show where you can hear from the wonderful speakers all around the world, community members, developers, engineers, solution builders. It is a show where we get to talk to you, the wonderful audience. We get to build things in real time. We get to fail a lot. Hopefully teach you something as well. Do check it out. Thursdays at 9 a.m. Pacific on twitch.tv/AWS. See you there.
If you're looking for a one-of-a-kind cloud learning experience, tune in to the official AWS channel. Join the community of thousands of AWS enthusiasts who watch and interact live with their favorite hosts.
Twitch, what's your favorite AWS service? Let us know in the chat.
Just some of the reasons twitch.tv/AWS is so awesome. Over 60 shows covering generative AI, open source, cost optimization, and more. Chat directly with our technical experts in real time, no registration required. Get answers to your burning questions and connect with other like-minded cloud builders. Share your own projects, get feedback from others, and even earn platform rewards just for participating in the chat. What are you waiting for? Join the global AWS community and follow us at twitch.tv/AWS.
We're holding on. Yes. Hello. Hi. Hello, chat. Welcome back. Welcome back to the show. We have the most amazing Stephen Barr joining us here.
Hi, everyone.
It is our first guest in person, which is really, really good. I just want to ask the chat here because I can hear a slight echo in my ears. I want to make sure that we do you hear some echo, or is it just me? But yes. Anyway, Stephen, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
It's great to have you. We have him sandwiched between the two of us just so we can keep
So I'll be doing this.
Yeah, we can keep the pressure on you, just so you know. Stephen, tell us who you are. What do you do?
Sure.
Where do you join us from? And what was your first computer?
Wow. Okay. My name is Stephen Barr. I am principal architect and evangelist at CloudFix. I am, well, from right here.
It's a weird question.
Joining you from right here.
Where do you
I am
come
based in Seattle. And then, let's see, what was my first computer?
Yeah.
Okay. I had an Apple IIc.
Okay.
That was a lot of fun. But then the first thing I purchased was a 386. And it was really cool because it was 8 megahertz, but it had the turbo button and you hit 40 megahertz.
Oh, yeah.
And then if you turn the turbo button off, then all the Tetris pieces would just slam to the bottom and Pac-Man was way too fast. So that was my first computer that I really remember interacting with, was the 386.
Amazing, amazing. Well, so we're going to be talking about some automated cost savings today, right?
Yes.
So I guess it's time for you to take us through it. We have a screen share of yours, so we're going to be showing up a bunch of stuff here as well. So Toby, bring it up, please. Beautiful. Okay. So talk to us about it.
Sure. Well, automated cost savings. So I'm joining you from CloudFix. So CloudFix TV background professionally is automated cost savings. So we take AWS recommended cost savings, things that you've been talked about a lot, S3 intelligent tiering, GP2 to GP3, and we make it easy for those to be implemented. And what I really love about it is that it's all open in terms of what we're doing. So I'll show you the UI quickly.
Okay.
So we have this big list of what we call finders and fixers. And what the finders and fixers do are things that are really straightforward. Deleting idle QuickSight users. Those are $9 a month. It's really easy to make QuickSight users.
Okay.
Things that we've already talked about, turn on compression, EFS, intelligent tiering, GP2 to GP3. Just make it really easy to implement those. And then these are all tied into blog posts that we write that just show exactly what we're doing. So this is CloudFix.
So tell me, like, is this just informational, or is this something actionable? Like, does this make a change to you?
Well, we don't want to have change access into your AWS account, so we go through Change Manager.
Okay.
So you can push a button and it will say, okay, so for the delete elastic IP addresses, right? It'll say it's ready to execute. You click a button, and then it will bring you into Change Manager, and that's what's going to make those changes actualize. So that way, it's still within the AWS way of changing your account. We don't want to change anything behind the scenes.
Okay. So this is just so you're making Change Manager. So for folks out there, Change Manager is just a part of
Systems Manager.
AWS Systems Manager, Change Manager. By the way, AWS Systems Manager is the best service in the world just because of its namings. But so Change Manager can actually implement those changing to you through automation. But because it's a Change Manager, it uses change.
Yeah. So the only thing we
request.
can do is we can make a change request, and then that can go through whatever processes you have in place to handle that change request.
Exactly. So that's the more official way to do it, like in the sense that you get an official change request asked for you, and then you do the stuff.
How many times have you guys just said change request, do you think, in the last second? You said it so many times.
So if you start talking about AWS Systems Manager, you use the word manager a lot. So there's AWS Systems Manager, Change Manager. There's AWS Systems Manager, a Session Manager. There's AWS Systems Manager.
There's
a lot of managers.
Chat, what's a manager that we should add to Systems Manager? Come up with the best one.
Manager.
I had the opportunity to chat with the manager of Systems Manager, Change Manager, who was the Systems Manager, Change Manager.
Stop it. Okay. So how do we do automated cost savings, Stephen? Let's get back into this thing.
Well, so again, on the CloudFix blog, we have a big list of different things that we're looking for. And where it all starts is the cost and usage report, the CUR. And so I wanted to talk about kind of different patterns that we see in the CUR, and then how you can use those to find idle resources. And then I've got some code that I can show you how to do it for idle NAT gateways, which is one of the things that we see a lot. So should we dive right into it?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's do it.
Why do you, of course, we also want to spend, reduce.
Well, actually, So I guess to zoom out for a second, why do we want to spend less? That's a good question.
That's a good question, right?
And also, why do you at AWS you want us to spend less? And I think it really comes down to that leadership principle of customer obsession. The co-founder of CloudFix and I, we have a live stream. We've had you on.
Yeah.
We always ask, why does AWS want their customers to spend less, to spend more efficiently? And that's been a really neat thing because it always comes down to that leadership principle of customer obsession. And then that's reflected in all these awesome tools that we have, right? So on this slide, we got the cost and usage report,
right?
Cloud Intelligence Dashboard, Compute Optimizer, all these great tools. If you have a larger account, you have a technical account manager.
You have Meredith. We have Meredith.
Exactly.
She's a TAM. So.
We've covered all of these today. So this is quite a good synopsis of all the things we've mentioned. All of these today. So yeah.
So it's really cool seeing AWS is really sincerely investing in helping their customers spend more efficiently, and then you get more value out of that. You get, I think all this time when we help someone save, it ends up getting reinvested into SageMaker or Bedrock or something more interesting than over-provisioned S3.
Yeah.
Amazing. Okay.
Let's see. This is our live stream. That's okay. Let me go ahead to let's see. Here we go. So let's talk about the cost and usage report.
Okay.
So we are going to, I think Meredith talked about that quite a bit, but it's a big collection of files, big collection of data, and it's like the CVS receipt of your AWS account, right? It's everything. It's every cent that you're spending. And when we talk about Kerr query, just to get on the same page, right? We say a Kerr query is really using Athena to query the cost and usage report.
Okay.
So that works at an organizational level.
And are Kerr queries, are these created automatically for your AWS account?
Kerr queries?
Sorry, Kerr. We're talking about Kerrs, the Kerr.
The Kerr, yeah.
Is that created automatically for your account? Or
No, you need to enable it.
Oh, you need
so
to enable it.
you enable it either at the payer account or at the links account level,
Okay.
and then it will push your data into the CSV Parquet.
Okay.
I mean, we usually see Parquet.
All right. Yeah, don't do anything else apart from Parquet.
Yeah.
You just do Parquet, and then it pops it into an S3 bucket.
TSV.
So can I just say, CVS is a store in America.
Yeah,
in case,
CVS. Yeah,
in case you don't know that.
Yeah, the joke here, CVS gives you huge receipts. You go in CVS and buy a pack of gum, you get like this size receipt.
That's why I put this.
Yeah, just because I was like, people
the
were
CVS receipt.
like, what? But yeah, you put it into your account, and it will be put into your bucket, and then you can run a thing, right? Like Stephen said.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
So I want to show how to do that.
Go for it.
Okay. So first of all, you want to set up your Kerr. There's a really good link in the well-architected framework about how to do that. Basically, point and click through it, and then you want to set up Athena. We've got a blog post on how to set up the Kerr, and I think Shalon. So look for Shalon CF in the channel. She's posting some links for us. Perfect.
Okay, Shalon, hello, hi in the chat. Say hello in the chat, please. Make sure to get chat the links they need.
And you can also, when you deploy the Cloud Intelligence Dashboard, you can option to create a cost and use report at that time as well. So if you don't have one and you want to make one just through infrastructure as code, you can do that, and it'll have all the defaults that you need for it.
Okay. Okay.
So here's a query that we think about for idle NAT gateways.
Okay.
And so here is what the query looks like. But I want to give a little bit of kind of background to why you'd want to do this. So NAT gateways, how are they priced? They're priced on a per hour basis, and also on a per byte basis, so throughput. And this is what I really like about this stuff. I feel like a detective, right? You're tracking down, what's the evidence of an idle NAT gateway? So, okay, well, if NAT gateways are priced per hour, but then also per byte of data, think, okay, if I look in the cost and usage report and I see a NAT gateway that has the hourly charge, but not the bytes charge, I can say, okay, no one's using it.
Right.
Amazon didn't forget to bill me for it.
Just nobody's using it. Yeah.
No one's using it. And so that's my little clue that I'm thinking as a detective, I want to track this down. So if we use a Kerr query like this, we're going to get this this kind of data. And we see, okay, we've got hours and we've got bytes.
Zoom in
Can you zoom in on this? Is it possible?
Well, you know what? Let's just do it live.
Yeah.
Let's do it live.
Let's do it live.
All right.
Okay.
Let's go to Athena, and now we can zoom in.
Okay.
So this is what I had to re-log into my session just to make sure.
It's just not going to be like Steph. Command plus here a bunch of times. Look,
There you go.
good. Awesome.
There
And
we
then
go.
you
Okay.
close off your view on the side if you want.
Okay.
So what are we seeing here?
Oh, can I close this?
Should scroll to the top. There
Yes,
you
there
are.
we go. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So we're seeing this different usage, and we're seeing hours, but then you'll also see things that are bytes. And so
Okay.
this right now has 11,000 rows. So if you were to sort through it, you'd see hours and you'd see bytes.
Yeah.
So I want to show some code that will actually take this data,
Go
and
ahead.
then we can now find idle NAT gateways by
Okay.
looking at ones that have the hours charge, but not the bytes
Not-
charge.
okay.
So should we?
Yeah. Can you just look at the? I want to see
Sure.
your query. Can you go up to the top? I want to
Sure.
see I want to see how the query looks like. So, so you're just basically getting from AWS catalog test ADB. So this is the
Yeah.
cur, right?
So this is what we'd call a cur query, and it's looking through these particular fields.
Okay.
And we're looking for usage. The usage is any kind of metered thing, whether it's metered by hours or metered by time. It's something that you are spending or consuming.
Okay.
And we're looking for NAT gateway hours or NAT gateway bytes. That's the two.
Okay. So you're
billing
just
things.
looking for those things.
And just to add, you've got on here you're using line item usage type, which is the thing that we filtered on Cost Explorer. So when we were doing the group by,
Yes.
that's the same thing. So the usage type is it's a friendly column for you in
Okay.
this. To warn, there are, do you know how many columns there are? Like hundreds of, it could be.
I put a link to the data dictionary.
really? Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.
In the slides, and then we put a link to the slides in the comments as well.
Mm.
There's a good collection of links in there. Yeah, there's a data dictionary. You kind of tend to zoom into the line item ones,
Mhm.
and depending on how you're using it, you'll focus in on different
columns.
sets of columns.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Awesome. So we have all this
We have
data.
this.
How do
All
we
right.
find the NAT gateways?
All
that
right.
are
Well,
bad?
let's switch over to Emacs for this.
Look at that. Yes.
Okay.
The proper
So
editor. Is it in evil mode?
it is not.
Okay,
It is in
What's evil
Stallman
mode?
mode.
So Emacs is a text editor, right?
Okay.
There's Vim and Emacs. Usually a big fight between the two. Emacs in evil mode is when it has Vim key bindings. So it's a whole thing. Yeah. It's people who use Emacs dislike the people. Yeah. It's a war. Tell us in the chat what do you prefer, Emacs or Vim? But yeah. Okay.
All right.
So we go.
Here's some of the ceremony around it, right? So we're creating a session. We need to get the session client. Here's the query. And now, let's see, for the query, we want to run this. This is just running the query,
Okay.
waiting for the results. Here in lines 63 through 70, let me zoom in on this a bit better.
Yeah.
Make
You
sure
can
everyone
just
see it. Cool. Awesome.
look at that. Okay. Awesome.
Okay. So here's the query that we want to execute. So this is the same thing that we're showing there. We are looking for NAT gateway hours or bytes. And the cool thing is this is running across our whole organization. And it will give us about the same 11,000 rows here,
Okay.
but we'll have it in Python, so
In
we can play
Python,
with it.
Okay.
So we're going to let this finish. And there's a link to the Git repository for this code as well. So if you want to play with this.
Yes. I'm going to paste it in the chat as well, just so you know. Okay.
Awesome. So there we go. Thank you. Okay, so here's where it gets really interesting. So let's hear what we're doing. Let me see if I can bring up a live Python session. There we go. So let's run up to here.
Okay.
Okay, so we're running the query, and it should grab those 10 pages of results. There we go.
Okay. We see succeeded. Okay, good.
And now what we want to do is we want to get it into some usable data. So let's get the pages out.
Okay.
Cool. Okay, so now we look at our data rows. We've got that.
Okay.
Okay, so this is what one row at a time. So now what we want to do is look at the unique ARNs in there.
Okay. So by unique errands, you're basically getting unique NAT gateways here.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So we have 5 pages. Well, okay.
Yeah,
That's
okay,
it.
so here's all of the NAT gateways in my account that have racked up some charges. Okay, so now what do I want to do with these? I want to say, okay, well, which one of them have hours but not bytes?
Okay.
So let's figure out how to do that. here's our no byte ARNs. And so all I'm literally doing here in this line is I'm saying, this filter line is saying, okay, give me, for each ARN, make a list of the bytes types. And then if that list is of length 0, then let's save that in a list.
In the list, okay.
So that's all we're doing is figuring out a list of no byte ARNs.
And by the way, folks, this is all coming from that per K file. This data is not, he's not querying the AWS API right now. It was all gotten from that Kerr.
And the great thing of that is that we have our, it's of course all of our organizations. So as your AWS account gets bigger, you're going to have lots of sub-accounts, and you could iterate over every single account and have some big for loop which says for every account, for every region, grab my credentials, run API. But that gets, you probably don't want that code to be able to run.
I don't know, exactly. You want to be very careful about that. But the Kerr report here contains multiple accounts, right? I guess.
Yes,
I would imagine.
exactly.
So, okay.
Yeah, so that's, exactly. We have multiple accounts that we can see, multiple regions. So now we have created a list of these no byte ARNs. Go back to this one here, no byte ARNs. And then kind of closing the loop, we probably want to know about that. So let's go to this Python here. Find that. Okay, I set this up to then send me a Slack message.
Okay.
Oh.
So put that in paste.
Okay.
And then you can get there we go.
Awesome.
So showing that.
Wait, I see select to delete.
Yeah. So now that is left as an exercise for the reader, how to make that work.
Okay. Okay. So that's not implemented yet, but
yes,
you could technically do it.
You could, but what I would recommend is going through some much more structured process, right? Because, and that's where, again, CloudFix, right? Going through Change Manager, going through something where someone can have a look at it, especially with something like NAT gateways, where you're dealing with network infrastructure. Yeah. You really want to just double check, make sure. But that's, so I guess the pattern that I wanted to talk about is that we found, let's see. Oh yeah, and here's how to delete them, but that's very straightforward.
Of course.
So the pattern is, okay, you had to understand the pricing, and then you had to figure out, there's information in the presence of data. So you had some pricing data, but then you also had the absence of data. In this case, it's the absence of that bytes charge, which was then really communicating some useful information, which was that we weren't using this particular NAT gateway.
Okay. That's so that's a really good point, because how do you determine that something is not used, right? So it's not just cost data; it's usage data, right? And does the Kerr report contain all usage data? Does it
Darko, it's called the cost and usage.
Bye, friends. Walk out. I'm sorry. No. So the usage data, then you analyze that usage data, and then you take actions against it. Okay. That's the next. Awesome. There's a comment here from Chaos Charlie. Will this be added to workshops? I mean, that's a good point. Do we have anything like this when it comes to?
We have our own things that are just queries in the cost and use report. They don't have the logic, or Stephen put it into Slack. Okay. I put it in the chat. There's a link to the cost and use report queries that have some of the similar kind of things, not as advanced as Stephen's, but they will be part of some of it is in the workshops that Meredith mentioned in the Kudos dashboard. Similar kind of aspects that we're looking for the same kind of data. So yes, it's already in the workshops.
Yeah. Let me ask you, Stephen. So you showed us this really great thing, and we're looking at multiple accounts here.
Yes.
Multiple resources, 5 NAT gates that do nothing. Chat, how old is your AWS account? How much NAT gateways do you have there? When should I, as a developer, start looking at these things? Should I immediately go and enable Kerr reports and just run queries on them, or?
Well, that's a really good question. I guess you want to spend time looking at it, and I think that's. You were getting at that earlier.
Yeah.
You can kind of go through and mechanically run all these things, but you really just want to spend time looking at what's driving your costs. Do you have a lot of NAT gateways, more than you expect, right? Yeah. If you're running a VPN company, you probably have a lot of them.
Yeah.
But if you don't expect to have that many, then you should start digging into that. So it's really using the cost intelligence dashboards to then drive your search.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, amazing. Well, I guess that, start when you can. I think have a look before you actually implement things like these.
Yeah.
Do Kerrs cost something?
the cur, like to say I want the cur doesn't cost you anything,
Mhm.
but the data storage.
data
It's just the
storage,
CSV. And it's not, I mean, my customer was talking to me about it and they have like 3 gigabytes of data so far and they've been running for a while.
Yeah.
You can, so we're actually looking, I'm about to start looking into the best process for storing your cur data. I don't know if you have an opinion on this, where, so I'll just to explain. So the cur, as I said, it gets put into your account daily. There's a new file that will be put in every 24 hours. And the question is, how does Athena work with that storage, so that if you put it into a colder storage, will it cost you like a lot of money to pull it back out? And so we're going to do some testing on this. But have you thought about that?
I think you should keep what's relevant.
Yeah.
Right. So
In
we
hot,
have some of our finder fixtures where it takes 90 days of data. So keep 90 days.
Yeah.
But then then that's where you want to leverage something like S3 intelligent tiering and let it figure out where
you should be doing it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Awesome. So I want to take out a little poll for chat right now. So let's do more polls. I want to hear you. So we talk about where you're spending the most. I want to hear you. Give me a second if this is the correct question. That's not the correct question. There you go. Chat. Where do you spend the most? 1, compute, storage. That's a bad word. It was supposed to be compute. Just compute, storage, network, databases, or AIML.
You went for AIML as the 5th. If anyone's spending a lot on AI.
I'm sure people spend on AIML. I mean, especially definitely folks running a SageMaker, like Inference and all that.
The most.
The most. I don't know. Yeah, that's true. I'm really interested to see. So, folks, put stuff in the chat. And I see compute storage is like just crazy.
Yeah.
It's not compute storage. It's compute. But okay.
Compute and storage.
It's compute. It's compute. Where you EC2 instances, whatever, like that, Lambda functions. But yeah, the vast majority of folks just compute. And I think that's kind of the thing. Like on the cloud, a lot of the costs come from compute. And you see a lot of jokes being thrown around, NAT gateways being expensive, and it's a meme and it's all fine. And it can be expensive. But you see most of your workloads are just compute. So, which is really good.
Yeah. Are there other things from your massive list? How many have you got in your checks that your list?
Let's go have a look.
Let's go back to Steven's screen right now and have a look what's going on.
Okay, so this is the CloudFix dashboard. Okay, so we've got delete, idle, EC2. So they're categorized into easy, medium, and advanced. Advanced meaning something like a larger retyping, whereas the easier things like GP2 to GP3. So looking at the numbers, we're adding some all the time. Let's see, we've got about, I'll say about 20. Oh, well, there's a number at the top. Okay, 15 in the easy, 12 in the medium. Let's open up that category. So these are like deleting idle VPC endpoints, idle load balancers, OpenSearch resize. That's a big one. We've seen that where people get very enthusiastic about their OpenSearch clusters and they will provision 10 times what they need.
Yeah, exactly.
And so what we do is we look at the historical usage data over 30 days and then basically draw a straight line and say, okay, well, what's it going to look like 30 days from now? And then we think, okay, well, take that, add a certain amount of headroom, and then resize to that amount.
Okay.
So if you're using, I don't know, an extra terabyte per month and you're at 10 terabytes, let's put you to 11 or maybe, and then add 30% headroom, so say to 13, and then not 50.
That's amazing. Okay.
Are there any that jump out that you are surprised by how often they come up or how much they often people could save from that you're like aren't the typical right size your instance?
Let's see. Well, I guess one that I was surprised when we did for the first time is elastic IP addresses.
Told you.
There you go. Elastic IPs.
Because it's so easy. I was creating a demo for the NAT gateway, and I was creating some network infrastructure for the sole purpose of demoing to delete it. Like, I just created 2 elastic IP addresses right now. Look at those allocation IDs.
Yeah.
And it's really easy to forget about those.
Guys, the amount of times that people do, and I love finding them because I'm like, oh, look at it. And sometimes they highlight that there's an issue. Like if you have loads of them that are unattached.
And that's why the default limit is 5. I think it's the default limit to elastic IPs is 5 per region. So, there's also that. So we haven't talked about service limits, but that's sometimes an aspect of cost optimization as well. Limiting the account to certain amounts of resources, right? Is that, am I correct in saying that?
I guess so. Like if you can, like you just said, controlling the amount of resources you deploy can do that. So someone doesn't accidentally click 100 rather than 10 on something.
One that we figured out that's really useful for that, we have a policy in some of our dev accounts, which basically you can't create new GPU-based instances.
Yeah.
Because those are really expensive.
Yeah.
And so if you create those, we have a manual process of why do you need that. So that way because the blast radius of 100 GPU instances is huge.
Exactly.
Right. Leaving that on for a week will hurt.
Absolutely. No, that is true. Now, okay. So let me ask you, let's see. I want to see the advanced ones. What are these really complicated ones? Resize instances?
And so this is interesting. So this is powered under the hood by Compute Optimizer, which is really, really cool. And we recently had Rick Ox, who owns Compute Optimizer, on the show. It was really neat to see the just all the thought that goes into how do you resize an instance, the memory, the CPU, the I/O, and all the different dimensions that go into that in order to maintain performance, but still maintain performance, but then use a lower instance type.
Yeah.
And so each Compute Optimizer, it will give you suggestions, so either low, medium, or high, low or medium, and we pick the low or very low risk, and we'll automate the retyping of that.
So let's give some advice to chat. What advice would you give to folks who are trying to resize EC2 instances? How do they approach it? Do they do it all at once? Do they do the chunks at once or production load at once? How do they handle downtime?
Okay, well, I guess it depends on the nature of your load.
It depends.
Right?
We need
it
the sign.
Depends on the nature of your load. Yes. The one right there.
Yeah, we just need to put like a little.
It depends.
Someone in post to make.
But I think the more important thing, kind of zooming out, is you want to start building with these smart building in mind that there's these smart layers like Compute Optimizer. In the spot instance world, there's what do you call it? The attribute-based instance selection. All these layers of intelligence, right? Instead of just picking an instance size out of thin air and sticking with it for years. Build these layers in so that way you can then do a retyping or a resizing as you feel appropriate.
Yeah, it's all about seeing the data, having it in front of you all the time. And the Compute Optimizer is a great shout. Again, it's free. Love the free word. And there are paid metrics if you want to go more detailed, more advanced. But the free one is there for you to start using. You do have to enable it in either your account or your organization. Very simple. It takes a couple of days for it to start tracking and uses ML to decide if you should resize. But like you said, it gives you effort. It gives you different examples. It lets you see the CPU change that would happen. But if you are going to start out, I like to start out on accounts you have control over, that like dev accounts. Try those out. And then also thinking about ones that are going to make the biggest impact. So not just the big impact, maybe like medium to get you started, but sometimes people spend ages doing the like micros and small bits, and the impact is so small. Whereas if you go for a bigger one that's going to make take a little bit longer, you're going to get more for your money, kind of thing.
Yeah, so we actually skip over the micros and nanos because because it's not. And then the other one that just came out is the GPU instance right sizing. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And again, that's a huge. GPUs, if you're using them, they're expensive. And one thing I didn't realize is how different the usage profile are between the GPUs. You want them at 99%, whereas CPUs, you're happy at 20 to 30. And that was something that I learned that was really.
You want your GPUs banging on all cylinders. You want them to just be completely used, especially for those AI workloads, right? If you get an EC2 instance to train your data, train your model, and you're like using 2 out of 8 instance GPUs, you use a different instance size, definitely. Amazing. So, have we missed anything? Because I want to challenge you something.
Okay.
I want to go to your SQL query to Athena. And do you think we can modify this to show GP2 in volumes?
Huh?
Can we change this to find GP2 volumes?
Okay, so this is actually, remember there's the easy bake oven where you put the thing in.
So this is a curve report. Synthetic data.
That looks like that.
Okay.
Now with GP2 volumes, I've got a blog post for how to find those, where I've got instructions. But GP2 volumes don't really. I don't think they show up in the
curve report.
Yeah, they do.
They do.
They do.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the whole discussion today was there was a lot of mentions about GP2 volumes, how you should move from GP2 to GP3.
It's what the kudos is based on, so it has to be.
Yeah. Okay. And it's in the KPI dashboard. Yeah.
Okay. So all right. So this is synthetic data, we can't really do it. But otherwise, the way you would approach. So let's talk.
Do you want to do it on my account?
I don't know.
We're challenging
That
Steven
was
right
Steven's
now.
face.
Write
No.
SQL, write SQL queries from your mind. No, that's fine.
I can show you the query if you want.
Okay,
to
let's
see.
do. Let's do
I
the
can
query.
show you the
Can we
query.
switch to Steph's screen, and then we will have a look at it, because of course it's in the workshop. Look at that.
I wrote this a while ago, so hopefully where is it? Expand query.
So while Steph is doing that, there's a question here
So-
for Steven as well.
Yeah.
So we have Partha asking, if we're using infrastructure as code to provision all database resources, how does CloudFix AutoFixer work? If the AutoFixer is a direct API to fix everything, our CloudFormation stacks will show drift.
That's a really good question, right? So you have a certain instance type, say, and then it gets retyped,
Yeah.
and your CloudFormation is going to say, "Oh, something changed. I set up it with a 12x large. It's now an 8x large." And yeah, so eventually you want to close the loop with a human involved,
Ah, okay.
right?
Okay.
So you would have to modify your cloud, do that for you.
It won't do it. But does it actually make API calls to AWS to change? You said it doesn't do it. Like it
No,
doesn't.
so it's going to go through Change Manager, but then
Change
someone who is authorized to then click that OK,
Yeah.
it will then happen. But then eventually, if they're not communicating that with the whoever owns the CloudFormation template, then yeah, they're going to see drift and they'll
Yeah.
have to adapt.
Because remember, change matter doesn't actually make a change, even if it has the change in the name. It creates a change request. That change request can be anything, human, script, whatever. A change request says this needs to be made, and then steps, update CloudFormation templates, make it whatever, right? Those kinds of things. So
Okay. Up on the screen is the query. This is a very small version, so it's looking for items with GP.
okay,
So it could be GP2 or GP3. And then below it is a much larger query that will look at the kind of different usage. You know, we spoke about things like IOPS and stuff like that. And there's a lot more logical in figuring out which ones you could change. So I popped that in the chat if you want to highlight it. But yeah, the queries are in there, so have a look.
so like if you want to do something more advanced, like Steven showed us in the Python script, basically you can also take this query, run it, and do something against it. Maybe generate all the command line CLI calls to make the changes from GP2 to GPT, sort them in a nice output file, and have your operations folk execute them at a given time. So
Or change the Terraform.
or change the Terraform.
Every time Darko's like,
I
do the
know,
terminal. And I'm
I
like,
don't know. It's just
change tab, Nathan.
amazing. So what do we have here? This, want to show us something, or
Sure. Well, this is one other demo. Another way of thinking about the cost and usage report. So one thing to note is it doesn't have everything, right? You need to be able to join it with other pieces of data. So one of our other finder fixtures is idle Neptune instances.
Okay.
And I experimented with Neptune for a while, didn't end up using it. Really easy to forget to turn that cluster off.
Yeah.
Now, when you're using cost and usage report to look for Neptune, you're going to see your cluster nodes are going to show up as RDS instances, but it's not billed the same way.
Okay.
You're just going to see the RDS instances whether they're busy or not.
Yeah.
So you have to think, okay, I need some other clue to tell me, are they idle or not?
Right.
And so in this case, we're using CloudWatch.
Ah,
So
okay,
you can
interesting.
use total requests per second
Okay.
and say, okay, well, is the total requests per second on a daily basis, so that's that period there, is that 0 for the last month?
Yeah.
And so that's the clue we're using to power our idle Neptune finder fixer is, okay, we use the cost and usage report to find all the Neptune clusters, and then CloudWatch to then say, is it being used or not? And then that's our indicator. Okay, if the total requests per second is 0 every day for the last 31 days, then you can go ahead and snapshot and then delete that instance.
Yeah. That's very, so I think this is a really good point, because like you may get your like cost, something occur cost, but just existing, like your typical static cost, but you may not be using that resource. If you're not using it, why is it there, right?
Yeah.
Just terminate it, shut it down. You showed it in your account how you have this like complete dip where you shut down all of your EC2 instances because you didn't use them over the weekend.
Exactly.
So determining if something is idle is a critical piece of information you need to optimize your workloads. Love it. Awesome. Steven, is there something else we missed? Is there something else you want to point out before we let you go?
Well, I guess it all comes back to these patterns of finding things, right? You really want to understand how things are priced, so that way you can know what to look for.
Yeah.
And then depending on, is it priced via an hourly charge? Okay, in that case, I have to go to CloudWatch and figure out some other way of, is it being used? but I really like what you said, kind of zooming out to this bigger picture. When I'm talking to folks about this, I often reference what the two of you have said. Actually, can we play the 2 clips that I used to?
Is there a clip?
There is. I think this is already.
Oh, is it so Toby set it up?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if you're using AI, people notice. If you're using cost optimization, nobody notices.
Yes.
But if you're not using cost optimization, everybody notices. So cost optimization or optimizing for cost is only noticeable when you're not using it, while other technologies or other approaches, other procedures, mechanisms are only noticeable when you use them.
Correct.
This one completely goes invisible as soon as you start implementing some aspects of cost optimization, at least to most people.
Yeah, no, it's never technical. It's people. It's always the culture. The roadblocks that we see are people saying like, "Oh, I'm trying to get these people to optimize," and they're just not listening to me. The problem is with FinOps teams, they're trying to fight this battle with everybody, and they're not working with their engineering teams to do that. Engineers have a lot on their plate. I love engineers. Used to be one. They have a lot on. If you're poking them and saying, "Oh, your instance is too big. Oh, your instance is too big," not in their scope of what they think their job is, no wonder they're not going to do it. A big part of the culture change aspect is making sure you're bringing it into what is expected of an engineer, showing them like what the priority is, giving them the tools and the education to do it, and making it part of a build. The same way you use security as part of a review, as part of an assessment, a check that you would do, you should have FinOps as part of the journey of building. And that is where we get the biggest success, when people know, oh, it is my job to be cost optimized, the same way as it has to be highly available. That's where the culture starts to shift, where the responsibility transitions from FinOps to engineering.
I think we should get those two. I think we should get those two on the show.
Smart people,
yeah, we should get those two on the show. I think
Chat,
it's
what
amazing.
do you think? Do you think those people are smart? That's so cool.
Yeah, so Darko, like I really appreciated your just saying, okay, if you're not using customization, everyone notices. Like this is a really big thing. And Steph, I really appreciated your perspective on, we can do all this cool technical stuff. At the end of the day, you run into people and process, and that's where that's where you find the most challenges, I suppose. Is how do you change these processes, and how do you account for that part of it, which is the most interesting.
I just love that. Stephen, thank you so much. By the way, folks, you can go check out AWS Made Easy. Wow, that's AWS Made Easy is a live stream Stephen does together with Raul over on LinkedIn and YouTube, and
we're on Twitch.
We're on Twitch as well.
Our Twitch community.
There you go.
Help and advice on how to do that.
Yeah, we'll have Shalon post a link here. So if you're not following their channel, go ahead and smash that follow button so you can follow them for more. They invite
great interview subjects. And great guests. Fantastic guests.
They invite smart people and bald guys.
Yeah, they have a really good choice of guests, I think.
Thank you for having me on today.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Folks, we're going to be right back. We need to get Stephen off the stage. We have to just hook him off the stage. Stephen, thank you so much for being here. And we'll be right back with Rohini. Well, with Steph and me, and then Rohini. But yeah, so see you all in a bit. Do not go anywhere.
Hi.
Hello. Assalamualaikum.
Hi guys.
Hello builder and future builder. I'm
AWS.
Community builder.
AWS.
Community builder.
Builder.
I'm a community builder. I'm from Sri Lanka, Germany,
Pakistan,
Japan,
Tanzania,
Australia, India,
Belgium, worldwide. What does it mean to be an AWS community builder?
Community, passion. It's an opportunity like no other.
You're part of a global network of people learning AWS technologies together.
It's a group of buzzing and energetic people.
I am able to interact with various community builders from all over the world.
You have the opportunity to meet with like minds, to learn from the best,
to bring innovative ideas,
to continuously further my knowledge of AWS.
Grow professionally in your career
and learn from each other.
You get to learn from industry experts
and share my knowledge.
AWS tools and resources, the credits, mentorship, and networking opportunities as well.
This program is for everyone, from student to intermediate to expert.
Being a teacher at heart, I love, writing and using my gifts and talents to, share and help educate people on AWS. So I have the permission to be as creative as possible.
It's a form of recognition for my work, recognition for my creation, and AWS encouraged me to create more and more.
And what I like about the community is its unbound potential for growth.
It's a great network opportunity with fellow builders that love what they do.
I'm really passionate about helping and creating an impact in my community.
Awesome, passionate, like-minded people.
You have the opportunity to upskill yourself.
You have meetups, you've got events, you have a wealth and a plethora of different people from different walks of life.
Together, we can do so much.
It's been an amazing, priceless experience.
And you can find powerful tools to improve the world in so many ways.
That's what I love about AWS community.
This is a really, really great opportunity.
It feels great that my learnings help others in the community with their AWS journey.
I do love and always recommend AWS Community Builder programs.
I am super excited that I got accepted into this program.
We're waiting for you.
You can get awesome swags like this jacket.
It's about you being you, so go ahead, apply.
Just do it. Let's build.
I love these things.
Bit of music.
Rohini, I'm sorry. What is this? Hi, Rohini.
What are you doing it?
What are you doing here?
How can I not be here? Like before we even begin, I just want to ask the chat to give you guys a clap. You both have been standing there since last 4 hours and entertaining us. So I just want to have a little clap for both of you.
I'm clapping for myself because nobody else does.
I'm clapping for Darko, but Darko's not clapping for me.
Yeah,
So
just clap for yourself, Steph. We're all selfish. Yeah, chat. Thank you so much for being part of this. Rohini, also thank you so much for. She's gone. Why did we remove Rohini? Why is Rohini gone?
that was it. That's all she's doing.
That's all Rohini gets. Sorry, Rohini.
I'm going now.
I think blame Toby. Blame Toby. It's Toby.
It's fine. It's fine.
Toby. Yeah. So Rohini, it's great that you're here. Before we go on to your session, we have to do a bit of a in-between stuff. We want you to be part of this. Number one, chat.
Oh.
I have this many shirts, right? Steve, get me on number one. I have this many shirts. If you want to see me wear all of these things, spend points. There's the little Twitch points thing where you collect as you watch the show, as you watch our channel in the future as well. And you can spend. We're 6,000 points up. We need 20,000. So if you want to see by the end of today, me try to wear all the shirts and have Steph wear one of them, please spend them points. Yeah, look at that. I see already Glean. Yeah, there's a bunch of people spending points. Please do it. Please do it. And speaking of shirts, Rohini is wearing the limited edition bedazzled AWS shirt. Look at that. Look at that. That is a one-of-a-kind shirt. Glorious. Amazing. Amazing. Okay. Excellent. Friends. Rohini, we've been talking to chat all day, and we were optimizing our account, so Steph's account, and we have one last step. We have to look at storage optimization.
Yes.
So Steph, let's have Toby bring up your screen and see what's going to go on. What's going on?
Yes. So we're having a look at storage. We're focusing on S3 storage. We've obviously spoken a lot about EBS already today. So giving some S3 storage some love. So we've got under here, we've got filtered by S3 and my usage types are all S3. I mentioned earlier, but I'll say again, if you use the storage, if you use the usage type that is the same as the service that you filtered by, you get this bonus little dashboard. And this is really useful for this one today. So what we have is my storage is going up and up and up, and my usage is going up and up and up.
Okay.
So I'm spending more every day, but I'm storing more every day, right? But we want to make it so I'm storing the same, but I'm spending less. That's the goal.
Okay,
so what
store the same.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's go.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
How do you do?
Magic.
So what I've decided to do is this access pattern is all coming from a Lambda function that's basically getting some data and putting it in S3. Every day it's doing that. And so the spend is going up and up and up. Now, when I looked at the data, I figured out that I wasn't actually using that information. And I knew this. I knew I was storing data. So I didn't need to worry about using intelligent tiering. I already knew the access pattern, that no one was touching it and it was a backup of data, right? Therefore, I can use something called an S3 lifecycle policy to shift my data from standard storage, which is what this is at the moment. You can see my standard storage, into a colder storage tier. The colder it is, the less you pay, the longer it takes to get access to. Think about it like thawing out a file. If you froze a document, you might have to wait a couple of hours for it to thaw out, the same way as with cold storage. So if I look at my infrastructure as code, what I did was I added to my S3 bucket this lifecycle policy. So the Glacier rule, so it transitioned after 15 days, transitioned it to Glacier. And so that's the cold storage tier. While I'm here, I'm also going to mention this other lifecycle policy. One little thing I'd love for everybody, chat, I can zoom in a little bit, is add this bit of code to your S3 buckets. What it's doing is it's removing multiple uploads, incomplete multiple.
Yeah.
So incomplete multiple uploads when an object has been broken down into smaller chunks in order to be taken from its one location into S3 and then reassembled. Something might have happened and we don't know, it's broken. Only some of the object parts have moved into storage and it didn't finish and recompile. You still pay for the storage that's incomplete, that's in S3, because it's your storage. You've put it in there, you've got to pay for it. So we set up this lifecycle policy to delete those things, and then you won't have to worry about spending money. This is a massive avoid spend, and it is so simple. You add it in there, and it won't cost you anything to add this little chunk of code, and it can save you. One of my customers has, I think it was like 30 terabytes of MPUs in their account. So clearly something was wrong. They did something and it was a process that was broken and they figured out what it was. They fixed it. So go check. Also in the Kudos dashboard, if you go on that S3 tab, scroll to the very bottom, it will identify buckets that have those MPUs flagged.
Wow.
Okay.
I didn't know, I didn't even know about that. That's insane because like you don't need that. Like that's the thing you absolutely don't need.
Yeah.
So okay, insane. Okay,
it's just simple. And at the end of the session, so stick around to the very end of this, we will be highlighting a blog that has loads of the recommendations that I've gone through today. So let's just see what the impact.
Move closer to me. I'm just looking at our.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we moved because of Stephen. Yeah,
just slightly. So we look at that. Beautiful. Awesome.
There we go. So I'm just going to change it to be my month to date. And now here we go. Look at that, guys. So as you can see from the bottom, my storage is still going up, but that price is like barely going up. So really simple. If you know your access patterns, set up a lifecycle policy to move it to colder storage. If you don't, like it was mentioned earlier, use intelligent tiering. Let it do that logic for you. We've seen great savings with that. And it's all going to be in the blog post I'm going to mention in a bit.
But so we talk about that. You mentioned access patterns. Right? Just for folks out there, access patterns. This is how do you access this data? How often? Like if your data is stale, like a month old, couple of weeks old, and you barely access that data, you can absolutely move it to some lower access tier, something cheaper. If it's like something you access once and never, move it to Glacier, right? Like there are costs associated with accessing data which you less frequently access, but it's cheaper to store. So try to understand what your access patterns are. Because like that customer I mentioned, 80,000 euros. I asked them like, how often do you read this data? And they're like, never. Why? But the question was like, what if we need to? But okay, then you're like thinking, okay, if you really need to, you're gonna spend money to get it. But you're not saving money if you don't. Like you're just kind of trying to hope that you don't once have to retrieve it, which it's not a very cost optimized way to do it.
I mean, and what will be interesting, we've done a lot in this Cost Explorer. But I wonder if we have time for a quick poll to see who's now going to go check out the Cost Explorer.
Yes. So chat, I'm gonna ask you a question right now. So everybody in the chat, let's see if this is the correct question. That's not the correct question. Wait a second. Why is my poll system where is it? Question. I see it here. No, that's not it. Are you gonna be?
You can use the cost news report one.
No. I have the thing. Is that the thing?
So while you're doing it, can I share a customer story on what you just said? Like, what if I need this, right? So I had this customer, good e-commerce customer, and we realized we were, like, as a solution architect, I was sitting with them with my TAM, and we were trying to figure out why their RDS cost is so high. Like, why are they paying so much for RDS? And you know what we realized? They were taking these manual snapshots. Like, RDS takes automated snapshots and manual snapshots, right? So they were taking 4 manual snapshots every day, and they were
Manual?
Yes, and they were storing them for 30 days. And they were like, what if we need it? What if this breaks? And it was like an intervention, sitting down with them, making them understand that, even if it's a 500 MB or even a GB database, how much that cost is going to add up, because it's multiplied by 4, multiplied by 30 days. And it was an intervention. So we had to sit down with them and make them understand how your RTO and RPO should be discussed with your business, and you have to understand how, if something breaks, what is the last point of data that you would actually put into production, right? You're not going to put data from 30 days ago into production. So you have to have those discussions and understand, like, what is it that you need and implement.
I just got stuck on the manual at the start of the story.
But that's actually paying for paranoia. Like, I know people who
paying for paranoia.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh my God, hashtag paying for paranoia.
Paying for paranoia. You're welcome.
Oh,
Coin
love
that term. The next Cloud FinOps, paying for paranoia. You're welcome. But no, I think that's an actual good point. But to your point, Rohini, is like, would you restore a 30-day-old backup? If you have a 2-day-old backup, you wouldn't, unless it's something very specific.
Exactly.
So there's a lot of trade-offs there.
So much emotion in Rohini's voice. She's like, exactly. I had to tell this to them and break the world.
Amazing. So, okay, Toby, can you bring up my screen right now? Because I want to ask the chat. So you you saw us, you heard us talk about curves, cost and usage reports. Are you going to look at your cost and usage reports now that you know them? Remember, they are free to get. They cost some money to store. So let us know if you are, and it's okay if you won't. It's fine. I mean, I'm not judging. But I just want to see if you now feel a bit more encouraged to look at these things and potentially explore them using Athena or any other query method you wish.
Yeah. Or if you want to use a Cost Explorer, like if you're any kind of, fun fact, Cost Explorer is based on Cost and Use Report. So if you're using Cost Explorer, you're going to be using the Cost and Use Report.
You're already using it. Right?
So check that out, guys. We'd love to know. We want to learn if you are benefiting from this.
and if you have never used or never seen cost and usage reports in the past, let us know in the chat. Like, just say yes or no, or we haven't, or is this the first time you're seeing it? Sometimes we are in our own little bubble and we feel everybody knows this, but that's not the case. So it is always great to see you folks learn something today or throughout these shows. So I absolutely enjoy it. And there's one person saying no. Thank you, sir. Thank you for saying no.
To check the graph
to check the graph if the graph is live. So we appreciate it.
Oh, Nikki said, I haven't seen the report before. Well, hopefully you're going to go check that out. That'd be great.
Exactly. Awesome. Cool. Okay, let's actually now go into the actual session of the day. Have we finished
storage?
So we can do money. We saved all of this money now on today. I had to pull the trigger.
You wanted to do it. He did take it over to your side, and I was like, he's going to do the gun.
I want it so bad. So that's how much money we saved today. Following these kind
away now.
Take my gun away.
Okay.
That's how much money we saved today by optimizing compute, storage, and what else did we? CloudWatch.
And idle resources.
And idle resources. So we optimized a bunch of stuff, and we saved.
Yeah, we'll show a bit at the end how much I saved in the final bit.
Yeah, we saved this much money.
I was going to reload it. I'm joking.
Rohini, let's talk about a couple of things. You came today to talk to us about, and we all love lists, 5 best practices for managing cloud spend. I wish we could just like a big banner. 5 best practices for managing cloud spend. So before we get into that, Rohini, tell us who you are, what do you do, where do you join us from, and how old is your AWS account?
I'm going to say, how old are you?
No, what's your social security number and your credit card PIN?
So first of all, I'm based in Toronto, Canada, so I don't have a social security number. I have something called a SIN, but yeah. Okay, so hi, this is Rohini. I am part of the developer relations team, and I'm part of Darko's team. Like I get to meet him almost every day and have fun chat with him. So that's me. I'm on his team. I love talking to people. I've been my major part. I've recently moved to North America, but I've been in Asia, mostly in India and ASEAN. So I worked in that market a lot as a solutions architect and as a DA. But now I get to enjoy being in the Canadian cold, which is soon going to start. But yes, I am actually having fun. And I forgot what was the question. Oh, how old is my account? So my personal one should be from 2010, 2011. But the AWS one is from 2014. And yes, it's a mess, but it's not as messy as yours.
How many NAT gateways do you have, Rohini?
Oh, I actually delete them because I have been burned with just keeping them live and not using them. So I've deleted them. That's the one thing I'm proud of, by the way.
How many S3 buckets?
Oh, okay. So I do this. I think I mentioned this to you. Like I keep the limit of 100 buckets. So I have to go and delete them.
Still
I
100 though.
150 for me. Yesterday I was doing the live stream. I literally failed a CloudFormation template because I had no more buckets.
I'm going to check how many I have in my Sandbox account.
Amazing. Well, okay, Rohini, I guess it's time to start. Tell us what is tip number 1 for managing your cloud spend.
Yes, but I want to add a little bit here, right? Like why I wanted to share these 5 tips. And we saw so many tools today, and there are amazing tools that even Steph covers on her channel. Like there are so many tools that you can do or use for cost optimization. But as someone who has worked with a lot of community folks and a lot of customers, I feel like even before you start doing cost optimization, you should start having a good baseline. Like you should have an account that has those guardrails, and you should have those best practices in, so that from day one when you start, you actually have a framework or some thoughts about, hey, how am I going to work with this, rather than going to the other side and then figuring out, oh, I'm paying so much and let me optimize, which is also something we should do. But I think the day one should also be something that we should be aware of things. And that's why I thought, I'll come up with these 5 things, which, anyone, like I'm on Reddit all the time, or I'm on different pages, and people keep complaining about them spending a lot more money and getting credit card bills when they cannot afford it, or they have left something running and they don't know. So I was like, let's do something like 5. To be honest, I can never stay under 5. Like I was talking to Steph and I was like, okay, I'm going to say 5 buckets of things, and then we'll have best practices under it. And I do want to keep this more interactive. So if you or Steph or anyone in the chat also has best practices, let's get them out. Let's talk about them and share it with the world.
I want to see if you say something really good, something that's very practical. I'm going to try to implement it immediately on my account and break stuff along the way. So,
Lord.
But
wow.
yeah, let's start. I don't know. Let's do it.
Okay. So for me, it's more like prevention is better than cure, right? So the first thing I wanted to share is, like, I've seen a lot of folks creating AWS account and creating an AWS account needs a credit card, right? So if anyone gets a credit card, like I've been in countries where getting a credit card is not possible for everyone, right? Or getting a credit card from an official like Visa or MasterCard is also not possible for everyone. So I've had community folks come into me and say, hey, I want to play with AWS, but I don't have a credit card. I'm worried about putting my credit card. How can I learn about AWS? And it's a very genuine question, because people want to learn with hands-on, and you tell them, learn, like practice, and you will learn better. So first thing, can I share my screen? My screen is there.
Yes, you can.
Yeah. Awesome. So I wanted to share, there is something called as AWS Educate, right? Early on for Educate, you needed an academic. Sorry, is there something you want to add?
No, that I'm saying this is great. I love this.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're fine. Yes. So there is something called as AWS Educate. So like you can create an AWS Educate with your personal ID without any credit card. Like you don't need a credit card to create an AWS Educate account. Like I created mine. Yeah, I created mine just like yesterday, I think. And if I log into Educate and show you, there are so many getting started like trainings, and there are some labs as well that you can do hands-on. So I created one lab. Let's say I created this getting started with compute lab. And if you go in there, you need to create, click on start lab, and it takes a while. It took a few minutes to actually create that lab. But what happens is, once I click on this AWS button, it will,
To log
let
you
me
out,
do.
but-
Yeah, log me out.
But this is actually, I actually didn't know this was a thing.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Like this
okay.
creates an account for me, right? This has created a new account. This is not my account. This is like a
Yeah.
federated account that it has created for me. And it also has these, where did that go? Okay. So it has these instructions here. Like first of all, launching your EC2 instance. How do you launch an EC2 instance? So then you can follow these steps in the AWS account that it creates for you. Right. And once you're done with this whole lab, because this whole lab is going to tell you like how do you create an instance or AMI and blah, blah, blah. And towards the end, it will also like tell you how do you delete it and how do you explore stuff like that. You do it, you do this, you close this and you end the lab. That's it. Like you end the lab, the account is gone. So you get to play with AWS without actually adding in a credit card account.
That's so, I mean, so just to think about this, like if you want to try new things and you want basically Amazon to pay for it, then you get that. But also one thing that maybe people that haven't thought about for this is, you know, when you have that really annoying person who's like in finance, maybe not really annoying, that's a bit harsh, but someone who you feel is annoying you, who's in finance or management, and they're like, you just need to change this thing. Can you just do this? Can you just do this? And then you're like, do you want to learn a bit more about what that entails? How do we change an instance? Like, what does it feel like to deploy stuff? You could give them access to this and let them upskill. One of the things we haven't touched on a lot today is about the language between finance, IT, like general IT, and like cloud management, and the issues that can cause when it comes to FinOps or cloud financial management. And say, like, have a little look and see what I mean when I say, when you see EC2 on the bill, what does that mean? Because finance might not know that because it's not really their job to know that.
Exactly.
So this is a really good tool that people could actually try and learn stuff. So that's incredible.
Glorious. Yeah. Love it.
Yeah, because I feel like we need, like, I love having these easy getting started stuff, but then you also need to play with it. So this is a very good resource if anyone wants to play with it. And that's what I wanted to say, that, hey, if you're something, you're trying AWS as a personal thing, then go ahead and create an AWS Educate account, play with it, learn how you can create and delete and clean off stuff in a right manner, and then go ahead and create an AWS account. Of course, I want you to create an AWS account, but I want you to understand first what do you do with it and then create the account. Let's stop screen share for a while.
Yeah. Okay. So you can move it. So now a question here from Nikki coming in, saying, can you use this Educate platform to play with Bedrock? By the way, Bedrock has been launched today, so I don't really know. I'm gonna say probably no.
No, I think so. No, as well. I think, I mean, it needs to create some educational stuff and all of that and lab. So I don't think so. There will be very limited things that you can do based on the lab itself. But yeah, give it a try.
Okay. Awesome. So that is tip number 1. Use AWS Educate to play with things, to learn stuff. It's free. You don't need a credit card account. You don't even need the educational license thing. Of course, there are limitations, so you probably can't host a production resource on it, but to learn something, it is a great place to do so. Amazing.
Exactly. And one more thing, like in the accounts itself, like there is a couple more things actually I wanted to talk about. One is, I think, Steph, you actually went to that point, right, about multi accounts. Like, when do I go with multi accounts? Like, do I need multiple accounts, or am I okay with a single account? And even then, like from my experience, I've seen this, that even with businesses, one big mistake that businesses do when they create an AWS account for business is they create it for an individual email address, right? So there could be a person on the team who is like, I'm a DevOps lead, or I'm someone who needs an AWS account, and they go ahead and create that. And I've literally seen accounts being not looked at. The AWS keeps sending emails and they go to that one person's email box. This person goes on holiday, or they've changed roles, so they've left the company and they are now worried about how do we do account handover. So you should definitely look at creating an alias, adding a lot of different administrators under that alias for that email account, because that should be your first step. Like, you need to think about before you creating that account. And Darko added sorry, not Darko, Cobus. The other Darko. Cobus actually told me about this, and I was like, yeah, this is something amazing. That if you're creating multiple accounts under an organization, you should also use that plus sign. Remember, Darko, we use the
something plus dev account or something plus production account. So you can also use plus signs so that the emails still go to that same account, but it is sent to which environment, like a dev environment or a production environment. So that is also something you should look at. But yes, I want to come back to Steph's point about multi-account. Steph, what are your experiences with respect to multi-account? I have some reasons why people should do multi-account, but I do want to hear from you as well.
So I'm going to say something controversial.
Dun, dun, dun.
The reason why I like multi-account is you don't have to tag. And so what I think about, so I hope this is kind of what you're talking about, is account structure. So we think about an organization, you can create multiple linked accounts for different applications, different environments, different reasons, different teams. And what you can do is you can tag the accounts. Yep. And therefore you can pull those tags out and connect it to your custom use report. And hey, presto, everything now has a tag in it. Every single resource, every single usage, every single line has a kind of inherited the tags from the account. So I think of account structure should be one per environment and application. So app 1, prod, app 1, dev, app 2, prod, app 2, dev. And then you can grab that information and do it. That really simplifies any security issues and it simplifies if you want to add SCPs, we've mentioned service control policies a bit. If you want to add them to your accounts, you can do that. You can create organizational units to group these naturally kind of occurring groups of accounts together and then apply the tags to those or the SCPs to those. So I really like to separate things out unless you have a really strong reason that you need to have your applications together. Like accounts don't cost. You have to, if you repeat the same infrastructure, then they cost, but that's the thing. Can I also add a quick story? It really just reminded me when you were saying about the email address thing.
Yeah.
When I was at a previous company, we set up every new account had like an MFA set up for it. And we used the same phone number for it. But the problem was the phone number was like the building's number or something really random, and so it like kept funneling through, and we had one phone that had all the MFAs on, and we left it in a drawer. And then one day they didn't update it, and then it lost everything, and so these poor people had to spend months for like 500 accounts having to get them to call, but then the call would go to the wrong place and whatever. So save yourself a challenge, like double check on how you're doing your access. And
I lost access to an account I own personally. I had an MFA token, a physical MFA token. I lost it. And the only way I can get access back to my account is if I have a court document proving that's me.
A court document?
Yeah, like they need an affidavit that I am who I say I am. It is, and I'm like, you know what? I have nothing on that account. Go for it.
Brilliant.
Yeah, so it is tricky, but I get it.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, it is important because I've had so many customers who discuss like, like I want to know how. I asked them like, how do you know how much you spend on your production versus non-production? If all of that is in one account, I know even if you do tagging, there are some things you cannot tag, like data transfer. You cannot tag data transfer, right? And how would you understand how much you're spending? And then the customer was like, yeah, I want to then create 2 different accounts, but then migrating stuff from one account to another account, even if it's non-prod, becomes a lot more difficult. So keep them separate from the day one, and then you can then understand how much you're spending on each. And there's one more tip. I don't know if the support team will like me, but this is what my customers used to do. Like if they have production and non-production, right, they would buy AWS Support for the production account, right? So they are paying the production, whatever the percentage for the business and the enterprise for their production, and they would get help for the production. They didn't care about non-production environment. So you're also saving money there for spending for support, right? So there are things that you could do with multi-account. Now, you would say I have like reserved instances or savings plans. You can use consolidated billing to actually help you manage that and spread it across different accounts as well. So there are a lot of benefits of actually doing multi-account, a lot of cons. I'll give you a story. I had this customer, they put everything in a VPC, okay, and they were even, like in a single account in a single VPC. Can you believe? Yeah, and they were using this default security group. So someone from the development team went and just removed 443 rule from the default security group because they thought, it's a default, no one's using it. But it was used in production, and the whole website was down. And we were trying to figure out like what happened. Why is the website down? And then we went in and figured out the stuff. And so keep accounts separate. If not, keep VPC separate at the very, very least.
I mean, VPCs don't cost anything, right? There's no associated cost of VPC, so like unless you're using it, right? Like,
We're using it.
I mean,
What do you mean?
like having if I create a VPC, it doesn't cost me anything. Just a VPC without an FTP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's basically like a box, isn't it? There's
Yeah,
nothing
exactly.
going-
So,
I think there is cost around it, mostly around data transfer and things like that,
course,
and
of course.
VPC endpoints and VPC log flows
Mac
and all those
gateways.
bits. So yeah. So don't. Yeah. It's always surprising when someone's high cost is VPC. You're like, okay, what's
you're doing something wrong. Probably,
Yeah.
if it's
You're like,
just
what's
too-
going on in there?
But I think like this goes beyond like cost optimization, but like separating your production accounts from development accounts is critical. Namely, you should never log into your production account. You should not have console access. You should not do anything besides just run production there in an automated fashion. Of course, not in a default VPC. So, but yeah. So there you go. No, yeah, nobody should ever kind of buzz around your production account. Like in the past, I'm just going way back. Microsoft had part of the Active Directory domain services. They had like a certificate server, basically would generate all the certificates for systems, and you would spin it up on a physical machine, generate the master key, and just turn it off. Just go unplug it, the system. Nobody should ever access it unless you need to generate a new key. So that's how they used to do it in the past. So there we go. Fun stuff.
Nice.
Fun stuff.
Nice.
Awesome.
Now let's go to point number 2.
Let's
right?
go to tip number 2.
Yes. Now, something a lot of customers don't think about is regions. I mean, services, we always have so much data around going on. Like, should I use EKS? Should I use Kubernetes on EC2? Like, we do have a lot of comparisons, but something about choosing regions, something a lot of customers don't think about, right? Now, there are main 4 things why you would choose a certain region. Obviously, one is compliance, which overrides anything else. Like, if you have compliance requirement, you have data privacy laws that you have to adhere to, you have to choose that region. So let's get over that point. The second is obviously latency. So you do want to check out on the internet latency and see which region is the closest to your customers and select that region. Like, yeah, that's fine as well. The third is actually cost, right? Now, there are different factors to it. Like, yes, regions are independently priced, so there are going to be differences in the way you're going to be paying for different regions, right? Like, for example, I was sitting in India and had customers in India. So what these customers would do is, and this was funny, right? Like, this was something we would play around with. We would use regions in a different way. So for example, we would use the Mumbai region, which was closest for us for production, because it was a low latency account that was closest to us. So Mumbai was used for production. Yeah. But anything else where you needed a lot of compute, you needed a lot of development machines, you would go to the US East 1 and you would get spot instances, or you would go to US East 1 and you run your non-production account or non-production stuff in US East 1. And this is what we used to do with customers, because remember, when it's daytime in India, it's nighttime in the US, right? So when it is nighttime, you have more spare capacity. So you have more spare capacity means you have more spot instances available.
That's so
right?
clever.
I've never thought of that.
Exactly.
I have some customers that have a lot of workloads in India. I'm going to chat with them after today.
But that's actually brilliant. Like, actually using the nighttime for spare capacity.
Yeah.
By the way, folks, spot instances is just a way to get cheaper instances, basically up to 90% cheaper, because they're not used. So you can kind of bet on them, or
we don't do bidding anymore. No, we don't do bidding.
No bidding.
Bidding, no.
That is gone.
It's gone. There used to be bidding.
Years ago.
You pay a certain, like, up to 90% less on a spot instance. There are some caveats about spot instances, but it's a good way to run some workloads.
Yeah. And things like maybe like data heavy that you're just going to process information. If you things like what is it? Jenkins workloads you can put on those. A lot of applications have plugins you can do directly to Spot. Containers. What were you doing the other day on your stream?
Yesterday I was deploying an EKS cluster, Kubernetes cluster, on Spot instances.
Even
great.
I'll tell you what we were trying to do with this customer. We were trying to do a load testing, right? We were trying to generate some load for this customer to do some testing. And, we had these bees with machine guns, if you remember, as a load testing tool.
Bees with machine guns. Love it.
We deployed them in US East 1 on Spot So that, because they're just load generators, we are not testing for latency. We were just testing the instance that if it can handle the load that was coming in, right? So for us, it made sense to actually do it in a different, more cost-effective region with spot instances and be able to save on that rather than doing it in the same region, right? So you can think of these kind of different use cases that you would use. Now, there is a little bit of caveat. Like if, for example, you're doing a data transfer on the internet, then you might get charged between like regions. So think about the use cases and then like tune it to it. But
yeah. We have a comment here from Ricardo saying, of course, it's your fault. It's your fault, Rohini. In a few hours, US East 1 will be down because everybody's going to go and request. Everybody from India is going to go and request spot instances there. So, yeah.
But
I think that's a wonderful tip, by the way. Like, it didn't even occur to me to think about it that way. So, excellent. I just want to also make sure that people know, and I'm trying to find the link right now, but there's a link to all of these things that Rohini is saying right now. Yes.
Rohini's blog. No.
What?
Do I?
No, I need to share the link. I need to share the link with the chat. Just the blog post written by Rohini on cost fundamentals. So awesome. Yeah. Rohini, are we going to tip number 3?
Yes, but before that, like on regions, can I complete one point? Yes. One is about, and I was talking to Steph about this the other day. One is about enabling and disabling regions. You know, you can actually disable regions. You cannot disable all regions, like some default cannot be disabled, but you can disable regions. And this is useful. I'll tell you why. Because I had a customer, and I think I was talking to Steph about this, right? Steph, like where I was telling you, like humans are so like, hey, I'm going to be working in, let's say, the Canada region. I only open the Canada region in my console and I'm only looking at the Canada region, right? And one of this customer had an issue where this was long ago, right? This was just like CloudTrail had launched, and this was long ago when someone had released the access key and secret key on GitHub, like a developer had put the access key and secret key on the GitHub. And the account was actually used by the hackers to create spot instances.
Okay.
But those spot instances were in a very different region than they would actually generally use. And these guys came to know, these guys came to know after like 10 hours of spot instances being running in their account for a while. And then we had to go in and help them delete all of that and, you know, do all of rotation and everything. And now AWS is much, much, much better, because if something like that happens, we ourselves pick it up. We have bots and we pick it up and then we tell the customer before something happens. But that was the case as well.
So I'm trying to show you all here. Where is it? Here it is. So here are the regions that are not enabled in my account. So this is my AWS account, and you see like all and Israel and Zurich and Bahrain, they're all disabled. Like you can enable these things, but they come as disabled. So just so you know, this is where you do it. It is within your billing dashboard. Sorry, not billing dashboard, the billing console here, account, you go here. And this is where you set this up. So this is a very good way to disable these or enable if you need to.
Because who was deploying? Meredith was running, and you were doing the CLI earlier for volumes, right? And you were trying it on a region, and clearly you assumed you had access to that region, whereas actually you had to define it. Now imagine that like reversed. So imagine your test deploying stuff in your terminal, and you think, oh, I've set it up to this region, and then you're running it. You're like, oh, it's not working. Something must be wrong. And then you do it, and you define the region, like, oh, okay, I've got to define my EUS1 or whatever it is. The other one might have gone through. You might have deployed to that other region. And because you don't look in and you don't check, then how are you to know? So and to shout back out the Kudos dashboard, if you remember that first view, it showed you like on the top screen is it word cloud, the one that's like the more it is, the bigger the word is?
The word cloud.
Word cloud, yes. So it shows you that for regions. So if you heavily have like US East 1, that will come up really big. But say suddenly you're like, oh, there's a bit of like another like APJ or something region, and you're like, oh, what's going on in there? I didn't know we had any resource in there. It might be something like guard duty or something that you've set up to protect yourselves. But always good to check.
Yeah, exactly. So cloud dashboards can definitely help you out when it comes to those kind of things. Awesome.
Let's go to the thing number 3. Yes. Okay. So if your account is like, okay. Let me take a step back. Okay. So
take many steps back, Rohini.
A lot of times people think like AWS free tier.
It's free.
And something we also have been guilty about is like everything is free in free tier, right? But not really. Like free tier has 3 different offers. There is something like free trials, which actually when you start and like, for example, guard duty, right? You could get 30 days of free guard duty from the moment you activate it. There is something always free, like Lambda functions of certain value, like 1 million Lambda functions or something. Request per month is free for that particular month. So that is always free. But then there is also AWS free tier. And people create accounts on AWS thinking it's free, everything is free, but no, there are some resources and some services are free for the first 12 months, right? And if you exceed that amount, you're actually going to be charged on-demand pricing, and your credit card is going to be hit for that charges, right? And you go on Reddit and you just search for free tier, you'll see so many people complaining about the same thing, that I left this EC2 instance running and now my account is being charged and I cannot pay for this. And a lot of times you feel bad because yes, it's not really their fault, but yes, it is their fault. They left something running, right?
We've all been like, guys, I'm sure we've all done this where we've done like you subscribe to a show thing or like a free box thing, and then you're like, oh yeah, it's free, I'll cancel it after the first like 2 months. And then suddenly like 3 years later, you're like, oh, am I still paying for that subscription that I never look into?
Exactly. You have to be really careful about those things. Yeah. Absolutely.
Exactly. So what do you do when you have a new account? Go and create budgets. Now there are 2 budgets that you need to create when you create a new account. This is the second most step or the first most step you could take when you create a new account and you want to stay within the free tier. Let me share my screen and show you quickly what you can do. So you go to the AWS billing dashboard or billing console, and you go to the preferences and you click on billing preferences, right? Okay. In the billing preferences, you have something called as alert preferences. You click on edit and you click on receive free tier alerts. That's it. You have to do that. Now, what this does, you can't see it. Should I?
No, I can see it. Like I said, I'm just looking at the little text. What does it say there as well? Okay.
Oh, yeah. So what this will actually do is when you hit the 85% limit, like you cross the 85% limit of free tier, it will actually send a notification to you. Okay. That's it. It will send a notification to the email address that you used to create the account. Okay. So if you not have the correct email address, you're not getting these emails. You can optionally add just one email ID here, but you can. So that's the first thing. But it's just only 85%. You won't really know when you've reached the 100% limit, which could be in the next few hours if you, depending on what you've been running, right? So the next thing you do is you go to budgets and you create a new budget. And now AWS also gives you these templates. So there is a simple template and there is customization, which Darko loves, but there are advanced stuff as well. But the first thing you do is you go and create this zero spend budget. So the moment you hit like $0.01 in your account, you're going to get an email. Wow. You're going to get a notification, right? So we also have simplified this, but still people are doing. But yes. Yeah. Please go and do that. Do that right now. If you have a new account within 12 months, do that right now. Okay, let's stop screen sharing.
Before you continue, you can do it through infrastructure as code. People forget that. So if you have, I think you can do it in control towers too. But
there's ways to control it.
Yeah. So if you have a way that you're creating your accounts automatically, just add the budgets in, and then even if you set them at too low to start with, you can reconfigure them. They're not set in stone, and you max out your budget. You're like, oh, never again can I spend more. But just have them there as a safety net. You'd rather have them there than be like, I really wish that I had set up budgets.
Exactly. I agree. One thing I always come across when we discuss like free tier, and this I used to be in support as well, and customers would come to me and say, Darko, I want AWS to stop all my resources as soon as I breach everything. And that was you would imagine how often that was asked. And
it's still asked.
I get it. But my opinion is, and feel free to tell me you're wrong, is you should never stop production for the sake of money. Because if you stop production, like just you're serving your customers, if you breach a threshold, free tier, whatever kind of a number you put in there, you stop generating money. And then like maybe you should cost optimize or something like that. Like, is that a good thinking, or is there a valid reason to just cut costs?
It depends on your goals, I guess. So like if you're literally like, I only have this much to spend.
Okay.
If it's like your account and it's you like, I don't want to spend any more, then I think it is fair enough to do that. Yeah. But also that's rarely the case. You're right. Is it worth the like? But it's not gonna. There's nothing in there. I don't think at the moment that you could do to say delete everything because it's just a constant. So it's kind of like just don't let you build anything else.
True.
Yeah.
Okay. That is
I also understand why we would not be giving that as an option, because think about it. It's not just that you're built for EC2, right? There are like so many services that we would be having to look for. There's so many resources in different regions that you would look for. So that combination becomes a lot more for us to go and automatically stop it. Rather, what I would suggest is have these alerts and have some kind of alarms. Like you mentioned, Darko, we could have certain alarms where something is happening, go do this action. So for example, Lambda functions where you could maybe do that, hey, if I'm doing these activities, like for example, there are, I don't remember where they are and where I heard this, but for example, if in my account, I don't want an extra large EC2 instance to be created ever, or anything more than large to be created ever, I can actually create. I can actually do SAP and I can stop people from doing that. So you could actually have these guardrails so that you don't have accidental launches.
I have a bunch of SCPs that are like that I'll put in the chat that are like pre-configured for this kind of prevention.
So Rohini, a question coming from Nikki. What's the most common reason people get surprised by AWS by high AWS bills? Like, what is the thing? Maybe with you and Steph have experienced this. I'll say my experience was just data transfers. People usually don't count for data transfers. Oh, that's an invisible thing. That's a thing that doesn't exist. But if you decide to do terabytes of data across regions without actually utilizing endpoints or whatnot, that can be spicy.
Exactly. I mean, from a high perspective, yes, data transfer actually is something so invisible, right? For example, you remember those use cases where you had a load balancer or something, and then you have auto scaling groups, and then you have these cross zone charges that used to come, and it was always a discussion like, why is this happening? And that would be a bit more surprising for customers as well, that you also get charged for that.
Okay, amazing.
Definitely.
Okay, are we going to tip number 4?
Yes. Can I add one more point? Like for free tier, you can actually see the usage. So now in the console, you actually get to see free tier usage, and it gives you a nice percentage that, hey, you're exceeding this limit and whatnot. So definitely do check that out. The fourth point actually is security. Now you would be like, why is Rohini talking about security in cost? Because I feel prevention is better than cure. Like you need to have these guardrails and you need to do these best practices so that you don't, because you're adding your credit card, you're adding your invoicing. It's about money in the end, right? And you don't want to just create an account and then forget about it and let people access it, right? So the first thing that you would do is definitely what you mentioned, Darko, like create an account and then don't use the root account. Like don't use, I cannot believe after 10 years,
stop using root accounts.
Yeah, like people still use root accounts and then they share these access keys and they create access keys. First of all, why do you have to create access keys for root? These are basic things, right? Create MFA, don't use the root account. Create an IAM user for yourself. Even if you're the one person accessing this account, create an IAM user for yourself and use that IAM user. Like give it a strong password, use MFA. I use Authy on my phone very regularly. So if you want something very simple and don't want to spend a lot of money, you can use some third-party tools to create MFA and create IAM users and use those IAM users.
Yeah.
That's like the first thing you could do, because like that example where someone had access key and secret key on GitHub and then getting their account hacked. That was one thing. The other thing I want to add there is create separate IAM users. I've seen customer accounts where they create one administrator and that administrator is shared by 5 different people and it's a mess. Like I had one customer who had a disgruntled
employee, and while they were going,
No, it's always the
That's
risk.
a run-up cost.
Yeah.
yeah, they do. They might want to take some kind of revenge or retaliate against whatever was happening, and they go and delete stuff, or they change the passwords, and then you don't get access to the account. So always have that emergency IAM user as well, so that you get access to your account and no one is actually taking.
A great comment here from Partha. They say we use separate NAT gateways in each AZ to reduce each intra-AZ data transfer costs and route traffic locally within the same AZ. Yeah, that's also a good thing. Like if you have a NAT gateway that's sitting above all AZs and all AZs point to it, you're creating cross AZ traffic.
Oh, okay.
Right. So like basically what happens is instead of having a single, so depending on the amount of traffic, but if you have a lot of traffic, all of your traffic will go through, have cross AZ traffic, and then go through a NAT gateway, which increases the cost. But you have 3 NAT gateways with sufficient traffic, it's going to be cheaper than having a single NAT gateway. So yeah,
makes sense.
It kind of on the outset doesn't make sense, but once you get into it, it makes sense. Great comment, Partha. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Partha, for adding that.
All right, tip number 4.
Yes, so we are on tip number 4. We are on tip number 4, don't worry. So that is what we wanted to talk about. Like security is important. Add as many layers as possible. Don't keep your account so open that anyone can actually come into your account and do stuff without you actually wanting it. So security should be your number 1 priority. I know it's about cost, but please treat security as your number 1 priority because that is important for cost.
Pay for paranoia, right?
Yeah.
That's what you say. Pay for paranoia.
I want a t-shirt with that on. Somebody
paranoia.
make me that.
Let's make that ourselves. So, okay, so the last point is about cleanup. And I know we have talked about cleanup a lot today, and we have been saying this, like delete as you go. And there are so many best practices for cleanup as well. Like, there is, you can automate stopping of your instances over non-working hours and over weekend, and you can do a lot of things. But there are also some myths that I wanted to talk about with respect to cleaning up, right? A lot of times we say, you stop an EC2 instance and you stop paying for it. Honestly, technically, yes, you stop an EC2 instance and you stop paying for it, right? But there are 3 components. Like you need to understand how an EC2 instance is priced. There are 3 components: compute, networking or data transfer, and storage. So when you stop an EC2 instance, you stop paying for compute and data transfer, but you're still paying for that storage. So if you create an EC2 instance in free tier, a T2.micro, but with 1000 GB of volume, if you stop that instance, you're still paying for that 1000 GB of volume, right? So that is something.
That data is still stored somewhere in a volume on EBS storage.
Exactly. So start small. Whatever you can do, start small, especially with storage. Like you cannot go back and reduce the storage. You have to move over to a smaller machine, right? You cannot lower your storage size, but you can always increase. So start small, have a little bit of contingency, and then keep building and adding up. Don't start with 1000 GB and then regret. Like
we're no longer on-prem. We don't need to do it just in case. Do it and then grow.
And it's actually super simple to upgrade the size. So I'm actually, let me show this. There's a script from Cloud9. So Cloud9 is our online IDE platform, and they have this thing because by default Cloud9 launches with 8 GB of storage. And I'm going to share my screen right now, so I'm going to present. I'm probably going to pop up here. That, and then this. So there's a script from the wonderful folks at Cloud9. It's a bash script that automatically increases your volume on that EC2 instance, on the given instance you're running it on, and expands the volume to 20 gigabytes in this case, or whatever your number you put it, and it actually grows the partitions. So it does it all for you, and it's done literally in 2 seconds. It is glorious. So if you're ever concerned about like, oh, how can I upgrade my volume size? This is the script for you. I'm going to put the link to this in the chat as well, so you can go ahead and increase your volume sizes to your heart's desire.
Definitely. Someone mentioned in this chat, like Rocking Horse winner, those unattached EBS volumes will get you. Seriously, like if you have lots of unattached EBS volumes, or even attached but stopped and not running, you are getting charged for that. So I think the other day, Steph mentioned something with AWS config about finding these unattached or available EBS volume. So that maybe you want to add that link as well, that how you can automate that if there are like
EBS volumes or elastic IPs that are running in your account but not used, not associated, you can actually find them and you can delete them. So there is something.
Exactly. So I put the link in the chat right now. So we did a live stream last week, Steph, Rohini, and myself, and we tagged all of the elastic IPs that are not working. So it's all there for you.
Yeah. And one of the other ones is, there's a default config that will tell you if there's unattached. So you can set that up and go, maybe you've already got it set up. You can go look in your config and let us know.
A good comment here from AKM3447 says add an orphan EBS snapshot on top of that. So orphan EBS snapshots can also cost you money as well. So
Oh yeah. A lot of times these block device mappings will have that on terminate delete as false. And a lot of times you delete, but then the EBS snapshot is actually left. So you always have to keep worrying about that. Hey, is it deleted or not? So you should also check for that. Definitely a good point. So yes, there is something I learned actually, that there is something called as Resource Explorer. Okay. Let's share my screen, because this is something Stephen Howell has covered in his blog. But this is amazing that I found that you can actually filter your resources, or you can filter your resources, like for example, let's say EC2 instances. I can actually filter my EC2 instances. Do you want me to go a bit bigger?
Yes. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, let's see, because it's difficult for me too. But you can actually filter based on EC2 instances, DynamoDB tables. Let's say you did a workshop or did some kind of hands-on lab, and you went and you thought you deleted everything. But sometimes things are created outside of the lab, or you created outside of the IAC code that was given to you, right? So you might have left those things running. So you can always come here and check how many CloudWatch alarms do I have, and you can actually click on them and you can delete them. So now you have one place where all regions data is coming to one place. You can also create some filters, like you can create views and you can create filtered resources, saying that in this account, if these resources are created, these EC2 instances or DynamoDB tables or something is created, let me know, I'll filter, and then I'll go and delete that. That is something I think it was not possible early on, because I remember like customers asking me, how do I know what kind of resources are there in so many different regions and accounts that I have? I like filtered resources as a feature where you can go and figure it out.
And I'm gonna assume this supports cross account stuff. So if you have multiple accounts, this should work as well.
Yes, okay. That's what even I think as well. Let's go and create a view. Let's see.
Yeah,
so you can have one region as of now.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
I see
single region.
A region. Yeah. Because the selected contains the aggregator. Okay, so if you create an aggregator index, then you can have multiple regions as well.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So then you can say demo. I don't know.
It's build on live. Build on live should be the name of
and
that.
You can then add some filter. I don't know what filters I have, but I can just create a filter, and then you go to Resource Explorer, and you can see that filter here. So then you can find all the resources based on that particular filter. Like you can also maybe add a filter for types, I think, like key pair or tags. So you can add a lot of filters.
So we can find all of our unused elastic IP addresses that we tagged last week. That is actually pretty cool. So there's a comment here from AKM 3447. I would appreciate your inputs on RDS snapshots. I see a lot of RDS charged backup usage charges on my recent bills. What about RDS snapshots? Do you have any opinions on that? Or we may not know.
I can't think of ever really talked about RDS snapshots. I don't know if you have, Rohini.
Are those RDS like manual snapshots?
Manual snapshots?
No, they can be automated, can't you?
Yeah, they can.
Yeah, you can.
Same as like an EC2 snapshot.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
But stumped us.
Yeah, stumped us. I mean, the whole thing is don't keep a lot of snapshots. That's the whole point, right? Reduce the amount of snapshots depending on your data requirements. How far back do you need to go with your snapshots? So just be very clean and hygienic with your RDS data, and that should be. Yeah, they have both manual and automated. Yeah. Ricardo says retention period reduction is just always a thing. So AKM 3447.
Share, please. Yeah.
Yeah, we can hide the screen share right now. Yeah. So ask yourself and ask your management, what is the amount? How long do we need to keep this data? Why? And if somebody says it has to be forever, you can say, well,
then you're paying for it.
Paranoia right now, right? I'm gonna milk that phrase until I die.
Let's make a t-shirt.
So yeah, let's make a t-shirt. So that's a very important thing. And if they say, listen, 5 days, perfect. Cut it down,
Mhm.
lesser costs, and you're good. So
Cool.
Yeah, someone asked, like, I thought they were free. Actually, I think there is one snapshot free, automated snapshot free of the same size, but after that you do have to pay for them.
there you go.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah.
And Curious Orbit says
Yes.
annual snapshots persist forever, so they don't get automatically deleted.
Yeah.
So just take into account. So
Stop doing things manually, guys. What are we doing?
yeah, exactly.
What are you doing?
Awesome. So
So
are
those
we
were
ready
the
to
five.
tip? Those were the 5.
That's
Wow.
fine. We're done.
We're done.
We did 5. Yes.
I don't know. There
Yay.
is so much knowledge shared here. I can't even. I hope chat got something out of this, right? I hope
Yeah.
you folks, and I see a lot of great comments here. Rohini, you're a star. Like,
Yeah.
what can I say?
Maybe last point chat. Like, what's the top thing you've learned?
Yeah.
What's your favorite? What are you going to take away?
What are you
Let
going
us
to
know.
Yeah, that is important for us to know, right? So, if there's one thing you learned from today, we're gonna kind of discuss one more thing as well. But if there's one more thing that you learned from today, let us know in the chat. It is very important for us. Oh yeah. Oh wow. I was just told we have a stupid poll. So I'm gonna throw this poll on the screen, and just give me a second.
This is crucial.
This is crucial. I need to say this, and I really want to see if people get this reference.
Yeah, this is kind of is a serious question now that we're getting into, and I think that your responses, if you haven't responded to anything in the chat today, respond to this specific question, because this is vital for streams like this to continue, for us to make sure that you've learned something from this today. So are you ready? Darko is making it. He's under stress now.
I am under stress. I have created a poll. Very
We're ready.
important.
Up to you guys now. We want to hear your thoughts on.
Wait, can I go live? Let me see. I'm just want to see if I'm on the correct question. So yes, Toby, pull off my screen. Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. That's why I'm like, yeah, fine. I'm waiting for Toby to do all these things.
Poor Toby.
Poor Toby.
Sorry, now. Claps for Toby.
Share screens. You should have 2 monitors. I know, but I don't have 2 monitors. How often do you think about the Roman Empire? For all the men out there, like it's just men or whatever.
No, everybody.
How often do you think about the Roman Empire? It is. If you don't know what we're talking about, excellent.
Do 4 if you know what we're talking about.
It is just.
Let's see.
Oh my god, I see a lot of whats. I love it. Great.
What else?
I would say I think about it daily, but like I would say weekly. I think about the Roman Empire.
How do you think about it? Like, people, how are you thinking about it this often? The idea of if a road is straight, I don't think about the Roman Empire.
So all of the stuff we have, the language, the text we use, it's all from Latin language, right?
I don't think about it that much.
The Spanish language is a Romance language. It's fascinating to me. I'm sorry.
Rahini, how often do you think about it?
I only think about it when someone asks me this question.
I tell you what, it's gone up a lot in the human consciousness in the last couple of weeks.
Everybody knows about the Roman Empire.
What's the summary? Where are we at?
Wow,
there is some people. Okay, guys, if you haven't seen TikTok, the trend has been asking men how often they think about the Roman Empire, because apparently a lot of them think about it regularly.
Yeah, for all the folks out there, go ask a friend who's a man in your life. Ask them, how often do they think about the Roman Empire? And you may be surprised by the answer. And yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome for this question.
But look at the follow-up go on chat. There is a follow-up question for people in thingy, which is how often do you think about Taylor Swift? Every day.
Exactly. How often do you think about Taylor Swift? I would say yes. I don't know. I'm sorry. I know I have a couple of folks in the back in the production team who's gonna probably kill me right now. So,
all right.
So okay, Toby, you can have my screen right now, and I guess what can I say? It's fantastic. Rohini, thank you so much.
Thank you, Rohini.
Folks,
thank you so much.
You want to make sure to go ahead and check out the link in the chat to Rohini's post. I'm gonna try to find and post it again. If I can, I don't know. I'll find a way to do it.
I'll post it.
So, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. We have a couple of things to do. So I got yelled by the folks in the room in the back that we have a challenge to
finish some summaries. Yeah.
Rohini, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, mate.
We'll be back in a second to give you the challenge results.
Bye.
Thank you, Rohini.
Which one do I get?
So yes, you must.
Okay.
Okay. So Twitch, Chat, you voted. You raised 20,000 points. And we're gonna do stupid things now because why not? It's the end of the show. Steph is gonna wear the best shirt in the world.
Oh my goodness!
So show it there to the camera. Look at that. That's the best shirt in the world, right? It's the Jeff Bezos with pineapples because why not?
Honored, you know.
You're honored, yeah, absolutely. Well, she's doing
keep
that.
This now, right?
You get to keep that now.
I'm joking.
So so that's a shirt I bought in a thrift store, by the way. So
what, this one?
Yeah.
Somebody
you
made didn't make this.
Nope, somebody paid money for it. Somebody made it. And I'm gonna try to put
soapbox for this.
As much shirts I can on me. It's gonna be fun. I don't think I can.
While you're dressing, should I summarize?
You summarize stuff while I dress up.
All right, Toby, cue the funky graphic. So throughout the day, we've been talking about my bad account, and this graphic shows how much we saved. So I actually saved 80% of my spend through doing that and taking into consideration things like turning it off on weekends, turning it off at night, moving for RDS to Graviton. We didn't talk a lot about today, but moving to Graviton, getting rid of multi-AZ for that one. I didn't need it. S3, you saw my lovely S3 graph as I moved into colder storage, and CloudWatch savings by getting rid of logs I don't need. So 80% is a huge saving. As I said, we'll have a link to the demo account, demo CloudFormation, so you can have a look at those savings and those snippets of code. And then also, if we could swap over to my, I've lost my tab. Where's my own blog? I was going to showcase my blog, and now I can't find it. Do you have my blog?
I can find your blog. Give me a second.
I definitely had it open, but now I've.
No. I'm going to paste it in the chat as well. So, where's Steph's blog? It is. Is it 5 ways to optimize your infrastructure code? Is that the blog?
Yeah. And also, Toby's sharing my screen. I'll quickly.
Yeah.
Am I sharing my screen?
No, not yet.
No.
Are you sharing your screen?
Oh, I got logged out.
There you go. So, while Steph is doing that, you can enjoy me
putting on
all the shirts.
Layers.
Oh my God,
it's still
this is so bad. It's getting harder and harder. This seems like you can do it easily, but you can't. Like layers upon layers of bad shirts. Some are cool, but some of them are just bad. And
is it getting too? We're gonna have to like peel them off you.
You're gonna have to cut them off me, I think, at the end of this show. So, just so you know, I don't know how many shirts I put on, but okay. So you can share your screen right now. Well, I have a hard time.
Okay, ready to go.
Oh my God, mobility is
Oh
low. Toby, can you share? Look at that.
There we go. Okay. So in this blog, I wanted to bring it up on screen just to showcase some of the stuff. So we've spoken a lot about ways in which you could optimize. This blog will give you those snippets of code for CloudFormation. So we've looked at things like log groups. We've looked at things like S3 lifecycles. We've got some Graviton for managed services. The GP3, the saving of the day, I think, has been the GP3.
GP3, exactly.
And also somebody mentioned earlier about a bit of EFS. So this blog is a great way to get you started. Encourage a lot of people to start doing defaults as the way that they can actually save money. How you doing, buddy?
Saving money. I'm saving money right now. So this is how you save money on luggage.
On luggage.
See, top tips. Only the best tips for cost optimization and travel here. I'm sorry.
There we go.
Okay.
Well done.
I think I have 2 more. Come on. I can do 2 more. That is fine.
Oh my goodness. We've got it. How many did you? Oh, you did one chain.
I don't know. I don't know how many I did. I think I did all of them. So
all of them.
All of them. 1 more left. This is the first one I started the show with.
How many shirts did he bring?
I brought all of them.
All of them.
All of my shirts. Absolutely. I am definitely going to start to sweat underneath these things. And by the way, by the time we finish this, somebody bring some scissors.
Should just be peeling them. No, we can't cut the shirts. Oh,
all right,
God.
look at that.
There we go. Fashion.
Call me. So we found a new, somebody in the chat said, there's a term for you, Meredith, Stephen. Finfluencers.
Yes. Yeah.
Amazing.
Is that any better from what you said? What did you say at the start?
Finlebrities.
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 Finfluencers is better. I like to say famous for FinOps. That's the Hashtag I use.
Finfluencers. I love it.
Influencers.
Amazing. So, folks, you've seen a lot of things today.
Yeah.
When I say a lot, I mean a lot.
One of them.
This is one of them. But more importantly, we looked about how to identify a lot of the costs. Where did they happen? What are you not using? What can you cut? We talked about some of the best practices to optimize both free tier, using AWS Educate to test and play around with things.
Yeah.
We looked at automating ticket creations based off of content, based out of trusted
advisor recommendations.
Yes.
We got that.
We looked at changing GP2 to GP3.
Yeah.
And a lot of other stuff. So if you missed today, if you weren't here from the beginning, the recording of the stream is going to be available right now after we're done. Just go here on Twitch. You can watch it all. Or later on community.aws, there's going to be a post with all of the individual sessions, videos cut up, and all the links and shareables we shared throughout the day. What is the biggest thing you I'm dying here. What is the biggest takeaway you had from today?
I think that it's really good. People have the appetite to learn about optimizing. There's a lot of opportunity out there for people to save. And I think hopefully we've just inspired people to go take a look and see what they're spending money on and go and check things out, whether you go and try and turn something off or just look at your spend or even try the kind of Educate account if you want to try something new. I think lots of fun ways to do that.
I love it. I learned GP2 is a no-go. GP3 is the best thing. But the thing I was most actually surprised by is the actual AWS Educate. That actually I love it. I have actually a couple of friends who are trying to get into tech.
Yeah.
And that is the best way they can do it. So AWS Educate, can do stuff for free. Glorious.
Yeah.
Folks, chat. If you're not following this channel, hit the follow button because we have a lot more content coming up here.
I mean, I was going to say, my show's back. Next week, we're coming back on Keys at, 10:30 Eastern time, starting off season 8. So a lot of optimization things to check out there.
Yeah. We have a lot of shows happening every day almost here on the channel. So make sure to hit the follow button. And if you hit the follow button, you get the best emotes in the world. You get one of this, and you get also a bald man holding a computer. So yeah, the best emotes. Spam those emotes in the chat right now just to say goodbye. I want to thank all the folks in the production team. Woo! I want to thank Steph so much. I want to thank all of our guest speakers, Meredith, Hassan, Ethan, Stephen, Rohini, and everybody else who was involved. I want to thank Chat. Chat, you've been glorious. I mean, hey, it's just best. Thank you, Chat, and we'll be seeing you at a live stream sometime soon, right here on twitch.tv/AWS, and that's been fun.
It's been great. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, folks. I'm gonna peel off right now. So thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.